I now call the February meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to all of you in attendance and everyone online. Do we have any superintendents joining us today? I walked back there earlier, didn't see anyone. If there are any superintendents, please give us a wave. Maybe not just yet. Okay. We have 8 members at the board table today. Betty is on Zoom. Hi, Betty. And Dennis is not with us this month. He'll be back next month. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to today's agenda? And if not, may I have a motion, Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On consent agenda item G, please, to pull that and vote separately.
And just to make sure I know the letters changed, which one is G?
That's the act on recommendations for funding preschool pilot grants for 2024-2025.
All right. Pulling G for a separate vote. Anything else? All right. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended by Michelle, Dina, and Danny? All in favor, raise your hand. And can I see Betty? There's Betty. All right. That is a 9-0. Motion passes. And are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of the meeting from January 9th and 10th? If not, a motion's in order. Any changes? Kathy? Motion. Second. Jim Porter. All in favor, raise your hand. That is 9-0. All right. And with that, we will welcome the commissioner. Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see all of you. I told Representative Hill, former state board member Hill, that welcome to the new digs. He was in the old building down the road, but it's good to see everyone in the audience and all of you. You know, I think with every month we have opportunities to really think about what do we do with policy that can directly impact the lives of kids and families. And I think one of the things I constantly think about is not only that, but whenever we enact a guidance or regulation or across the street there's a law enacted, it's what will actually happen in schools. So there's one strategic way of thinking about, which is, you know, the first part. Second is, how will schools react to that and what will they do? Because oftentimes compliance drives you at a fairly low level. And so we're always trying to think, how do we get to that next level? And I want to talk to you today about several things. I want to lay out the Commissioner's report, several things that we'll be talking over the next, today and then over the next several months, we think will accelerate some of your priorities that we have. So just in the last week, Michelle got to join me in Gardner Edgerton. We celebrated a Milken Award. It's one of the fun things because they don't know what's coming. They don't apply, and we get to celebrate. It's so much fun. We get to do that this week. And it was, what was so fun about it is as I was seated, and I think Michelle saw this also. So we're going and Lowell Milken is there, and you know, I spoke a little bit and he's talking about it. And I'm watching the kids because we're here to recognize a teacher and the teacher doesn't know who. And the kids were actually already looking at this staff member. Like, we know because this person is so engaged with us, you know, and doing such a great job. And you think about the success of each student. And I like to say, and you know this, we talk about this so often, whether it was for my kids who are now grown, and now I look at it through a grandchild's eyes, is that my grandchild is different than her mother, who was, different than her brother. And that's what makes this work so complicated when we think about a policy or a regulation that applies to 50,000 students that you tend to each represent. And so it's about, can we get it right? And if we don't, can we modify? And so I've also talked to you about a sense of urgency. I think in some ways, when we act, by the time it really gets operationalized, Jim, and I'll use graduation requirements. We worked on that 2 to 3 years ago now, and it will just now start to go in effect in the fall for the 8th graders, and it will be 4 years from then before we see the first graduates. Most of you won't be here after that time, right? So you're setting the stage for other people to come. So today I'm going to talk to you about some of the sense of urgency I think we have in getting some of those processes together. And as you all know, especially with teacher shortage, we want to do everything we can with our rules and regulations to knock down barriers to bring people in the profession. But we have to do so knowing that teacher can teach reading, or that teacher can teach mathematics or computer science, or the expectations can't be lowered. We have to figure out different ways to rise to those expectations. And so I'll talk to you some about that. Ann said something, I think, maybe last night. We've had so many conversations on so many things. She goes, we have these board goals. Well, what? She seems like I'm running around the legislature. Well, what about the board goals? Well, we're a year into those 2-year goals. As you know, one of those is to provide an effective educator in every district, and one is to increase the number of teacher candidates. Shane's going to talk to you today again about the apprenticeship program. It's on all of us, though, to take that from the 15 that we had in the kind of the first cohort. We can handle over 100, but we need people from every community to say, we know some people that don't have a baccalaureate degree, and we can put in that program. So that's what we're doing. Shane, I'll talk to you more about that again today. One of the outcomes, too, to do that, increase leadership development, especially with our principals and superintendents. As we continue to see a greening of that profession, meaning rising to that pretty quickly. Shawnee Mission just announced this new superintendent yesterday. Parallel Compton superintendent's going to Pittsburgh, but that'll free that up. So how do we increase the development of them? I'll talk to you about that also today. Your goal number 2 is to enhance students' likelihood to go on to post-secondary opportunities and success, or whatever they choose to do. And as you know, one of those is academic success. And how do we drive students out of level 1, which limits their academic ability to do so in levels 3 and 4? How do we help kids move to successful graduation, and how do we help them move to whatever they choose to do? So with that today, I want you to think about then, all right, how do we do all this then? So we're going from kind of the goals and the vision. Well, literacy's got to be one of those. If a student cannot read, or if a student's reading in level 1 consistently, right, Michelle, you tell us correctly all the time, reading 1 test 1 day. But if that's an accurate measure, right, as noticed by the classroom teacher, that not being able to read limits one's ability to do whatever he or she wants to do. Just limits. Quickly behind that, and I don't want to lose this as we talk, I'm going to talk to you in depth about literacy today. We are a heavy STEM state, and Dina would correct me and say, Randy, we're a heavy STEAM state, because art is included in that, and it is. But most of the good paying jobs in our state start with agriculture, then go to aviation, especially in the Wichita area, then go to computer science and cybersecurity. Engineering are heavy STEM related. So if I can't read, I'm in trouble. If I can't do math and science, I'm eliminating a lot of professions in our state. And so the early development of both of those 2 core academic, as a social studies teacher even, is extremely important. And then for lots of reasons, going somewhere to further your career, whether it's the military, whether it's work, whether it's a technical school or community college 4-year, is a difficult transition for many high school students. They just don't know their options. They don't know, should I take debt? Should I not take debt? What are scholarship opportunities? Oh, you mean the Hope Scholarship? Like I can go for free? A lot of students just don't know that. So, Betty would say, that's what we call individual plans of study. But those 3 areas. Today, I want to focus on literacy with you. But I'm not losing fact of, the other things that we have to do. So let's talk about literacy. What has been done to date? And I don't know if Deborah's going to pass that to you if we haven't already, but there's a document that we should have somewhere. Michaela would have brought it down. There we go. And anyone in the audience, we're calling it the Kansas Education Framework for Literacy. And I'm not going to go over it in detail, but it kind of tells you the work that you've done. Let's start with this one. It was said to me, you're supposed to review your standards every 7 years, but if you change them, then we have no way of longitudinally looking at data. If you would not have changed your literacy standards in 2020, your English language arts standards, you would have neglected the science of reading. You would have neglected it because it wasn't explicitly in there. And today I'm going to ask you to even get more explicit. So I hope you take a look at this because it's a work that you've done today. When Catherine comes before you and talk about higher ed, you're going to have the opportunity to adopt new standards for training of teachers going in the profession through our colleges and universities, of which ratchets it up the opportunity for literacy and literacy development. So that's what's been done to date, and I think challenges to think about the future. So we think of literacy, but this would be true of any curricular area. The first thing I have to have is a deep knowledge of that content. Now, so in Dina, in your case, it was art. You had to have a deep understanding of the principles of art. And as you know, because we talk about it a lot, my family got that gene from my wife, and I missed it some way because they dragged me to art galleries, and I just look like I'm not there on a lot of cases because I don't have that content that they have. So in literacy, you're offering at no cost through ESSER funding what I think is the gold standard. 2 years of training in what's called letters, that's the name of it, in the science of reading and structured literacy. It is difficult, meaning it's intense. And I think every one of you received emails or calls or conversations when you're visiting schools. Hey, this is tough, but this is some of the best training I've ever been to. And I've been doing this for 15 years or 7 years or 20 years. So we need everyone in an elementary school to participate in letters training. It's been voluntary, but we need that. Then school districts are going to need to choose a curriculum that's aligned to the science of reading. You'll hear Ben talk about this when he talks about KASSA, and he calls it high quality instructional materials. And you'll see the acronym often HQIM. What is that? It's simply getting materials, in this case literacy, that align to the science of reading, structural literacy, and our standards. And guess what? Not every curriculum that you buy from a vendor does that. But some do. So if you have one that doesn't, now we have standards, we have training, and they're not in alignment with the materials that we're going to put in front of kids and teachers every day. That's not going to work. So one of the things that we'll be working on through KASSA is helping school districts adopt high quality instructional materials in mathematics and science and art and other areas that align to that science of that curriculum, in this case, the science of reading. Then once you get that, you have to be trained using those materials with your knowledge on how to use them effectively with students. And the research says that's about a 2-year process to get really good with those materials. The first year you teach it with those materials, you're like, okay, but next time I do it this way. And by the second year, you're pretty good. And that takes someone helping you in professional development through that. So you see how many years, this is just one subject matter. If you're an elementary teacher, you're teaching 4 or 5 subject matters. This is just one. But we want to talk about how do we help get the initial training. A lot of our higher ed partners are here doing that every day with people coming out. But what do we do with people that are in the field? Are we then going to have really good curriculum adoptions at the local level that make sense, that are aligned to our standards? And then can we help in the training with those materials so that we have a robust system in place? You'll hear a lot more about that as they talk about the KASSA process. But here's what I'm going to be asking of you starting next month. This is the preview. Coming attractions, right? So not the main movie. You get all that today. Coming attractions. I just want to get you prepared because we're going to be urgent. We're going to be bold. And we'll ask in March as a receive item and then maybe for action in April. Expand letters training through 2026. I'll explain that later when we talk about ESSER funds, but let me just let you in on it. We've received permission from the U.S. Department of Ed to extend not any new money, Kathy, and we can't get excited about that, but we can use the money that we have through July 1 of 2026, and I'll go into detail with that this afternoon. But every elementary teacher, principal, pre-K, special ed, anyone working in elementary should be going through letters training, even if they did it in 2005, right? We should be doing that. We should expand assessment options at the classroom, school, and district level. I think, again, Michelle, you said one test on one day shouldn't tell us a whole lot. We should have assessments that teachers say I can modify, I can use, they're aligned to the standards. They tell me exactly what kids know and are able to do, and then I can do that again in 4 weeks or 6 weeks. We'll be bringing you even today. Olathe, as you know, is helping us do some of that work, Kansas City, Kansas, in terms of, but there'll be new assessment options aligned to the standards. And we have to expand our leadership training. We have to get about really working with existing principals and superintendents so they understand not only literacy, but how to lead and do that in an effective way to maintain really good teaching staff. And there's some great work that's been started around that. So, what we'll be asking again of the state board, we would expect all Kansas teachers in pre-K, elementary, and special education to demonstrate that they understand the knowledge, have the knowledge of the science of reading. You're going to be voting today on the pre-service teachers having that in their standards. What about the teachers that are in the field? I mean, they're going to be there. They're there now, and they may have gone through a different program. All administrators and instructional coaches, again, in preschool, elementary, and special education to demonstrate they know that. All reading specialists to demonstrate that they know. This is everyone that working in an elementary school, K5, K6, whatever the term of that elementary school is locally. So you're going to ask, rightfully so, Chair Haas, well, how would we know that? How would we know that they know that? We know that coming out of school because we're going to vote on those standards today. How will we know the ones in the field? How will they demonstrate that? We're going to bring you a couple of options. Shows that you successfully complete the training of all modules of letters. It's 2 years for elementary, it's 1 year for pre-K, 1 year for administrators. Or pass a new educational testing service reading exam or one that the Professional Standards Board and Shane brings to you. So option, paid for, we'll bring you paid for by ESSER funds at no cost to the participant. Go through the training, or hey, I had the training, I recently went through, but I never passed an exam. I'll pass the exam, one or the other. Both these options paid by ESSER funds by you. Other options is determined by the state board. So let's say McPherson College comes up with a micro-credential. You could say, or you could do the micro-credential. You will not have the ability to pay for all of those options, but you can certainly have other options that would show that teachers then that are in the field have that ready to do that. So I want to come back to this slide. That is very different than what we've done in the past, which is, well, maybe you want to do it, maybe you don't. What we'll be bringing to you is before someone completes a renewal of license with some time frame, that these things would be in place to hold a valid Kansas license. Even doing that, even getting that, I see Jim going, oh, well, that's getting serious. Jim asks it all the time, when are we going to get serious? Even if you did that, you're 6 years away from having that guarantee that everyone would have that. Does that make sense? Because you've got that long before someone would relicense, because they may have just relicensed and you have to wait till the next cycle. So it's going to take a while. Even if you do this by July 1 of 2024, there would be a time lag, you know, as people go through that. All right. So I would be happy to preview coming attractions. That's what I'm bringing you in March, as we think about taking the things that you've been talking about, that your priorities, and now putting it into practice to see if we can then affect students and families, which you want to see.
Start with Vice Chair Porter. Excuse me.
Thank you. This is exciting, and it is urgent. There's a thing that we need to, I think, consider, and this has been brought up by Dina and others. We need to make sure that the pre-service teacher, whenever they go to their internship or their student teaching, are placed with somebody that has that skill, so that they can see that modeled. You know, I hope there are enough of them out there that do that, but I think that we need to encourage the institutions of higher education to use that as a criteria, and school districts to use that as a criteria whenever they start placing student teachers, because we don't want a student teacher working with somebody that does it wrong. So that's just a comment, not a question, that's just a comment.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. All of you probably get the NASB standard at home, the NASB magazine. I do reviews for them, as a number of people across the country do, but this last one you got is all about high-quality instructional materials and helping schools obtain high-quality materials. And I hope you'll take the opportunity to read it, because you'll find out what other states are doing and what organizations we can turn to get help our schools, because I think we've talked about staff making recommendations, because every little school out there doesn't have time to research what's a great science book. And according to one of the articles in the magazine, only 16% of the science books that are out there are actually high quality. So I think we can provide a service to all the schools out there, helping them locate high-quality instructional materials. The other thing is, I guess, and we can talk about it later, but if the money runs out in 2026 that we have available to us, unless the legislature picks that up for training, Pittsburgh State doesn't have the capacity to train everybody by then. So is there a B plan?
So I'll get to
Okay.
a comment about your first statement around high quality. When the team is bringing you the new KASSA regs, those are the type of things that they're trying to build in, that we would have a list, if you would, that Hayes could say, oh, here's 6 that national organizations have, and we have vetted, and you can choose any at Hayes, but we would strongly encourage you to choose from one of the 6, because we know that's aligned to Kansas standards. That's one. And yes, Jim and Melanie and I have been working with Kansas Board of Regents on some proposals that would expand training centers past this amount. This would give us the impetus to get well down the road, and then there would be places where people could be trained, including the universities and colleges as they scale up micro-credentialing. So this kind of is that bridge, if you would, from there to that time.
And I'll just comment real quick that the publication that Ann's talking about from NASB, there are 2 NASBs. So the NASB that she's referring to is NASBE, and you can find the standard online. So you can download it there. I know they aren't printing as many as they used to, so I'm not sure if they still get mailed or not. Jim McNeese.
Thank you. Just to be clear, to continue having a teaching license in the state of Kansas, you have to pass the test
Or take the training,
or take the training
or any other option that the state board would agree to
within the next 6 years.
within the next cycle of the license. Yes. Now, I
And
would
we're
say,
paying for it.
well, my proposal to you starting in March would be we would pay for the first two options, the letters training or the assessment. There would be other options, a lot, maybe multitude, maybe you end up with 12 or 13, 14 options. Those would be at the expense then of the individual. Yes.
And this will go into effect as soon as we approve it?
I'm going to recommend July 1 of 2024.
Okay,
So just a few months.
okay. Thank you.
We're going to jump to Betty.
Thank you. One of the things that I tend to encounter, I mean, those people that have had the letters training certainly are excited about it, but it's those individuals that have not, that have voiced concerns or problems with trying to get the training. Is there a reason that this, I guess I'm trying to see how do we address those concerns to get everyone on board with the training?
I think those school districts, Betty, that have reimbursed their staff. I'll use Shawnee Heights as an example, where they trained all teachers and they paid their teachers to go to the training. And I think if you talk to Tim Halsey, the superintendent, he said it was widely successful, and they're already seeing results of it. But I think those type of things make a lot of sense. Kansas City, Kansas is doing it on every Wednesday, afternoon release time where they're training all their staff, which is a large staff in KCK. So Betty, I think there are ways in which to do that. We continue to offer cohorts both in the summer for those that don't want to use a sub and be out of the classroom. There's online options, there's in-person options. But it's difficult, and I've heard that. I think you all have heard that too. It's time consuming. But I think if you're serious about wanting kids to learn to read, you have to have some assurance that the people that are teaching have that knowledge to do that. The same would be true of STEM, same would be true of social studies. And you're having that assurance in how you're looking at the pre-service teachers coming out and the work that you've done with the colleges and universities. At this point, you have no assurance of all the people in the field. And that's, Betty, why I think we would need to continue to partner with local school districts to get this done.
I guess if I could comment further, because, you know, the problems that they are encountering would be like finding subs, which that's a problem, period. So there are some day-to-day things that I just wondered if there were any thoughts on how to address those. And I guess you're saying that they have the option of evening and summers?
Summer, online, yes. So we can do summer cohorts, we can do some online, some in person. There are options that we can provide. And right now we have about 6,000 Kansas teachers that have taken the training so far.
So
Betty,
let
we
me
need to-
be clear, they don't have to, it's not tied to when they are on the clock where they would have to get a sub. There are ways that are around that.
Yes, we could help,
Okay.
yes. But then that would be on their own time. So there's a trade out here. One is on time in which you're being compensated already by your district, but you need a sub. Other would be if my district's not compensating me and I do it outside of that time, then I may feel that I'm not being compensated. We think school districts can play a role in this and also compensating teachers for their time. I don't think anyone should ask people to do things that they're not compensated for their time. And we know substitutes are a problem. But this would give us a 6-year transition. And you've already been in it 2 years. So if you think about that, it'd really be an 8-year from the time you said, oh, let's do letters training. I think that's certainly, that's a fairly long period of time, Betty.
So that's a local, just when I talk to people or they're questioning me about that, that's a local decision then to compensate them if they were to do it outside of um, being at school,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay,
And many districts have done that.
okay,
Again, I'll use Shawnee Heights as an example.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Danny?
Thank you. This just, could we have a definition of high quality? Because we use that a lot.
Yeah.
And I'd like a specific definition.
Yeah, and we can do that, and we would not start that, but there are some third-party organizations that don't have a vendor interest that would help us in that. It has to be aligned, in this case, Danny, to the science of reading, and there are programs that are not. And then it has to be aligned to the Kansas standards. Those are the first two, but we certainly have to get a clear definition that everyone agrees to. Thank you for that.
And Dina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being a middle school teacher and sometimes high school, knowing that in middle school there are reading specialists, and particularly at the beginning of all of this, and knowing that kids haven't always had the availability of science of reading in their classrooms, I'm wondering if at least the reading specialists in middle school shouldn't be included in those kinds of training. So just a question, I know why we're focusing on elementary, and I think that's absolutely correct, but to help kids that have missed along the way, it just seems like it would be helpful if we also dealt with the reading specialists in middle school.
No disagreement, and I think that's why I'm kind of giving you the preview, and we're going to work on it in the next several months, is do you want to see that? We could extend that. Do you want to see even more middle school and high school? I think we're certainly open to that. That we kind of had, let's start pretty bold with elementary, but we're not opposed to that at all, and would certainly follow your lead. That's why I wanted to give you time to even start thinking about this before it's a receive item, so we could get definitions for you. We can bring back, say, any reading specialists. They're generally licensed K-12, but we could do that. Or some people have said, what about English language arts teachers at middle school and high school? Okay, well,
Yeah.
but then English language arts teachers would say, well, what about social studies? Because everyone teaches reading. I think we can look at all that. I was just trying to take a chunk right now and say, let's do this. But Dina, I think if the state board wants to expand beyond that, I don't think we would have any opposition. We certainly would not have any opposition.
Well, I'd certainly be in favor of it. And when I was still in the classroom, we were all expected to be reading teachers. So even myself, who people didn't think taught reading, but we read magazines, etc., about artists. So certainly we were doing reading.
Yes.
So I think eventually it needs to expand to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I know we're out of time. But Mr. Porter talks all the time about this is near and dear. It's near and dear to a lot of your hearts, this literacy, and STEM may be too. I get a little weary of people saying, well, our family's just not any good in math or science. Like, that's okay. I mean, I think that says something about the way maybe we've gone about approaching it. I learned to read in the 1960s from Dick and Jane and Spot, and that was not the science of reading. I was trained in school as an administrator under balanced literacy. I was. And we were very much into that with reading recovery. And, so I get a little defensive of people saying, well, that was harmful. It wasn't harmful. It wasn't the best way we now know to teach reading, right? And there were some kids that just didn't attach to it. And now we know better. And the question is, how soon can we then help everyone understand that so that we can help even more students and families be successful? That's really the bottom line. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next item on our agenda is the Citizens Open Forum. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Ed provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:35 a.m. The State Board, thank you. Okay. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. I have a timekeeper next to me, and any board, typically the board doesn't ask questions unless they have a clarifying question. I have 6 speakers today, and our first speaker is Representative Scott Hill. Welcome, sir. And as he walks to the podium, our next speaker is going to be Kim Goodman. So Kim can get ready. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Scott Hill. I'm a representative from Abilene, Kansas, and it is a great pleasure to be in front of you today. It's a new experience. I've been on that side, but never here. So, and Dr. Watson alluded to some age there, that like I was on the board a long time ago, but I have to mention that I saw Spot run too. And so we must be fairly close to the same age. Thank you so much for listening to what I have to say today. I want to talk to you about something that's a little bit difficult, and it's maybe not quite as feel-good as reading. I want to talk to you about school bus safety. And it's something that is very important to our community because we have had a problem with school bus safety. And your survey results show that in the state of Kansas, we have at least 1,000 people that daily drive by school buses when the stop sign is out. And this is appalling to me. And I think it's appalling to each of you as well. And I think it's time that we start to really focus and see if we can't do something about that. And I want to talk to you a little bit about 2 issues that have come to my attention. And there's going to be some other speakers today that talk about the tragedy that happened in Abilene. And let me just say that really shook and damaged our community and still is to this day. But we can have tragedy and not do anything about it, or we can have tragedy and do something about it. And one of the things that the board has suggested in the past, and there is a bill in the legislature right now, it is House Bill 2251, and I'm dedicated to bringing that bill to a hearing. I will be working on it. I don't think we're going to get it to a hearing this year because our time is basically out for hearings. I thought I had one scheduled and then it got jerked on me. So I apologize that we haven't had it, but that bill has a camera that takes pictures of people that run by school buses. And it gives us a way to identify who they are and fiscally punish them for that. And so I am supportive of that bill, and let's see if we can't get it done. The second thing I want to bring to your attention, I have visited with the department about changes in school bus regulations so that children are either picked up from curbside or off the road whenever possible. And we have that for school pickup and transfer situations, but we need it for home situations too. Thank you very much for your time. I apologize that I can't go into more detail. I would love to talk to you more about these issues in the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Goodman, and Kim will be followed by Elka Lorenz.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Kim Goodman. I am from Abilene. I am the aunt of this beautiful little girl, Cecilia Rose Graff. What I'm going to bring before you today, because I'm going to let her mom talk a little bit more about her, is I did a little survey of my own on surrounding districts around us and how they handled the curbside pickup. And just going to go run through quickly. And a lot of these are quotes from the directors of transportation there in their districts, or school bus members or school bus drivers. Chapman USD 475, their drivers will go 2 to 3 miles out of the way to pick up curbside. They want to keep their kids safe. They'll use driveways, turn around in driveways. A USD 475 Junction City, they do everything possible to make sure their students do not have to cross a busy road or highway. She said even if they go and that particular bus route cannot pick them up curbside, they will, if another bus is going by to pick them up curbside, they will make sure that they get picked up curbside. Clay County, USD 379, bus routes are specifically not designed when they design their routes so that students do not have to cross highways or roads. Riley County, USD 378, individual drivers make their routes. So their bus drivers make the routes, not the director. They do not let students cross highways that are deemed dangerous. So they do still have so we have a lot of county roads, so those county roads, gravel roads, they still let some of those students cross those roads, but any road deemed dangerous, they do not let them cross. Solomon, USD 393, 7 years ago, they changed their highway route because of a near miss, so they almost had somebody hit, and so they are also doing curbside. Wamego, also doing curbside. Abilene, after the death of Cecilia, they are doing curbside with exception, again, of gravel roads. Again, this is their policy. It is not a law. The concern is that these decisions, when these people leave their position or their post, or retire, they can just change that however they want to. So we would like to see Cecilia's law passed so that we no longer have to have parents go through a tragic loss as we have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your written as well. That is helpful. And I'm very sorry for your family's loss. Elka Lorenz, did I get that right? Yes. Welcome. And next will be Chris Whitehair. Oh, hang on, I skipped one. Next will be Lacey Graff.
Chairperson Haas, members of the board, Commissioner Dr. Watson, thank you for letting me speak before you this morning. I appreciate all the work you do on behalf of the students in Kansas. My name is Elke Lorenz. I'm the World Language Department head at Manhattan High School, the advocacy chair for the Kansas World Language Association, KSWLA, a member of the Seal of Biliteracy Advisory Committee, and the grandmother of 3 grandchildren in the Shawnee Mission District. I'm addressing concerns regarding the lack of room for world language learning for future Kansas high school students. I realize that there are many viewpoints to consider regarding high school graduation requirements. My concern regarding these requirements is the absence of mentioning world languages as part of a high school curriculum and the diminished capacity to add world languages to student schedules due to all other requirements they need to fulfill. This pushes world languages even more on the fringes of a traditional high school education than it already was. However, there are many important reasons why most students should take at least 2 years of the same language while in high school, and why many students desire to take more than 2 years of the same language. Students across the world learn other languages, many of them for up to 9 years, and many of them learn more than one other language. It is part of a world-class education which we claim in Kansas to provide to our students. Not having a world language requirement does not make learning a world language less important. Thousands of students in Kansas currently enrolled in a world language prove that. Unfortunately, with the new graduation requirements, we will have the added challenge of diminished electives high school students can take. It means that if a student starts taking a world language in 9th grade, they will no longer have room in their schedule to take 4 years of the same language, which is the path to AP Language and Culture courses, the path to a Kansas Global Seal of Biliteracy, and the path to many out-of-state and selective colleges and universities for our most outstanding graduates who will represent Kansas in the national and global economy, in the national and global workforce, in the U.S. State Department and other government entities, in U.S. embassies and consulates around the world, and in the armed forces, to just name a few. Since the inception of the Seal of Biliteracy in 2016, KSDE conferred hundreds of seals of biliteracy in Chinese, French, German, Japanese, Italian, Latin, Spanish, Vietnamese, and other languages. With the diminished opportunities to take world languages, the number of seals will decrease, and so will the admittance of the brightest Kansas students to highly selective colleges. That cannot be the intention of the implementation of the new requirements. Future high school students will barely have room in their schedules to take the Kansas Region scholarship requirements of 2 years of the same language. To remediate the situation, I hope that KSDE recommends to all Kansas school districts to begin world language learning at the middle school level, give high schools more leverage with the new requirements, especially for our outstanding students, students in gifted programs, and students who have a great desire to learn one or more language while in high school. All CTE pathways can benefit from students knowing other languages. Language learning promotes cross-cultural competence, enhances any career field, encourages national and international investment in our state, develops a workforce that is successful in working on diverse and international teams to collaborate on and solve global problems. Developing international perspective and advanced language proficiency as it relates to college and career readiness will ensure our nation's security and will support our statewide and regional economic development. Bringing several world languages to the middle schools will increase
Your time
electives
is up.
available there. Okay, thank you. I have more things to say. I have a handout there. Thank you very much.
I was going to say, do we have a written from? Yes. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have Lacey Graff, followed by Chris Whitehair.
I'm Lacey Graff. My daughter was Cecilia Graff. She was hit and killed by a car on September 9th, 2020. She had one lane of traffic to cross to get onto a school bus. The driver was a 15-year-old who could not judge the distance that she needed to stop in the rain that we were having that day. The worst day of my life was when I was at work and my husband called me and said that Cecilia had been hit by a car. I got to the hospital as quickly as I could and waited for them to bring my daughter in. I sat in the room with my husband and my sister and my brother-in-law, and I could hear them on the other room trying to bring her back to life to me. I never got to see her smiling face again. I'll never get to hear her laughter. My son lost a sister. My daughters lost a sister and a best friend. This tragedy has caused so much turmoil in my family. My son distances himself from others. My daughter suffers from PTSD, high anxiety, sleeping disorders, eating disorders, and that's just to name a few. My youngest daughter will never know her older sister. This has caused pain and caused problems in my marriage. I have high anxiety myself and sleeping disorders. this tragedy could have been prevented. And we owe it to our children to make sure that we keep them safe from the time they leave our homes to go to school, where that we promise they'll be kept safe until they get back home. I couldn't save Cecilia. I promised to always keep her safe if I could, and I failed her. I am begging you to please do something. No family should experience this. No community should have to go through this. I've met with the driver and her parents, and at 15 years old, this has changed her life. She will live with the knowledge that she has taken a life for the rest of hers. She knows this. This is preventable, so please do something to keep our children as safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that wasn't easy. Again, condolences on Cecilia. Chris Whitehair will be followed by Shane Kirchner.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me a few minutes this morning to represent Cecilia and my staff and our community. On that morning, I received a phone call on my way to work from one of my teachers. She had just witnessed the accident, and she was crying hysterically. She said, "I think it was one of ours." I could see she was wearing a uniform. My heart sank. It was just the most devastating phone call of my life. I said, "Hurry and get to school. I'll meet you there and we'll see what's going on." At school, within a few minutes, we had a flurry of activity. The local superintendent came and told me it did not look good, and it was one of our students. My superintendent came over and was there within 35 minutes. Our bishop came over. It was just shortly after that that I learned that Cecilia did not make it. Knowing that Cecilia's family was in such deep pain, the first thing I wanted to do was go to the hospital. So I did go to the room and tried to comfort them. Not a scratch on Cecilia's face, but obviously there was no life. Tried to comfort her parents, but I had no idea that our students had to cross a road to get on the bus. And this is not just a road in town where cars are going 30 miles an hour. This is a 55-mile-an-hour zone. And it was a 15-year-old driver, inexperienced. Just how tragic. It was just all so tragic. This has affected Cecilia's family. The one thing Lacey did not tell you is how much grace that they have shown through this whole thing. They forgave the driver. They have a very strong faith and understand that she did not mean to hurt Cecilia, and they forgave her and have shown so much grace through this whole thing. It has affected Cecilia's classmates. It's been very hard for them. My teachers and support staff, it's been very hard for us as well. The bus driver, he was following what he was supposed to do. The teen driver and her family are affected. Our parish and our community are affected. Cecilia was a beautiful, bright, vibrant child, so full of life. It's just such a huge loss. We just ask that you will consider doing anything that you can to prevent this from happening to another child. If we can do something so small and minor, even if it's a little bit more inconvenient, that if we can save the lives of children just by having curbside pickup, I ask that you would consider that in memory of Cecilia and her family. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Kirchner is our last speaker.
Good morning, Board and Commissioner Watson. I'm Dr. Shane Kirchner, Chair of the Teacher Ed Program at McPherson College, and I'm representing the Kansas Association of Private Colleges of Teacher Education, CAPCOTE. Over the last year or so, you've heard from several of my colleagues, most recently Dr. Bev Schottler from KICA, Kansas Independent College Association, talking about her work with our consortial program for dyslexia training, the science of reading, and our special ed program. This morning, I'd like to continue that conversation and look at additional initiatives that McPherson College and other private colleges in Kansas are working on. First, our nationwide teacher shortage and our current enrollment trends. At McPherson, we're projected to graduate 19 student teachers this year. Our 10-year average is 14, so we're a few above that, so that's good news. Anecdotally, from my colleagues and other private colleges, numbers have decreased in the last 5 to 7 years. As we know, everything's decreased a little bit, but they seem to have leveled out and they're fairly consistent the last several years. So we're looking at that as a good sign. And again, anecdotally, we're seeing an increase. At McPherson College, we accepted 7 new students to our teacher ed program in the fall. We're projecting 12 more for the spring, so that would be another 19. So we'll keep steady. The 19 who are leaving, we have another 19 coming into our program. Another thing of great concern that we're thinking about with the private colleges is the possible House Bill 2521, and there's a Senate bill as well that's equal, still in the committee level, but this is the one that would allow alternative licensure tracks for teachers from outside of the state of Kansas. Our understanding that this bill would allow individuals to obtain a full teaching license while bypassing most of the standards we deem important, this board deems important. The bill would undermine the work that we do in teacher education programs, but more importantly would create a fairly dramatic lowering of standards for teachers for our students in our state. As written, it appears, from our understanding, it appears that individuals could come to teachers with possibly not having to do any student teaching or any practicing experiences at all. They wouldn't have to take the same praxis test that our teachers have to take now. There will be an alternative that the programs would allow them to get into. Another great concern is some research gathered by Diane Ravitch, who is the former Undersecretary of Education for George W. Bush, showing that a lot of teachers prepared in some fast-track programs, of which this one is, they last very few years in the profession. 3 years and they're out, never to return. And that's not a good long-term fix. It may provide some quick teachers in a very big time of need, but it's not a long-term solution to those. So we encourage you to, we're certainly thinking to go against that particular bill. Capcoat members appreciate the work of the board and our partnership that we have, and we hope to continue our conversation as we come to these meetings on a regular basis. Thank you much.
Thank you. The State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:57 a.m. Thank you all for sharing your views with the board. The State Board will determine if any of the issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. The board will be taking a break in about another 15 minutes for anyone planning when to exit. And of course, you're welcome to go now. Our next speaker is Dr. Ben Proctor. We're going to receive at-risk funding and recommendation to the legislature.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the State Board and Dr. Watson. With me today is Mrs. Julie Ewing, and Julie is one of our Assistant Directors in Career Standards and Assessment Services, and she's led a lot of the work that I'm going to present to you today. I do have a couple of handouts for you. One is background information. Instead of putting a lot of information on our slides, our PowerPoint presentation, wanted to provide you with that background information. And a lot of this information is what we've been going over for the past several months related to the statute associated with at-risk education in Kansas. That particular document, it goes through the responsibilities of the State Board of Education, responsibilities of school districts. There's also information from the legislative post-audit report that was provided to the legislature in the summer of '23. And then we also provided information on just actions that we're taking, both from the board level and the department level, to address a lot of those concerns. The other document we'll talk more about in a moment, but it lists a lot of programs and practices, and I will get into that and what that means in terms of a potential recommendation that we would like to make to you to consider. So just to jump right in, you're aware that the board is to approve a list of evidence-based practices, and that's within the law. And part of the recommendations from the legislative post audit was to improve that list. What we knew and what they found was there are a lot of items that are on that list that we have had posted and in compliance with the law that we were not able to cite the evidence behind those things. And we weren't able to cite whether or not those programs and practices had evidence that supported students that would qualify for at-risk services. And there's some history there of how that list was developed, but we knew we needed to take some corrective action on that. That started with the expiration of any item on the list that was not in alignment with the science of reading. And so if you look at the list that's posted right now, you're going to see, I think there's 17 or 18 items that are listed as expiring because of that fact. And what Julie led and our team did was review each item on the list, and that's what I'm going to present to you, what our findings were through that analysis. So just the numbers breakdown here, and again, just the reference points on the handout show you what the law requires for an evidence-based program to meet. And so the number of programs that we reviewed, and I'm going to distinguish a little bit between programs and practices, and I'll talk to you about why that is and why that's important in terms of a potential recommendation the board could make to the legislature. And I'll also reference the legislative post-audit recommendation that's consistent with that recommendation. So we reviewed 165 programs that were on the original list and looked at it through the lens of whether or not those programs are peer-reviewed and that there are evidence that supports that the implementation of this program helps at-risk students. So there's 11 criteria that we've looked at in the past of student criteria that would qualify them for at-risk services. And we know that's different than what qualifies them or qualifies the district to receive at-risk funding. So of the 165 programs that we reviewed, 72 items met that peer review standard and 93 items did not. So 93 items we would say were not peer reviewed and did not have evidence that they support at-risk students based on research studies that have been conducted. The first recommendation from the legislative post-audit to the legislature was to remove the 5-year research requirement. You may remember talking about this a little bit. A lot of what they shared that we would agree with is a lot of the educational research doesn't extend to 5 years. It actually doesn't extend much beyond just that 1-year research period that the study was conducted. So we wanted to show you on that list of 165 items how many of those items we could find 5 years worth of research, 4, 3, 2, and any. And you'll notice that there are several in the report that the legislative post-audit gave to the legislature. That was a limited study, so they only reviewed about 40 items. We reviewed all 165. They found one that met that 5-year requirement. Of the 165, we found 9, and you can see when we reduced that number to 4, we found 3. Reduce it to 3, we found 3 additional. You really have to get down to is there evidence or not in order to have a substantial list. So that recommendation from legislative post-audit to remove that research period requirement really would allow us to then identify, and what those 72 items that we have listed here and that you have in front of you, all of those would meet peer review. There would be evidence to support that they help at-risk students when implemented within a school system. So we also reviewed 110 practices. So the list of items, and I'll show you the total breakdown here in just one second, but the list of items is just a running list of programs and practices, and really the difference comes down to the program is what is being used to support students, support those at-risk students, and the practice is how that's being done, and there's a lot of strategies that are listed as part of those practices. And so as we reviewed those practices, there were 110 total, and we found 79 in review of that there was evidence, and we would be able to cite the evidence or link to the evidence that those practices, those 79, there's evidence that they support at-risk students, and we could not find that evidence for 31. So the total numbers that, And the list that you have in front of you reflects a total review of 275 programs and practices, and 151 of those that we believe have an evidence-based peer review and they support at-risk students. So with the recommendation from legislative post-audit and with that standard being applied, we would recommend supporting that list that you have in front of you as an evidence-based list that would remove that 5-year research requirement. So the recommendation that we're bringing to the board, and I'll just read it to you, is to approve the evidence-based programs and practices list that includes 151 practices and programs that have peer-reviewed evidence to support at-risk students and may be used, this is another part of the statute, may be used to provide students with additional educational opportunities, interventions, and services above and beyond regular education services. So we feel like this particular list would put us in compliance with the law if that 5-year research requirement were removed as legislative post-audit recommended, and as our data would say is necessary if we're to have programs and practices that support at-risk students, a list of those that school systems could then use their at-risk funds for. So that second part of the recommendation would then be the board, on behalf of the board, recommending that 5-year research requirement be removed from the statute. So with that, and I'm happy to pause anytime if you have questions. I know it's a lot of information.
I see Betty's got her hand up, and then I've got one here.
Hey, if you could, thank you, Madam Chair. If you could clarify on the research, 5-year research, what kind of information would that actually provide?
So the 5-year research requirement would be looking at the differences in student performance over a 5-year period when that particular practice or program would be implemented. And what both legislative post-audit found in their review and what we would verify is that very rarely do you see that extensive period of time following students that would be receiving those practices or programs.
So, and just to follow up real quickly, this has nothing to do with the success rate of that program. It's not showing if this is actually meeting the targeted result. Is that correct?
So part of what that research requirement, or that period of research, it would directly relate to the success that those students would experience when that program or practice is implemented. And that's what's in the law as it defines an evidence-based practice.
I guess, and if I may, Madam Chair, I'm trying to find out, you eliminate the 5-year, I understand that, but it's not getting rid of something that would indicate, is this successfully reaching the targeted outcome?
That's correct. So we would maintain a standard that any program or practice that's on that list would have evidence to show that it has positively impacted at-risk students. So that's maintained. So anything that's on that list of items, let's see if I can go back here. So anything that's on this
All right, we had a little technical delay there. We are back. Next, I'm going to welcome for item number 8, Roxanne Zillinger, the Education Program Consultant for Special Ed and Title Services. Welcome. You can move that however you need to.
On. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Today we are celebrating 2 of 65 buildings across the country that received the Distinguished School Award. Here shortly I'm going to bring up the 2 schools from Kansas to present their story of how they've been successful. And their story, as last week in Portland, they received their award at the national level at the Elementary and Secondary Education Act Conference. The ESSER Distinguished Schools has 2 categories. Our first award is under Category 1, Exceptional Student Performance for 2 or more consecutive years. This award goes to Valley Heights Elementary, Blue Rapids in USD 498 Valley Heights. Their staff will come up shortly to speak. Our second award is under Category 2, Closing the Achievement Gap Between Student Groups, in which we use the poverty measure for the student groups and gap closure. This award goes to Wheatland Elementary School with USD 262 Valley Center Public Schools. I would like to bring both schools up to speak and take any questions, and then we'd like to have some photo opportunities after with these wonderful schools. Now ask the representatives from USD 498 Valley Heights Elementary School to come up.
Hi, my name is Titus Staples, and I'm the 3 through 6 principal at Valley Heights. I'm honored today to represent, as principal, an amazing group of educators back in the communities of Waterville and Blue Rapids, Kansas, about 45 minutes north of Manhattan. And our school is a 2A school, about 400 students. We have a pre-K 1-2 building, which Mrs. DeBoer is the principal of, in Waterville, a 3 through 6 building in Blue Rapids, and a 7 through 12 building that sits in between the 2 towns. And we won the ESSER Distinguished Schools Award 5 years ago. We were blessed to win it again this year. We won the National Blue Ribbon 5 years ago. We're blessed to win it again this year. And just speaking from my heart, it's about connections. It's about relationships. It's about family. And it's about a teacher whose kid doesn't have birthday snacks running to Dollar General and getting those birthday snacks. And every kid in our buildings gets connected up with an adult that they have a relationship and a connection with. But it's also about a lot of amazing educators doing a lot of amazing work. This is my son's first grade teacher 5 years ago, and he came into our district behind grade level and is now 2 grades above grade level because of the hard work of the educators in our district. But it's also a lot of amazing kids, and we just have the best kids in the state. I'm biased, but just a great team, just from the top to bottom, custodians, bus drivers, cooks, just loving on kids and doing what's best for kids. And we had a new employee 6 months on the job. Her house burned down, and everybody just rallied together and threw together a benefit supper for her, raised thousands of dollars, and she was just in tears in my office, just what that community did for her, you know. And so I just am blessed. It's my 5th year there. I'm going to turn over to Justine, who's got a pretty cool story for you guys.
So our adventure home from the ESSER conference was quite eventful, and as we were on our way home, I kind of started connecting how our journey home was kind of like our journey to success, and so I'm going to read you a little story. Our journey to success can be likened to our journey home from the National ESSER conference. After some bumps along the way of getting to our gate, we finally got to the plane thinking things were going fine and that we'd be smooth sailing in no time. Little did we know, things were going wrong, and our takeoff came to a screeching halt, and the captain came over the intercom and stated that our engine had failed. This intercom call was like the call we received in 2014 that our elementary school was being placed on watch by the state of Kansas due to low test scores. Just like the panic and emotions on the plane,
our staff worried about how we got to where we were and what we needed to do to fix it. On the plane, the pilots turned to the experts, the mechanics, to determine our next steps. We too turned to the experts, and we were provided a learning coach from the Kansas Learning Network, and we hired a reading specialist to reevaluate our core programs and how to begin implementing MTSS. We then partnered with TASN to further implement an intervention program and redo our entire core program. We were told we needed to revamp our core programs, just like we were told we needed to rebook our trip, which completely changed our schedule. This news was discouraging to us, as we knew we would have a long road ahead of us. However, we chose to stay optimistic and we accepted the challenge. At least we weren't already up in the air when the engine failed. At least there is a way to change the situation we're in and get the help we need to see student growth and achievement. Realizing there wouldn't be another flight out for several hours, we decided to pivot our plans and road trip the long journey back to Kansas. We knew the journey would be long, we knew it would be hard, but we also knew the reward of seeing our families would be great, just like we knew that putting in the hard work to improve our school system would reap great rewards. During both our journey home and our journey to success, we learned the importance of staying positive, checking in with each other, and having open communication, and monitoring where we were at and what adjustments we needed to make along the way, or what needs we needed to address to continue on in our journey. The amount of relief and joy we felt when we reached Kansas and each mile closer to home is like the relief and joy that we felt as we see our students and our staff succeeding. Although our journey home from the ESSER conference has thankfully concluded, we know that we still have a long journey ahead of us to continue to achieve a success. There will be ups and downs along the way, but we also know that working together, utilizing our resources, and staying optimistic will help us to continue to find success.
I'm kind of new to the district. I'm the superintendent at Valley Heights, Sean Spoons. We just want to congratulate all of our staff members for the process, and that means even those that are not here now, they've retired or no longer employed. This process took a long time for them to get to this point, to earn the back to, I'd say, every 5 years, the Blue Ribbons Award and the National ESSER Distinguished Award. At this point, we need to look at where we're at now and what goals we're going to set moving forward. And I think this is going to help us project us towards utilizing the Kansas Can Star Recognition Program to help us achieve the next level. We've already reached a couple of mountains, peaks, as far as the Blue Ribbon Award and also the Distinguished Award. And now we're going to look at using that Kansas Star Recognition Program to get to the next level and give us those goals in the future. We want to thank our board here, State Board of Education, and also all those that helped us get to this point where we've actually been able to make these awards. So we appreciate it and thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So next up, we have representatives from Wheatland Elementary School with USD 262, Valley Center Public Schools.
I'm Rachel McLaren, the proud principal of Wheatland Elementary, and I would like to introduce Addie Tripp, one of our kindergarten teachers, and Jamie Burbach, our learning support specialist, which is kind of like an interventionist. And I want to thank our superintendent, Greg Lear, for attending with us today. We are a K-3 building with 350 students. We have 43.1% free and reduced lunch students. So that's kind of where our category came in of reducing the reducing the achievement gap. And we did want to show you a video. Our director of communications made this to kind of highlight things. And part of the reason we wanted to share it with you is it does highlight some of our amazing students and amazing teachers that made this possible. Maybe. Maybe not. We might have to wing it. Let's see. A few minutes later, my phone rang and it was Randy Watson. He said he had some great news to share. That Wheatland Elementary had been selected as a National Title I Distinguished School for closing the achievement gap between student groups. I cried. I was just so surprised, and this was such an honor, just a recognition of the hard work that our staff has put into every day for the last 5 years. I'm Rachel McLaren. I am the proud principal at Wheatland Elementary School in Valley Center, Kansas, and I have been here for 5 years. As you all know, academic growth requires a very strong commitment to a common goal, a clear vision. In Valley Center, that begins with our vision to be a premier school district known for excellence in education, innovative instruction, outstanding programs, and dedication to students. That clarity and focus ensures that every decision we make is through a lens of how it supports student growth and their future success. At Wheatland, teams meet weekly to discuss data and make instructional decisions. One of our teachers describes this process as giving each child a Goldilocks challenge. Instruction that is not so easy that it's boring, not so difficult that it is frustrating, but at just the right level to maximize their growth. During team meetings and PLCs, we also look for ways to overcome obstacles that staff and students may be facing. We ask the question, is each student responding to instruction? And if that answer is no, we create systems of support to meet those challenges, no matter the size of the problem. From lunch friendship groups to extra shoes and coats to a hug in the hallway, every obstacle that we can overcome helps continue the focus on our common goal. This is the heart work that makes the hard work possible, one of the many areas our staff shines. We take pride in the family feel of our school. Gone are the days of my students. They are all our students, and each staff member, from our custodians to our PE teacher, feels committed to making sure students belong and feel successful. We believe that Wheatland's success is a direct result of our staff who are highly committed. They reflect and make decisions as a team with each student in mind, all while maintaining that common goal and clear vision. So I wanted to take a moment to allow our teachers to talk a little bit about what makes us successful.
Since our math scores have consistently improved, we want that same level of improvement for reading. So our current goal is to focus on our reading improvement. We have proven to ourselves that when we work together on a common goal, that we're able to do it. We take all of our strengths and all of our weaknesses and we work together to make sure that each student is receiving the same success stories across the board. There is not one grade level or group of teachers who can do this alone. It takes all of us to set and meet our goals. We look at each student and see what they need to be successful in meeting the goal we have in place as a building. Our goal is showing a year's growth in a year's time, and that looks different for each of our students.
Our school has worked really hard to become data literate. We have weekly team meetings that are focused on student performance. We use FastBridge 3 times a year to look at students' risk levels as well as their growth. We use progress monitoring between benchmarks to determine if our interventions are successful. Every month, we use a stoplight data system to determine if students are responding to instruction for reading and math. If not, we determine what additional supports each student might need. These cycles allow us to be responsive to student needs and maintain high expectations for all students.
We also have focused on our engagement being interactive. We want two-way communication between our families and our staff. Instead of talking to staff and families, we strive to speak with staff and families. We consider all staff as educators, and we're all focused on what we can do to make each learner successful. We also wanted to take a brief moment to thank you for the opportunity to attend the National ESSER Conference in Portland and just share what we took away from the conference. Our district has an empty chair philosophy. We can keep an empty chair in each meeting to help us remember that all of our decisions are centered on students. After attending the conference and listening to the keynote of Rebecca Peterson, she was the 2023 National Teacher of the Year, we're now processing how do we take that empty chair and pull it up to the table, give more voice to our students. Rebecca Peterson spoke about having grace for students. We don't think that means making excuses for them, but making room for them at the table to get a better understanding of who each student is, what they need to be successful. It's about buying into who our students are, who our families are, so that we know when they need extra support and what extra support to give them.
Miss Peterson had all of us in tears in Portland. She was absolutely amazing. She talked about how her first year, like, it was really a struggle to remain positive and to not just see the negatives that bring you down in education. Just the day-to-day, the nitty and the gritty, trying to make sure all of your students are happy. She stumbled upon a One Good Thing blog, and so she took it upon herself to write something good from every single day. She started her road as national teacher with 1,400 entries. So just taking that back to our building and finding a way for all of us to encompass finding that one positive thing in our day. We all know that education is tiring, but it's worth it. And so just finding that positive thing and being able to take that one positive thing that's going to build into seeing everything as positive and everything as a way to grow and pushing us all to be on the same page. Another one of the presentations that we went to also talked about having just one small goal, taking one small step each day. And I think us having a mindset of finding that positive is going to help us make those small goals more achievable for us and our students.
The other area that we were really challenged in was Dr. Karen Mapp was a keynote speaker who talked about family engagement. And she challenged us to think about, are we doing family involvement or family engagement? And the difference is family engagement is a two-way communication with families. We aren't telling them, we're listening. We're talking about what are their hopes and dreams for their children. It's a collaborative practice and it values all voices. Using Dr. Mapp's framework, that we hope to revamp our practices to make sure that we are doing family engagement, not just family involvement.
And then finally, our last takeaway was we just felt reinvigorated. On Thursday, we had an amazing keynote speaker that just helped us remember our why. And then we wrapped up Thursday with a school, and I can't remember the name of the school, I should have written it down, that just really helped us think through and question what are our next steps to continue this journey to success. Because success for students is not a finite place. We want to continue to grow from where we are and figure out where do we go from here? What is the ceiling? There really isn't one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a question. I don't have a voice today. We have a question from Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, let me congratulate both of you because you have exemplified the difference that it makes when you show the students that you care. And it just warms my heart hearing from both of you. There's one thing that I really would love to have the superintendent from Valley Heights elaborate on, if I could, please. You mentioned that you make sure that each student is connected to an adult. That connectivity link is so vital and so important in the education of students. So if you could just elaborate on how you actually get that connective link in place, I'd love to hear just a little bit more about that. Thank you.
I think the big part is relationships, and we do a really good job in our district working on passion and purpose, and I feel like that really helps us with that connection piece.
Are you good, Betty? Okay. Board members, any other questions, comments? All right. Congratulations to you all. These awards are kind of a big deal, so we do want to take some pictures if you want to come on up. I will let someone
team is so grateful for the opportunity to be able to recognize the hard work of Kansas child nutrition professionals today through the presentation of the Kansas Certificate in Child Nutrition Management. The Kansas Certificate in Child Nutrition Management was initially endorsed by the State Board of Education in 2015, and so I would like to say a special thank you to board members Horst, McNeese, and Porter for serving on the state board in 2015 and for their initial support and endorsement of this certificate. So I think we would all agree that working in leading child nutrition programs is a very challenging job, and a job that requires a wide range of knowledge, skills, and abilities that are essential for success. And by completing the 120 hours that are required of the certificate, our child nutrition certificate recipients today have demonstrated their commitment to Kansas students, to the profession of child nutrition, and most importantly, their passion to serve. And so our first recipient today is Lisa Morris. And I don't believe that Lisa is here yet, but Lisa, she is? Lisa's hiding behind the pillar. All right, Lisa, please come up here and join me. So Lisa is our first recipient of the certificate, and Lisa is the Food Service Director of USD 440 Halstead Bentley and has worked in school nutrition programs for the last 7 years. Lisa shares that the most rewarding aspect of working in child nutrition programs is knowing that she is taking care of children and making sure children are eating a healthy, balanced meal while they are in the care of the school and her school food service team. So congratulations, Lisa. Our next recipient is Glenda Johnston of Spring Hill School District. Glenda has served children in school nutrition programs for over 33 years. Wow is right. Glenda is currently employed by the Spring Hill School District as the Nutrition Services Coordinator, and Glenda shares that the most rewarding aspect of working in child nutrition programs is knowing that she plays an important part of a child's education. And Lisa is joined today with her Food Service Director, JC Dalton. So congratulations, Glenda. Our next recipient is Kathy Schultz, and Kathy Schultz is unable to join us today, but Kathy is from the Dodge City School District, and Kathy began her career in child nutrition programs in November of 2001 at Sunnyside Elementary School in Dodge City. Kathy is currently the Food Service Director of USD 443, and Kathy shares that she joined the school food service team at Dodge City in 2001 to be able to spend time with her young children. And now that her children are grown, that she still finds it extremely rewarding to work with children. And Kathy goes on to share, they depend on me for good quality meals, they look up to me, they smile at me, and I have a great staff to work with me and support me. I also have great mentors with the KSDE staff, and we did not tell her to say that, but we appreciate the acknowledgement. They are always willing to help me in any possible way. I love my job and I love what I do and am very proud to be working for school nutrition programs. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity for such wonderful recognition. And I would just like to share something personal about Kathy. I met Kathy when I joined the Child Nutrition and Wellness team back in 2006, and I was a child nutrition consultant living in Garden City. And from the moment that I met Kathy and her mother, Lola, who was also a manager for the Dodge City School District, I knew that I was in the right place because Kathy and her mother were exactly the type of folks that I wanted to be able to work with. And so I told Kathy I was going to share probably something a little embarrassing and really rave about her and the great work that her team does. So she knew this was coming, even though she can't be here with us today. Our next recipient is Nancy Horton, and Nancy is from USD 449 Easton, and Nancy has over 26 years of food service experience, with 23 of those years working in child nutrition programs. Nancy is the food service director for USD 449 and shares that what she enjoys the most about working in child nutrition programs is being able to work with a team of professionals who thrive to do the best for their students. Nancy states that it is a blessing to serve her community and to be able to make a small and sometimes big difference in the community as a whole. Our next recipient is Kathy McAfee. Whoops, I got a little trigger happy with the mouse. Kathy, come on up. Kathy has worked in child nutrition programs for 35 years and has served students in the middle school and high schools in Wamego. Kathy currently serves as the food service manager at Wamego Middle School and shares that the most rewarding aspect of working in child nutrition programs is the relationship with students and staff and helping to nourish students with healthy meals so they can participate in their daily activities. And Kathy is joined today by Laura Fales, and Laura is the food service director at Wamego. So congratulations, Kathy. And our last recipient is Heather McPherson. Heather is the food service director of USD 103 Cheyenne, and although she couldn't join us today, her child nutrition consultant, Rachel Schifferl, shared these words about Heather. Heather has always had a thirst for knowledge and has strived to do her job correctly from the moment she was hired as food service director at USD 103. She started with very little food service experience, but was granted KSDE approval of a director candidate professional development plan by Cheryl Johnson in August of 2021. In just 2.5 short years, Heather has really grown in her knowledge by taking many classes through KSDE and always does her best to put the kids and their needs first. She has really enjoyed exposing kids to a wide variety of fruits and vegetables through the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable program this year and is working towards incorporating more farm to plate or more local items in her programs. Heather is a joy to work with, and I look forward to seeing all of the things she does for USD 103. And those are our 6 recipients, so I think that unless there are questions from the board, I think we are ready to take some pictures. Yes. All right, so can we have, I think we could first start off with Lisa from USD 440 Halstead, so come on.
portion. We will be back at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back. We are ready for agenda item number 10. I want to welcome Guy Shoulders, Agriculture Education Consultant and FFA State Advisor.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Much better weather than when we were here last time, and it got to, so I appreciate you guys bringing in the good weather this time. Before we get to our main guest, I'd like to introduce a couple of our state officers who were in the neighborhood today. They couldn't be here when we had our meeting last time because they were two of the crew that was in Australia at that time. That's why they look so tanned, I guess. But we have Cecilia Newby from Labette County and Sage Taves from Canton Galvin. They're serving as state officers this year for the state of FFA Association. So welcome them here. You know, we talked a little bit last time, and I'm just going to refresh your memory. I put a copy, or they put a copy of the creed in both English and Spanish in case you can speak multiple languages like our honored guest today. But so you can kind of follow along with what her presentation is. The creed, as I spoke before, last year is something that's learned by FFA members. They're generally their first year in agricultural education. It's the basic beliefs of the organization, and as part of their initiation process into FFA, members are under constitutional requirements to earn their first degree of membership in FFA, to know about the history of the FFA, know the aims and purposes, and to be familiar with the FFA creed. And born out of that was a competition for creed, the creed contest, and whether it's in English or Spanish, it's basically the same thing. Students are required to say the creed from memory, all 5 paragraphs without missing a word, and then answer questions over the creed and their interpretation of the creed, their feelings about the creed, their personal goals, and those types of things. And it's scored on how well their presentation is, and then their ability to articulate the answers to the questions that come from the judges. The Spanish Creed contest is the same way, with this caveat that is all given in Spanish, and the questions are all taken and received in Spanish as well. So don't expect the questions today for you all to come in Spanish, but she could handle them if they were. So we'll just go that way. Our special guest today is Maria Sibian Vasquez from Uniontown. She was the national winner in the first ever invitational Spanish creed speaking contest in Indianapolis this last fall in conjunction with the National FFA Convention. We were honored to have her represent Kansas, and she's presented the creed in Spanish a number of times to promote her win and to promote Kansas FFA. And because of that, this spring at the State FFA Convention, and she doesn't even know this yet, but because of Maria's success and the notoriety that she's brought to Kansas, we are going to have and host the first ever Kansas Spanish Creed speaking contest this year at our State FFA Convention. So with that, I would like for you all to meet Maria Sibian Vasquez. Maria?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. El credo de FFA por E.M. Tiffany. Creo en el futuro de la agricultura, con una fe que no nace de las palabras, sino de los hechos. Logros conseguidos por las generaciones presentes y pasadas de agricultores, en la promesa de días mejores, a través de mejores maneras, así como creo que las mejores cosas de las que gozamos hoy han llegado a nosotros como resultado de las luchas de años anteriores. Creo que vivir y trabajar en una buena finca o dedicarse a otras actividades agrícolas es agradable y al mismo tiempo es un reto, porque conozco las alegrías e inconvenientes de la vida agrícola y mantengo una afición innata por aquellas asociaciones que no le negaré ni siquiera en horas de desaliento. Creo en nuestro propio liderazgo y en el respeto a los demás. Creo en mi propia capacidad de trabajar de manera eficiente y de pensar con claridad. Con cuántos conocimientos y habilidades pueda adquirir. Y en la capacidad de los agricultores progresistas para servir nuestros propios intereses y el interés público en la producción y la comercialización del producto de nuestro trabajo. Creo en menos dependencia de la caridad y más poder en la negociación, en la vida abundante y en que haya suficiente riqueza honesta para ayudar a que así sea, tanto para los demás como para mí. Sin necesidad de caridad y más de ella cuando sea necesario. Creo en ser feliz y en ser más honesto con aquellos cuya felicidad depende de mí. Creo que la agricultura de Estados Unidos puede y debe mantenerse fiel a las mejores tradiciones de nuestra vida nacional y que puedo ejercer influencia en mi hogar y en la comunidad, que se mantendrá firme por mi parte en esta inspiradora tarea. Gracias. Thank you.
That was beautiful.
Thank you so much.
So we weren't coached. We didn't know that there were questions. You could have given us the judges' questions and we'd be ready. I'm curious, what to you is the most important part of the creed?
In my opinion, I think just everything. All the paragraphs in the creed have such an impact in my life and such a personal connection that I really can't choose. They all connect to my life and my personal experiences since I was a little kid.
Got a question from Jim Porter.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very impressive, and we really appreciate you being here. I'm sure that you'd much rather be in class, and you sacrificed to have to come here today.
I did.
And we really, and all of you, we really appreciate the fact that you gave up that opportunity. What questions were you asked? Please answer in English. Which questions were you asked whenever you were in the competition?
It's kind of tough for me because I have to translate them in my mind.
Okay. If that's not a fair question, I can come up with something else.
Yeah, so they asked me multiple ones. There was 3 rounds, so in total I was asked 9 questions. The most hard one that I thought I struggled with the most that I remember is the best traditions of our national life, including what are some of the struggles that are faced right now in the agriculture and what are the joys of it. And I think it was, what is your favorite line of the creed? Those are the ones I can remember. Yeah. The rest I can't really think of it.
And when and how did you learn to be fluent in English? Since we've already discussed that Spanish is your first language, right?
Yes. So. It has been since I was a little girl. I was raised in Mexico, in Guadalajara, Jalisco, and my family decided to move. I was actually born in California, but we moved to Guadalajara, and that's where I was raised. So when I was about 10 years old, my family decided to move to California again, and that's where I started learning English in 3rd grade elementary.
Okay, thank you. Again, very impressive, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
We have a board member on Zoom as well, so I'm looking up at Betty there in the corner. Any questions or comments from other board members? Okay, are we doing, oh, Commissioner.
So let's go back to the creed, agriculture, and then your family journey.
Yeah.
And you said, the creed means so much about your own life and your family's life. Just maybe espouse on that, what's the current, why are you an FFA? and what does it mean to you, and what does it mean to your family, and how's that creed actually played out for you and your family?
Yes. So my FFA journey began when I was in 7th grade. And to be honest with you guys, it's amazing. I can't believe that I'm doing this right now because I was the most shyest individual ever. Like in my school, I would always have my hood on. I refused to talk. I was very shy. And so one of my advisors from California, he usually in California, there's not many middle schools that have an FFA chapter. And he came from the high school where there was an FFA chapter, so he wanted to make that a possibility in the middle school where I was at. And he asked me to be one of his officers. So I served as his chapter secretary that year, and that really helped me get out of my comfort zone, and that's where everything just began. I grew a passion for it. And not only that, the creed means a lot to me, not just because of FFA, but because since I was little, I was raised around agriculture. I was raised in some of the dairies with some of my dad's friends, and in Mexico, when I was raised there, my grandfather's town, Navidad, Jalisco, is basically all agriculture. So that's where I was raised, and it just means a lot to me, and I have a personal connection with the creed because of that.
Would you introduce your family to us, please?
Yes, I would. So my mom, her name is Vanessa Vasquez. And that's my brother, the one with the kilt. His name is Oscar Cibrian. And my father, his name is Fernando Cibrian. Thank you.
We have a commemorative newspaper article for you, and I think we're probably going to do a quick photo.
And I mentioned to you that we're so glad that you're here in Kansas and you left California to come to Kansas, so that we could help share your talents here in our state.
Thank you so much.
And thank you all for making the trip today. Kelly Cheney, welcome back.
Well, thank you. It is wonderful to be back at this podium. It's not often that we get to share information about child nutrition programs twice in one day. So we're very excited to be here, and I'm even more excited to be able to showcase some of the work that is being done by our students in Kansas. But before I turn it over to the Valley Falls team, I just want to provide a little bit of background information regarding how we got here today. So the fiscal year 2021 Team Nutrition Training Grant is a really great example of the work being done to build state capacity and a sustainable infrastructure to develop, standardize, prepare, test, and menu recipes in school meals programs. And what sets this particular grant apart from any of the other grants that KSDE has administered in the past is that with this particular grant, we challenged teams of students to develop recipes that incorporate Kansas agricultural products. And the recipes that the Valley Falls students will be sharing with you today are enabling a repository of school meal recipes that reflect local agricultural products. And one of the really cool things about this particular grant and the work that these students are doing is that these recipes will be shared across the nation. And after being vetted by USDA through the Team Nutrition team, they will be available for every single school in the United States to be able to prepare and serve in their schools. So pretty darn amazing. But before I turn it over again to the Valley Falls folks, I quickly just want to provide an overview of the grant activities to just really help illustrate the impact that the recipes have had and will have on Kansas school meals, culinary training for school nutrition professionals, and just meals served across the nation. So we started the grant activities off with a recipe challenge. And as I said, we challenged student teams to develop recipes incorporating local agricultural products. So our team received all of the recipes. We then consulted with an advisory council and a chef consultant to review those recipes. And from the recipes submitted, we selected 5 semifinalist recipes to test and work on standardizing. The recipes that the team submitted were for about 6 servings. So we had to scale those recipes up to 100 to 200 servings. So that's where that standardized process came in place, because if we're going to share recipes with the whole nation, we need to make sure that we've got recipe instructions that anybody can follow, that they make sense, things like that. And so we tested these 5 recipes in 4 schools across Kansas, and we picked small districts, large districts. We tested in Shawnee Mission, we tested at Manhattan Catholic, we tested in Haven, and we tested in Hutchinson. And I will have to say that it was a pretty rigorous testing process. In order for these recipes to even be able to move on to even get to this point, each recipe had to achieve an 85% student acceptability rating. Now, you probably can't even get that high of a rating with chicken nuggets. So that's pretty impressive. And so we had our school food service staff where we tested, provide input as far as, well, I don't have muffin tins, but I have sheet pans and we can make muffin tops instead of muffins, things like that. So we really got the feedback from the school nutrition professionals preparing these meals as well as the students, right? Because we want to make sure our most important customer, the students, right, they like these recipes. And so after we standardized the recipes, then the Child Nutrition and Wellness team conducted 3 regional culinary trainings across the state. And we brought in school nutrition professionals, and we worked with KSU Olathe and Wichita State with the technical college and to train school nutrition professionals. And as part of that training, they learned culinary skills to be able to prepare the recipes. So that's another really cool component of this grant. And where we are at right now is that these recipes have all been submitted to USDA, and they are being vetted, they are being reviewed, they are being tested. They have reached back out to me with questions about a few things. And so that's where we're at right now. The ultimate home of these recipes will be located at the Institute of Child Nutrition, and there will be this digital database of recipes. So again, pretty cool. So anyway, all right. So again, the teams were challenged to develop these recipes, and on the teams, not only were students a required team member, but they were also required to consist of family consumer science educators, school nutrition professionals, and local producers. So the very local ag products that are incorporated into these recipes, they had to identify a local producer to be involved with the recipe development. And each of the teams that submitted a recipe did receive a $200 subgrant to purchase the supplies to be able to prepare and test those recipes in their schools. And something that is really also unique about this particular grant is not only did we have some very unique local ag products like aronia berries, which they're going to share a little bit more with you in just a few minutes, but we had items like sorghum flour. We also had sunchokes. Sunchokes are also called Jerusalem artichoke. They're actually a native sunflower here in Kansas. They're like a potato, a tuber. And so we had beef, chicken, eggs, and then of course local grains. So we had the whole gamut of local ag products being incorporated into the recipes. And so our other two winning teams that we had are from USD 282 West Elk, and we had the Patriot Dominator and Patriot Protector. And we've got a picture up here. This was back in October when the award was presented to them. And their winning recipes were the Papa Chalky Muffins featuring sorghum flour. The sorghum flour is produced out in Scott County. And then they also had the pumpkin bar recipe, also featuring sorghum flour. And we have our Valley Falls team. So we were, when did we come and present the award? Was that in December? Okay, in December. We present in school-wide assembly. They were presented their plaques and their banners and recognized for their great work that they have done. And their winning recipes are the Kansas granola. And I'm not going to go into the details about their recipes because that's what they're going to do. But the Kansas granola featuring oats and then eventually popped wheat berries. And the wheat berries are produced out in Ellis County in Hayes. And then the Berry Delicious applesauce featuring aronia berries. So what a beautiful picture. And then inspired by these two recipes is the Kansas Prairie Parfait. So it's a combination of yogurt, the Berry Delicious applesauce, the granola, and then we've got some aronia berries on top. And then I just wanted to quickly show you a picture of some of the culinary trainings that we did. And the picture on the right, you can see the school nutrition professionals preparing the Berry Delicious applesauce. It is absolutely stunning. The color of the applesauce is amazing, and it is very delicious. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it back over to the Valley Falls team, and they can share with you their work.
Before you, let me introduce the kids as they bring around our very delicious applesauce and our Kansas granola. Is that what it's called? Is that right? But this is Addie Moore. She was a freshman when we started. Now she's a junior. Corey Kirkwood, senior. Izzy Thompson, senior. That's right. Yeah, there's blank. I told you I'd do that. Allison Thomas. Did I get him back a step? No, okay, gotcha. And Randy Gatzmeyer, and all seniors. We had a fun time, and it was a project that was, go ahead and hand them out, kids. I'll start, and then I'm gonna let you guys come share some stuff. We ended up, I thought, when I heard about the project, I think it was at a summer workshop, and I thought, this kind of sounds okay. might be able to get kids interested in this. And then when I saw the guidelines, it was pretty stringent. And I thought, this would be a great final project for kids to come up with. And then we had an opportunity of the grower, Danny Shealy and his family up around Effingham, up around northeast Kansas. And he offered us to come pick aronia berries. And I thought, what aronia berries? What are these bushes? I didn't even know what it was. Well, if you ever had a chokeberry, or if you ever ate one, you put it in your mouth and it's like, ooh, it's just like really dry. But when you mix it with stuff, it's really good. And once you learn the nutritional value of these berries, you're all gonna want some. But the growers have a hard time really marketing them because it's just hard to do for them. So I thought, well, we're gonna try, and we welcome this opportunity and to be able to share. And what we did, we went and picked the berries, and then the kids, I challenged them with, well, how are we gonna use them? You know, they found different recipes. I think 3 or 4 of our challenge recipes had the berries in them. Like we had also tried a apple crisp and put some berries in it. And this was, I think when we tried it, that recipe, the parfait, we made aronia berry jam. And so we put that with it. And it was really pretty, and I searched up our application because the kids like, we kind of forgot about this. This was 3 years ago. And but what was neat was it has come around to being all your hard work has paid off. Randy, your group did the smoothie. And there's 3 of them. One of our students, Ava, is not with us. She moved schools. But they kind of divided up their activity. And you want to share what your job was versus what Ava and Izzy?
Me and Izzy, and then our third member, Ava, she was like pretty much, she was
a smoothie queen, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
And she had the idea, and her and Izzy did a lot of the actual making and getting right of what we made. And I did a lot of more of the paperwork.
And the sampling.
Yeah.
Because we sent samples to kids, and they had to, give us a smiley face, yes, thumbs up or whatever. And can you taste a little bit of a tartness, Tad? It's tamed a lot with banana as well. And then the pears that are in it, when we did the recipe, remember we processed those pears. So we were using stuff that we had processed ourselves, and thought, oh, we could use this up and try it there. And I think we even tried it without the pears and more apple. And the pears
we
tried
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we tried it. I think the pears really brought in a taste that I thought they'd be more, I don't know, not smooth, but it really helped. And the kids liked it with the pears combination. Izzy, do you remember anything you want to say about, what would you like to say about it? How about, do you remember a nutrition fact about the berries? Your task, you helped Ava.
Yeah.
And were you the testing queen?
Yeah, it was really good.
Okay, so that was the smoothie. And then Allison, I'll let you talk about, and Corey, where's Addie? Did she come back yet? You guys did this was a different project. And then honestly, where's Addie? We were totally shocked that this was even in it. We knew the aronia berries was, because it was different, totally different, and like this would have an effect. But Addie, step up here, sweetheart. Your you went different directions. Remember why you started with this?
So we started originally with the soy yogurt. We wanted to have our ingredient as the soy for students that couldn't have milk. And then we were having trouble sourcing the soy from Kansas. So we kind of switched directions and decided to look at the granola. And ironically, my family had made some granola a few days before, so we tried it out and put on the aronia jam, and it was pretty good. So.
And then we thought, I raise oats. oats, beef, and all that, you know, so it's like, shoot, that'll be just fine. No, we don't, our oats are for cattle, not for human consumption. So, Kelly's help on that with, so the wheat berries was like really new to us. And honestly, I had to look for them and try to find out where do we find these berries, and ended up, Kelly helped us, and they were, Leonard's down here has them in with a lot of Kansas products, and like, so we bought them out. So if you want to go get some, I don't think they're going to have any, because we wanted to make the recipe. And like she said, those recipes, as you see, it's for 100. So if you want to go make them at home, have your calculator out. But the wheat berries give it a little crunch. And whenever I was looking up to find them, and it was coming up with wheat, like to make flour. No, that's not what I need. And then I finally found the source. I can't remember the name of that. Snack Sun. That's right. And I messaged that company, and hopefully they might be out there listening, because I told them about our opportunity to use their wheat berries, and hopefully the recipes will advance. And honestly, I think we ought to put them together. I think you ought to put the granola on top of and I think it might be a hit too. Add some whipped cream to that. I think that'd be delicious. Addie and Corey, what do you think? What was, I remember you guys coming up with the yogurt, and making yogurt out of soy was a challenge.
Yeah, we had like a lot of problems with it, so we had to like constantly like try it out with different things and like test it, because it was a whole process that we had to do.
That was a huge learning
trial and
process.
error.
Right.
So.
'Cause we never made yogurt before either. So,
yeah.
And then to make soy yogurt, and then I think we even tried doing it with maybe
We tried oat milk.
oat milk too.
Yeah.
And I think that would work out so good. But I think you might have had the idea of putting it in as a parfait. Am I right? Maybe? Yeah. No, I had all my students doing this project. So I think we entered 9 recipes, but for the whole project to get done at the end before school was out, I was pushing. It was a true final. 2 recipes didn't make the money cut because I couldn't get them to finish those fine details that they needed to. But it's like, we had 7 good ones, so let's don't worry about it, you know. And I think the recipe a couple that didn't make it might have had too much salt or this or that, and then it's like group of boys like, well, we like it, who cares, you know. But anyway, it was a good experience, and we thank you for the opportunity to really put farm to plate and putting Kansas on, putting your state on the plate, wasn't it? Yeah. I can always say it backwards, but and our nice banner, it's pretty cool. Yeah. So we haven't figured out where we're going to put it in the gym yet, but we'll put it somewhere. And the nice plaque was very nice. We appreciate that. Questions?
I have a quick question. So what would you say to fellow students to get them interested in the program? This was obviously this lasted over a year if you started as a freshman and now you're a junior. But what would you say to other students to get them involved? What's the best part? What was your...
I think it was really fun doing it like all together, like in a group.
Yeah.
So like if you have a good group of people that you're doing it with, it makes it like not as much of a
Yeah, if you're doing it with your friends.
yeah. Then it's like just like a fun activity.
Fun activity that turned into now you know what it cost.
Yeah.
And one big thing I learned was that why our school kitchen can't just use grandma's favorite recipe.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be tested and approved, and but we actually got the family granola recipe is approved. So
Excellent.
just add a little wheat berries to it.
Vice Chair Porter.
This is very interesting. Pretty good stuff. Thank you for doing it. You left out an introduction. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Margot Ellerman at Valley Falls High School. Facts teacher there. Thank you.
other questions or comments? Okay, I think we're gonna do another quick photo. All right.
Thank you.
Hey, great
Thank
job.
you so much for being here.
Congratulations.
Just know that the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program is now open and available statewide, and we're requesting applications to be submitted now through June 1st to get that fall 2024 cohort established. And there we go. So kind of our agenda today, I'm going to go through and quickly define registered teacher apprenticeship, hopefully put in some common language, easy to understand language versus a technical definition, and then kind of go into the specifics of the Kansas Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, kind of give you a little history of where we've been and where we look to go with our way forward, and then if you have any questions, stand by to answer any questions. So when we talk about a registered apprenticeship in general, it is a collaboration between an industry and a Department of Labor, Department of Commerce. For us, a registered teacher apprenticeship, it is a collaboration between the KSDE and our Department of Commerce, and there are a few elements that are required in any registered teacher apprenticeship program. You can expect that there's on-the-job learning that's required, what we call related technical instruction, which we'll get into all of these elements in the very near future, wage progression, and then a nationally recognized industry. So all that's pretty much part of a registered teacher apprenticeship program, and apprenticeship programs have existed for a long time. What is new and unique is that within the last 2 years, teaching has become a apprenticeable profession, where in the past it hasn't been, but that's within the last 2 years. So breaking this down into some common language, so what is registered teacher apprenticeship? So for us, it's a grow your own recruitment strategy that districts can use. It's not a silver bullet, it doesn't solve all problems, but it should be part of a district's recruitment strategy that will help develop that pipeline and help them replace any vacancies that they have. It's a long-term solution. It's not a short-term. It's basically they identify people. It could be an individual that's on staff, a non-bachelor degree holder that they think can work with students well and have potential to become teachers. They hire them to serve as an apprentice and then get them trained to become a teacher. For our program specifically, a key change from our pilot, we can now let high school graduates participate in the program as well. So that's another pool that we can tap into, as well as community members. So as I spoke about earlier, elements that are part of an apprenticeship program, on-the-job learning. So this allows an individual to be employed full-time as they're working as an apprentice. And it basically encompasses that in grow as you or earn as you learn, and allows you to reduce that barrier of college tuition to pay for becoming a licensed teacher. So you're out earning, learning, working in school every day, and putting theory that you're learning through the classroom instruction into practice in the classroom. So I've mentioned it as well, related technical instruction. So every program, regardless if you're going for electrician or a teacher program in this case, does require some type of related technical instruction. But when we talk about registered teacher apprenticeship, we're talking about that bachelor's degree and completion of that educator preparation program that will eventually lead to that recognized certificate, which would be the Kansas teaching license. So for the actual Kansas program in general, there's two options for an apprenticeship program. One, it can be a competency-based, or two, a time-based. A time-based would be you complete 4,000 hours, congratulations, you finished your train. Welcome to the workforce. There's also competency-based, which our program does consist of a competency-based approach. So an individual receives training, shows progress throughout a program based on those competencies. It is 4 years, but it is flexible in duration. So just because it's a 4-year program doesn't necessarily mean it's going to take 4 years to complete. Based on a person's experience and education history, they could get through it in 2 years versus 4 years. Related technical instruction, still our licensure requirements haven't changed, so an individual will still have to earn that bachelor's degree and complete that teacher preparation program, and then meet the rest of our licensure requirements in order to qualify for that license. So for our program, for our pilot, we only had one university participate, but we have since added 10 four-year universities and 6 community colleges into the program, and we'll go into these in more detail on a later slide. I mentioned wage scale earlier, so for a district that wants to participate in this, our apprentices have a minimum wage of $14. It is not scalable. It requires wage progression. So as an individual completes proficiencies in education, they should move from $14, and then the expectation is that would top out somewhere around $16.25. So when you think about a district when they're looking to hire someone, kind of put on a scale, a gradient scale of a para to a teacher. So as our apprentices complete their program, they're probably going to start more of like a para, doing those para responsibilities, which is absolutely fine. But as they complete the program, they're going to move on towards developing those proficiencies that you would expect of a teacher. So for our competencies, since we are competency-based, we did base our competencies on the Kansas Educator Evaluation Protocol, or KEEP. Those competencies are the learner and learning, content knowledge, instructional practice, and professionalism. These are the same requirements that we expect of all of our teachers that get evaluated every year and part of our evaluation system. What we've done, though, is kind of scale those to fit an apprentice, because you wouldn't have the expectation that the individual is going to be the highly effective educator when they're going through this program. So we had to kind of adjust those and scale them, but the constructs and the components of those competencies are embedded in our program. So kind of how it works, so a district identifies an individual that they would like to hire to serve as an apprentice. They hire them, they're working full-time, they're assigned to a, we'll use the term mentor teacher. It's that licensed teacher of record that they're basically working with every day. They're assisting, and then that mentor teacher is kind of looking at the competencies and kind of assigning them additional work to do to kind of build those skills. Eventually, as they complete and progress through the program, they'll be proficient in their competencies, earn that degree, and then meet all of our requirements for licensure and qualify for that license. So when we talk about the program, there are certain roles that are established. For instance, KSDE, we are the intermediary. So we basically manage the program for districts and do the coordination between Department of Commerce for entry of the application and information into their systems. We also will do all the licensing on the back end once an individual finishes a program. The district, they're referred to as the sponsor because they are that W-2 employer. They're paying that individual. They'll be heavily involved in that on-the-job learning, assigning that mentor teacher. They'll have to track some of that progress, although they will track that progress, and then provide that information to us to upload into that rapid system that Department of Commerce uses. And then we have our universities, which are the related technical instruction providers. For their part, they have to deliver instruction that's catered towards full-time work or conducive to full-time work. That could be online programs mainly, but it doesn't necessarily need to be that. It can be hybrid work and instruction in the evening or on the weekends. But at the end of the day, they will verify that, confer that bachelor's degree and completion of that teacher preparation program. So setting the foundation, I'm going to kind of go through the history of where we started and where we're at today. So initially, and like around November of 2021 is when the Department of Labor actually signed off and stated that teaching was a profession that was apprenticeable. So after that, there's a national movement to kind of set up Grow Your Owns, and David Donaldson, who was with the National Center for Grow Your Own, is kind of the leader of that, and he worked with the Tennessee Department of Ed. They're kind of responsible for creating this program and pushing it through the Department of Labor to get approved. So we had initial conversations with him. All about that same time, we were working on some strategic initiatives for teacher licensure. So when you think about the content test appeal that was recently approved, the emergency, the substitute licensing changes or pilot program we're running, all that was part of this strategic initiative meetings we had. And then the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship was one of those initiatives. So after that, those meetings, we decided that we're going to pursue to create a Registered Teacher Apprenticeship. So we created a working group of stakeholders and started working that in the fall of 2022. Then, as we're working on that, getting our application ready to submit, House Bill 2292 came around, which eventually became the Kansas Apprenticeship Act in May of 2023. So after that, it went into law. So instead of we were being proactive and creating a program, it became mandatory. So we were already well set, well positioned to have our application ready to go and get that approved by the Governor's Council on Apprenticeships and Department of Commerce. So at that point in May of 2023, we started recruiting heavily for people to join the pilot. And then we held our RTAP kickoff conference in Wichita in July. So our summer was very busy. A little stressful. I only have a couple of ulcers because of it, but we made it through it, and we had a good event. The good thing about our event was we brought the related technical instruction provider, which was one university. We brought districts together, apprentices. We brought the local workforce boards and the Department of Commerce. So that's all these supporting entities that come together to support our apprentices. And when we use the term support, that's what's going to be important to get people through this program, because it's not really it doesn't change anything. It's going to be difficult. They're working full-time, going to school full-time, living full-time. So support is necessary for them. The good news is, as we've gone through our pilot, We've had the opportunity to meet with our apprentices, and they seem to be balancing their work-life schedules quite well. Some of our apprentices have, like 4 children. Some of them with special needs. They're still able to work full-time, get through school, doing great in school. They're just doing a great job, and it's really impressive to see. But as we're going through the pilot operation, we did decide to partner with the Region 12 Comprehensive Center. So I'd like to thank Dr. Katie Allen, Dr. Doug Meckel, Dylan Kreischer, and Rich Resendez. They worked with us to create our logic model and kind of develop measures to determine if our program is successful. And then we're still working on that, but we're close to finishing up. And then spring of 2024, January 23rd, we sent out notifications that we were open to accept applications statewide. So for our way forward, a couple of things. So for our pilot, we did utilize gear funding. Funding is going to be very important to this to help remove that barrier of the cost of tuition for completing a teacher preparation program. So we utilized gear funds at the beginning. We utilized funds for wage reimbursement, tuition reimbursement, and mentor stipends for our mentor teachers. And it's only available for this school year. And we did find out through the pilot process that some of our apprentices qualified for other grants, and so that tuition money that we set aside wasn't necessarily needed to pay for them to finish their school. So as part of moving forward, we will incorporate that FAFSA application into our requirements so we can try to maximize any grants or funding that's available through the university. That way we can allocate funds and move funds as necessary. The Kansas Apprenticeship Act, it set aside $3 million a year. It is limited to $2,750 per apprentice per year, and it's only utilized for tuition, books, and materials. Also, there's a limitation for 1 year of probation for apprentices when they join this program, so they won't be able to touch this money until after that first year. So our pilot apprentices, they will start have access to that money in August of 2024, so they can tap into that to help pay for their tuition. As far as how those costs get repaid, that'll be between the district and the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce will reimburse the district for any cost of that apprentice's tuition up to $2,750 for a year. All right, we also have the Metal Art Grant funding, which is going to be available for us through June of 26. $3 million is set aside for that, so out of that $3 million, Department of Commerce has subgranted that to us, so we will work with districts to reimburse districts for those costs that are reimbursable for apprentices as they're finishing the program. We have set aside up to $5,000 for that first year in tuition to kind of offset that cost, since apprentices aren't eligible to access the $2,750 of the Kansas Apprenticeship Act. And then subsequent years after that, it'll drop down to $2,500 per year. So between the Kansas Apprenticeship Act and the Metal Art Grant, they would still have access to about $5,000. Math's got me. $5,000 roughly for tuition costs if needed. We also plugged in stipend mentor reimbursement, or stipend mentors for teachers, $750 per semester up to $1,500 a year, and then we cover the cost of licensure and background check and testing fees if someone finishes the program. Madam Chair.
I see Betty's hand is up. Betty, is it timely? You want to?
Okay, actually, I could wait until he's
Okay.
through with the presentation and then
We-
ask my question. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep on go. I did mention, other grants and things that are available. So the universities are offering different types of scholarships. There's, think of Kansas State's land grant opportunity, and Washburn has a similar thing for Shawnee County graduates, where basically you can get, if you meet certain requirements, you can basically have all your tuition paid. So we want to make sure we tap into that because it's a resource that will help us pay for this program. All right, our universities. So first and foremost, change, we've added community colleges in here. You may or may not be aware that KBOR and our cap code institutions have all signed 2-year agreements with our community colleges. So for 2+2, so 60 college credit hours that are completed at a university transfer into that 4-year university, and that's across the board with all of our providers. Also, this year there was an Associate of Arts in Elementary Education. All of our teacher ed programs, both public and private, have signed agreements to allow those to transfer directly into our teacher education program. So what does that mean? That means there's also caps on bachelor's degree of 120 hours. So that 60 hours that was completed at that community college will roll directly into that educator preparation program. So the expectation would be that that individual only has 60 more hours to complete to qualify for that bachelor's degree and finish that teacher preparation program. And then when we look at funding, that's going to be very important because, you know, college credit hours and money that's available to attend community colleges, it's cheaper to do that than going directly into a four-year university. So currently our community colleges that are participating are, they're ahead of us. We have 6. We did reach out to multiple community, well, all of them. So as we've gone across the state and spoke with some of our districts have asked, well, why aren't there other community colleges on there? We can add them at any time if they want to participate. It is optional. It's just these folks opted in. And if a district does, you know, contact one of the community colleges and they want to add them, we'll send them our requirements and have them apply, and then we will add them to the program. So our four-year university and colleges, we were just partnering with one for the pilot, that was Wichita State, but now we've added Emporia State, Fort Hays State, K-State, Mid-American Nazarene, Ottawa, Southwestern, Sterling, St. Mary, Washburn, Western Governors, and Wichita State. And I'm sure many of you are looking and thinking, Western Governors, why is that on there? So a couple things about Western Governors. This is going to change. There's a little bit of a difference on what an individual has to do if they complete that program. Western Governors is a CAPE accredited teacher education program. They're state approved in Utah. Utah is a mobility, interstate teacher mobility compact state. So if an individual completes that program, they would have to qualify for that Utah license and then transfer into Kansas. But Western Governors does have a presence in Kansas. They produce about, well, roughly over the last couple of years, about 70 program completers that become licensed in Kansas that are student teaching in Kansas and become licensed and hired here. Endorsement areas. So for our pilot, we just had the elementary and the early childhood unified, which Wichita State offered. That's going to change. We'll have early childhood unified, elementary unified, elementary and special education, secondary endorsements of history, government, social studies, Spanish, business, mathematics, and special education. So there's going to be a variety of endorsements, not just elementary. So for our program evaluation, I did mention we were partnering with the Region 12 Comprehensive Center. So we created a series of measures to measure multiple components of the program. Those components are basically, one, teacher licensure. So the apprentices, the districts, they get to evaluate us and determine, you know, what do we need to improve in order to make this program successful. We also will measure our RTI providers, so those universities, community colleges. When we use that term of support, we really want to key in and focus on that university is providing that apprentice what they need in order to finish the program. And then also district support. So we'll be breaking into the evaluation process, we'll be breaking into the mentoring process and measuring all that and making determinations if there's issues with the district, then potentially they wouldn't be able to participate in the program for future apprentices. But the bottom line is the one major rate of measure that we need or will be judged against is our apprenticeship retention rates. And apprenticeship programs, their attrition rate or retention rate is approximately 60%. However, if we key in on support and really structure it and set up our program well and continue to support those apprentices, I think we can definitely exceed that 60% for our attrition rate, or retention rate, excuse me. Retention, not attrition. We want the retention. So part of the Kansas Apprenticeship Act requirements, we will have to report to legislature on the program, we being Department of Commerce and the state board. Our first report is due January 31st of 2026. And when I talk about those measures that we're collecting, all that will feed into that report. So we're actively gathering information to inform the legislature as well. All right, I talked about this up front. Our application submission window is open through June 1st, 2024. So if there's any districts out there that are watching right now, if you want to apply, please do so. We have a website set up. You can access it, or you can email us at apprenticeship@ksde.org, or email myself or Dr. Joe Gillespie, and we can set up time to work with those districts one-on-one to make sure that they understand the program. This is my shameless plug. I just want to leave this up here for a second in case there is a district out there you want to get to a survey and request assistance. please feel free to hit the QR code. I'm only going to keep it up there for about 10 more seconds and try to fill space as I'm waiting for that 10 seconds. Okay, I think it's about 10 seconds. Okay, so now I'll pause if there are any questions.
They can always just rewind the YouTube video. And
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Betty, you're up first.
Okay, and thank you so much. I always love hearing this panoramic view of what's available and ways forward. However, there are times when I encounter, say, a high school is getting ready to graduate student that, is expressing an interest in becoming a teacher. So, from that perspective, what would I tell this high school student that has expressed an interest in becoming a teacher? What is the first thing they would need to do to become a part of all of this greatness?
Yeah, so Ms. Young, one of the first things is employment is required. So if they already have a relationship with the district that they're graduating high school with, I would reach out to leadership. And, if that's a building leader, assistant principal, and express interest that you would like to serve as an apprentice and see if the district's willing to participate. And then at that point, then we can link that student to the different universities or community colleges that are partnering in the program and get them enrolled. But it all kind of starts with that district because there's an employment requirement to participate in this program.
Okay, so let me understand way forward. The only way this student could become involved is if their district is willing to participate, correct?
That is correct. Or a district, because it does require employment as they go through the program as an apprentice.
So if they're, say it's a person that's going to, students that are getting ready to graduate in May, they would reach out to their district. When you say reach out to their district, is there a particular department?
Yeah. So each district will be different, but it could be, perhaps they have a CTE pathway for teachers set up at their district. They could reach out to whoever that coordinator is for that program, tie in with their building leadership at the high school, the school counselor, whoever they want to reach out to, where we can, provide them more information on the program. So this is a difficult part for us with it's just offering it statewide. So the word's not out there yet as much as we would like to saturate the field with this information, but start with that building leader. Now, a couple things to look forward to in the future. We are trying to, Department of Commerce is trying to establish youth apprenticeship programs. So a youth apprenticeship program can feed directly into an adult apprenticeship program. So that would be another mechanism that we could use in the future once we get it established to get that message out to those high school graduates.
So what did I hear about? I'm sorry, Madam Chair, final question, I promise you. What did I hear then about an August 24th? I just want to be sure I got my facts straight.
Yes, so we were
a deadline.
Yes, so we're accepting applications. So if a district has an apprentice and they want to participate in the program, or have identified a possible apprentice and they want to participate in the program, we have an application that can be submitted, and then we can establish that person for the fall 2024 cohort, which will start in August of 2024.
Okay,
thank you.
Kathy.
A couple of things, if I may. So when does the application time close?
June 1st.
June 1st. Okay, thanks. I wasn't remembering. On the statement, apprenticeships that are registered through the U.S. Department of Labor adhere to all federal regulations. Can you break that down a little bit?
Yeah, so there's a combined figure, or a CFR 29 that kind of governs apprenticeship programs. So whenever an apprenticeship program is established, it has to meet those guidelines. So you think of employment practice, a lot of it is geared towards who you employ and those statements of that you're equal opportunity employer, those types of things as well. And then there's, additional requirements for who you have to identify your RTI, you have to identify what your program is, and if it's competency or if it's a set of time-based, and then you have to establish what those competencies are. So that's all tied in, and that CFR 29 is the main reg that covers that.
And one last one real quick. When you're talking about the mentorship money, are we talking about the $250,000 from the NEA? Is that what that is?
No, so that's still part of the Meadowlark grant, and I should have brought that
Oh,
up too.
that's the
Our
Meadowlark.
partnership with KNEA, they are providing free training for mentors. So if a district needs to, they identify a mentor that needs training, then KNEA has some modules and some established training that they can work through that make sure that person has those skills to serve as a mentor, and that's provided for free. But the money that we talk about for the $1,500, that would be out of the Meadowlark grant.
Okay, that's
out of that
Meadowlark.
$3 million.
Okay, I had separated it and shouldn't have. Okay. So is the 250 cash or is it services from the NEA? Is it?
Oh, so right now, as far as that we had that previous discussion, that's kind of on hold right now as far as that part of it. But what KNEA is offering now is that training.
The training. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So services, I guess, would be the correct answer to your question.
I don't see any other questions, board members?
Okay,
All right,
thank you
thank
for your
you.
time.
Next is item 13, act on elementary pre-K through 6 teacher prep standards. Welcome, Dr. Catherine Schmidley. There you are.
It's screen sharing.
You brought
Yay.
friends.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for letting me come before you today. I have for you the elementary pre-K through 6 standards that would be used in the teacher prep programs to prepare new educators. So just a really quick reminder of the standards that the higher eds use. They use the preparation standards to design their programs to make sure that they meet everything that you, the board, have identified that new educators need to be prepared for. It's also used to monitor ongoing programs and determine license qualifications. There are 2 types, the professional ed standards that cover every license and endorsement, and then the content-specific standards that are for each individual license and endorsement. So specifically today, we're here to present to you as an action item the elementary pre-K through 6 preparation standards. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Sarah Broman-Miller, Dr. Jean Dockers, and Dr. Lori Curtis.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Excuse me. We were the co-chairs on this committee. The committee was made up of P12, higher ed, KSDE staff. It was a great collaboration of folks to put this together. So the new standards, there are 8. That's the old standards. That's the new standards. Okay, sorry. Professional practice is standard 1, mathematics is standard 2, science is standard 3, social studies is standard 4. 5, 6, and 7 have to do with literacy. 5 is theoretical and foundational knowledge of literacy. 6 is structured literacy instruction, the elements and principles. 7 is literacy assessment and evaluation of diverse learners. And 8 is creative experiences. This is different from the 2017 standards in that we have an increased emphasis on pre-K. Previously, the standards were K6. They are now pre-K 6. There's an increased emphasis on literacy, moving from 1 literacy standard to 3. And then we've updated the language to mirror what's happening in the field. And then the 2017 standards included 7 standards, and the new standards include 8. The 2017 standard had 1 ELA standard. The new standard split the ELA standards into 3 literacy standards, aligned with the ideas behind science of reading and structured literacy. Thank you. I knew that was wrong. In 2017, standards had a standard for the arts that was separate from health and physical education, and the new standards have combined those into a single comprehensive standard 8. Questions? How can we help you?
Anne.
Well, I just want to thank you guys. It's yeoman's effort, and it's very exciting to get structured literacy and all that in there, put in the detail that we need. So thank you for your work on this. It looks really good.
Good.
Jim Porter.
I was also very pleased to see the increased emphasis on structured literacy. You're on the spot here, Lori. I've got a question for you. Several of us have been meeting with legislators and others that were concerned about the fact that not only structured literacy is being taught, but maybe some of those strategies that have been proven not to be as successful are also being taught. And like we've been asked to make a stronger statement about not still teaching the balanced literacy that works for some but not all students. Is the removal of those addressed in any way in this effort?
Yes, that's exactly what these standards have done, is it made it very clear and explicit. Before we had one fairly vague, dare I say that, very vague standard, which allowed for you to maybe do other things, and that by moving it to these 3 standards, specifying elements of structured literacy and the components in structured literacy, it's very clear what should be allowed and what should not be taught.
Thank you, because I was very concerned about that, and I'm very passionate about the fact that we need to be teaching everybody something that works and not wasting our time doing those things that have not been successful to all students. Thank you very much.
Kathy.
Hi. How strong would you say the cursive writing is in the midst of this? I will tell you, since I've been on this board, I've had quite a few conversations of running into college students who cannot sign their name in cursive. So that tells me there's been I have a grandson who can't write in cursive. So that's a real struggle for me. So I did find the word in there, but I really want to know how strong are we at that, because I think it's huge.
Well, we did include it in the standards, and it wasn't in there prior, and so that's a good point. Number 2, because we are learning so much about dyslexia and about how students with learning difficulties can actually acquire literacy, we are learning more about the importance of cursive writing. You know, before we always relied on the argument, well, how are students going to be able to read historical documents and that sort of thing in history, which is a valid argument. But the other part of it that is also now come to light is that students with dyslexia actually benefit from learning cursive because of the way that you're, connecting, the letters and such, yes. And so we also feel very strongly about that too. So we tried as best as we could to cram everything into that standard as possible. So, yes.
It would just be really important to make sure we're assessing that, I guess, in the midst of that. And I know it's part of the deal. I just really want to pull that out into a big deal.
Yeah, I know there's some schools, just because my own teacher candidates have told me this, that some schools don't feel that cursive handwriting is important, and so they are dropping it out of the curriculum. And so hopefully by actually having it in our standards for the higher ed, that, we will teach it and be very intentional about that, so it will carry over, hopefully.
Anne.
Well, just to follow up on that, though, we don't really have a way to assess that at the state level, do we? I mean, I was talking to my granddaughter's 504 team about how I wondered if she was dysgraphic, because I was reading her, you can't read her writing, and they said, well, we never see her writing. We type everything in. And they don't write in print or cursive because it's all online on a keyboard.
Well, and I will speak to that. Before, the old standards did not have anything about dysgraphia at all. And in fact, as a professor of literacy myself, I didn't know anything about dysgraphia. It was never in any part of my teacher prep program. And I encountered it when a student, an advisee, came to me and said, you know, I'm so-and-so, and by the way, I have dysgraphia, and I had no clue what he was talking about. And so I had to begin educating myself on it, and so I found that it was very, very important that we include that in the new standards, and so you will see the word dysgraphia in there. We also will, we already do it at Fort Hayes. I'm sure that other universities do as well, but I actually teach students how to screen for dysgraphia because there's a lot of different indicators for it. It is kind of more of a special education thing, but it's sure, just like with dyslexia, it is essential that we at least screen for it, finding students that are at risk for it and then know to refer them or not, so.
Jim Porter.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the new education program, preparation program standards for elementary education, pre-K, K-6.
Is there a second, Dina? Any further discussion? Questions? Commissioner?
So this past week, and I'm sure that Dina and Ann have heard this, you know, we have multiple conversations about what should we do, what should we not do. Legislators weigh in on that. One of the discussions I was having across the street was, we really don't want you to change any standards. We just want to have them so that we can, you know, make sure that we know going forward. And I said, well, you can't do that because we want to make sure that we're constantly learning about what science of any learning is. And this is a great example. If we don't adopt that, you know, let's talk about cursive writing, which, you know, I think once upon a time, you could almost tell the age of someone by the writing, right? And my grandmother had great, unbelievable writing, and you know, I'm not so much. But now we know it's not just the beauty of cursive; it's the way the brain attaches to that. And if we don't do things like updating standards when we now know what science is, we're missing out on how to deliver that. So I just want to make sure everyone understands. We don't do it because we're trying to just make change all the time. We do it when research implores us to make steps in certain directions. So thank you for your work.
Kathy.
If I could, just one more comment. One of the things handwriting does, and I don't know if it's explicitly cursive, but it literally helps you retain things.
Right.
It is not the same thing when I am typing something
Right.
as it is when I am handwriting something. So I think that retention piece of it truly is that connection to the brain. Like we
Yes.
remember what we're writing. So thank you.
Yes.
Jim? No? Okay. All right. One more time. Further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Betty, that looks like an 8-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
9, sorry, 9. I can count.
That would be the stimulus.
It is hard to not have people in chairs in the room. Next up, Doug Boleen. We're going to act on ESSER 3 change requests for use of federal COVID funds.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So getting right to it, this month we've got 21 districts that submitted ESSER 3 changes. Of those 21, 13 are using up the remainder of their allocation. That'll bring the grand total for their plans to $34 million, but it's only about $1 million net change as we go through these. So Blue Valley, just moving some money around, over budget, under budget, those types of things. Uniontown, some money for some salaries. Chautauqua added a teacher and used their remaining money to help fund that position. Ottawa uses the rest of theirs up for salaries. Then we go to Sylvan Grove. They added a teacher, uses up the rest of their allocation. Golden Plains, just moving money around, furniture and hardware. Ellsworth, using money for letters training. Then Kingman, as they were paying for things, they actually freed up some money. So they got close to $20,000 more that they're going to need to plan for as we go forward. Ellenwood uses up the rest of their allocation for a couple of new hires. Belle Plaine for letters training. Sterling had a little bit of money that they put on a substitute salary. Paradise uses the rest of their allocation up for para. Then Otis Bison, no change, but buying some software. Hillsborough, some salaries, 2 new hires out of that, $106,000 and some software. Hoisington, no net change. Santa Fe Trail, no net change for some salaries and curriculum for those two. Easton, 2 new hires out of that money that was freed up there, and that uses up the rest of theirs. Winfield uses the rest of theirs up for some salaries. Crest uses the rest of theirs up, paying for a teacher's aide. And then Harrington, a social worker with that $69,000. And then Oswego used some of their money for an additional bus. As we look at the teaching and learning pieces of it, we're still setting at roughly 79 to 80% are going towards those teaching learning pieces. So with approval today, that will get us down to about $9 million unspoken for of ESSER 3 funds.
Start with Ann.
I do have a question, but first I couldn't help but notice that Uniontown was on there, where Maria is from. So I hope we didn't all stand here and glad hand and applaud her for accomplishments and then vote against money for her teachers. But my question is, do schools get to extend to 2026 also, or is that just our discretionary money for here?
What?
The extension we got to 2026, is that across the state or just us, or who gets that?
It's a case-by-case basis. Every district would have to apply to get that extension, and we can't really do anything with that paperwork until the grant's actually over, which I believe is January. And so no extensions could be granted until after that. So we are encouraging everyone to spend your money now and meet your deadlines.
Just in case. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Betty? Uh-oh. Oh, she didn't, I think she didn't mean to raise her hand. Or it was from earlier. Okay, any other questions or discussion? Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ma, I don't think we need little snide remarks like that about people can vote the way they want to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I probably should have said something there. Any further discussion? Are we ready to vote? Okay, ready for a motion, I should say. Do you have the motion for us by chance? Or Eric? We've got it.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners Task Force on ESSER and distribution of money and approve the public school district for ESSER 3 change request as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Is there a second? Dina? Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. I've got 7, 8. Opposed? Abstain? 1 abstention. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a break. And we're on time. I'll see you back here at 3:10.
Give us last words, Madam Chair.
Right? Welcome, Dr. Ben Proctor, with the KISA Accreditation Framework Update.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Good to be back with you this afternoon. I'm going to be very, very brief. I'm with two of my colleagues, Dr. Jake Steele and Dr. Jay Scott, and they're going to provide most of the content for you here this afternoon. And this is probably the most brief update that we're going to provide to you as we do monthly accreditation updates. And just to kind of tee up what you'll be hearing over the next several months along with today, our projects that we've described to you, they're rolling. A lot of work is happening right now to build towards what we're calling school improvement days in 24-25. And Dr. Steele will go over how he's coordinating that work, how we're staying up to date on what's happening from different teams, as all the projects really need to come together in a very coherent way. So he's going to talk about that, and then Dr. J will talk a little bit about some of the data that we're collecting right now through these KISA check-ins, and just how we continue to engage throughout the spring. One of the things that you'll hear us talk about as we update you over the next several months are the informational sessions that we want to provide regionally, really in April and May, so that there's a lot of clarity as people go into, as they exit the 23-24 school year and enter the 24-25 school year. But we're getting a lot of feedback right now. Just a point of reference for one of the projects. So Dr. Curtis and I are actually tag teaming the recruitment of facilitators. So we have KISA 2.0 School Improvement Day facilitators that are going to lead these conversations. And we sent out an application of sorts to recruit. I think it was maybe around 3 o'clock yesterday, and we already have half the slots filled. So we've got close to 50 people who have already responded to that. We just don't feel like there's going to be any shortage of people that want to engage in the conversation. So very excited about the work that's happening right now and what's to come. And I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Steele.
Madam Chair, members of the board, it's good to be with you. Just a brief update from me. So as my role, I'm the Director of Strategy and Operational Alignment. So I got the good privilege of kind of helping align some of the things that we do here. And so this project consists of what we identify as priority projects. There's 8 priority projects, and I've created a coordinating meeting where we took a lead from each one of those projects, and we're meeting constantly. What we've done is each priority project has hit what their deliverable is. So what is the expectation, and how will we know when you hit that? So by evidence of what do we know you hit your marks? We've gathered all of that information, and I'm working with Hanover, that research firm, and we're outlining a logic model and a timeline so that we know we're hitting our marks. What we will do is in the coming months, the next 2 months, we will have members of these priority projects come and give updates as to what is happening, have the visual representation of our timeline and how we know we're hitting our marks so you can see those. And the whole purpose is to make sure that none of this is built in isolation, and that we know that it works along the way. So I'll turn the time over for Jay.
Thanks, Jake. Madam Chair, board, good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying Fat Tuesday, and I hope you get all the comfort food you want later today. So I'll be brief. I want to talk about something we're very excited about, the KISA check-ins. It's the first support piece that we've actually got underway in KISA 2.0. Now again, we're starting KISA 2.0 next year officially, but we wanted to start in with these KISA check-ins, and I want to talk the board through those a little bit. They did begin mid-January. They are part of our yearly support model, so these will happen every year with every system. And what it is, it's a sit down at the district with one member from our team and the KISA team from that district. So for instance, Mindy Bruce, our Central Regional Executive, she sat down with Nickerson last week for 2 hours, right, for a KISA check-in. Right now, or actually just wrapped up, but Amber Miller met with Lewis, 502, and did a KISA check-in. And Gene Rush, our East Regional Executive, just met with Jeff West, 340. So those are going on. Myron Melton and myself, we are meeting with the private systems, the urban systems, and the suburban systems. So we're doing all those check-ins. So we're 61 check-ins in, and we have 304 total. So somebody thought it was a good idea to cram them all into one 6-month period. So I hear about that often from the team, but we're going to do it. And the discussion points are really, other than establishing a connection and a relationship with that system, right? I think that's probably the most important piece of this first round. But really establishing a clear current state of your student data, not just your big data like post-secondary effectiveness or state assessments, but also your formative data, right? And looking at your screener data and having systems talk through how they analyze that data. And then we want to provide a really clear KASSA 2.0 overview of what next year, what systems can expect for next year as we get into the model. So just a couple of comments. We do ask at the end that they fill out a feedback form, and I just want to share some of that with the board. Just on some of the things, the comments that they leave, thank you for the visit. 4 things to focus on, the 4 fundamentals is very helpful. They appreciate the clarity and the narrowness of what they're focusing on in terms of accreditation. I'm excited about this direction. It aligns well with the direction of our district and the work we do every day in school improvement. Great to hear that. Appreciation of the state board making a commitment to pay for letters training. That comes up over and over and over. When we ask the question at the end, what else can we do to support you? They say, continue to pay for letters training. So that's just wanted the board to hear that. It's beneficial to have a designated person from KSDE as a continuous contact for accreditation, supporting and holding us accountable throughout the process. Appreciate the conversational tone of the meeting and establishing a connection to a KSD staff member who gets to know what we're all about. So just some positive comments, some of the things that they're asking for in terms of support. They want more support in the 4 fundamentals. They want to understand the model. They want to see the lead indicators, the structures, right? And that's, as you can hear from Jake and Ben, we're talking about the build of that, right? That's work that's ongoing. What will we need to report each year? So we hear that a lot. They want to know what the reporting looks like, right? Because we came off of KASSA 1.0 with a lot of reporting. So we're working through all that with systems, but by and large, it's been very, very beneficial. We've been well received. So I wanted to real quick just show the board just some of the results. So this is Qualtrics. This is the feedback form that the system fills out right after we are done with the check-in. There are several questions in this, but our team is focused on 2, and I just wanted to share that with the board. The first one is, and I'll read it to you, this meeting was a productive use of our time. We want to make sure this is an hour and a half to 2 hours once a year. We want to make sure it's very productive. And so you can see that our goal as a team is 95% agree and above, and we are at 97 right now. So 42 strongly agree, 17 agree, and 2 disagree with that. So we are very focused on that question.
And so sometimes you hear from the 2.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's true, right? So I think this is good information. While we don't ignore the 2, we do get to see what the others have said too.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. The other question that we're really focused on is, to what extent did this check-in support your feeling of readiness for KASSA 2.0? How ready do you feel for KASSA 2.0? So our goal on this as a team is 80% somewhat or above, which is somewhat or to a great extent. So to a great extent is 40, somewhat ready is 17. Very little, 2, and not at all, 1. The beauty about this is we can focus on that 1. We can go back and follow up with that system and say, what else do you need as we move forward? So this is really important data. I'll continue to share this with the board as we move forward. And but the early results have been positive. So just wanted the board to be aware of that with the check-ins. So the last thing that we'll cover, and then we can stand for any questions you might have, is, and Ben mentioned this, these ongoing collaboratives, as we build this, making sure we're collaborating with a lot of different groups. We still have our KASSA check-ins going on. Again, we have, those will be busily going on for the next 4 months. We do have our service center visits. I know I'm going to ESDAC. I think I'll see a few of you at ESDAC maybe this week. But we continue to go out to the service centers. Randy's done a great job of making sure we're at those service centers on a monthly basis and making sure that we're and collaborating with systems. The committees and the councils, I'll just list off the ones that we, the accreditation and design team, meet with regularly. We meet regularly with the Accreditation Advisory Council. That's a group of about 35 to 40 people that represent all areas of Kansas, all different positions. And so that's a group we heavily rely on. The Accreditation Review Council, the ARC, we meet with them consistently. We meet with a group that has representatives from USA Kansas, KASB, and Kelly, our mentoring program. So we have a group that meets regularly with them. I have a small group of superintendents that we meet with pretty consistently in more of an informal way and just bounce ideas off them and take their temperature on some things. And then obviously the educational service centers we meet with on a monthly basis for sure. So, so the informational sessions, again, Ben mentioned those a bit later in the spring, making sure we get out with the full model and really teach and teach that in the spring. So that's really what we had. And again, we'll stand for any questions if anybody has any.
I'm going to start with Betty.
Takes me a little bit of time to unmute. Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I love the support that we are getting for the letters training and the impact that it's having on literacy. But there's another area and that I am a little curious about, and that has to do with certain subgroups and the lack of performance in math. How is that being addressed, if you could give me an idea?
Well, I honestly, Betty, I can't answer for systems and how they're addressing math. I just know that when we're checking in with systems, we're looking at those subgroups. So instead of just looking at the aggregate data on the accountability report, we do look at that, but we quickly move into, okay, what subgroup? We're asking systems in each of these check-ins, what subgroup or subgroups are you most concerned with? And it could be in math, it could be in ELA, it could be in science, it could be in any area. But we are really trying to narrow that focus into those subgroups, but I can't specifically speak to math.
Well, okay. I guess the thing that concerns me is when you look at subgroups, and if my data serves me correctly, that's a huge area, and I didn't know if systems were focusing on that or how is this being addressed, particularly when we talk about school improvement. So. Where I'm drilling down, you're saying that's not really on the radar. Is that correct?
Well, I can't speak for math, but I would say that we are moving from, with KASSA 1.0, where we ended up with goals that were really more the aggregate look at all students. Now we are getting into those subgroup conversations. So I think we're starting to see more districts think deeply about, okay, maybe instead of all students, we're going to look at particular subgroups that are really struggling. Jake,
Okay.
have some, yeah.
Okay.
Buddy, this isn't to fully answer your question. One of the priority projects is we're calling it the data deep dive. The beginning of the day will be led by a data conversation where we look at the data of school districts and we look at it and we'll disaggregate it. And so I'm actually, outside of coordinating the group, I'm the head of that data deep dive group. We're going to pull all the data experts we have in the agency and within the state, and we're currently meeting about what is the best way to look at the data and analyze and view the data so that we can address some of the things you're talking about. So we hope to have more updates on that as well.
Okay. So I can look forward to a little more conversation in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. So how close are we to being able to answer the question, What do I have to do to get accredited? What do I have to provide, and who's going to decide who goes to the ARC?
I think we have some ideas. I think the model needs to be more fully built out. When you talk about the structures and the lead indicators, those lead indicators are really the things that we're going to be looking at in terms of accreditation. We're also, we know that that action plan piece that we've talked about before, when systems put together this action plan and they say, these are the steps we're going to take this next year, that's the accountability. There's going to be a lot of accountability around taking those steps.
So are they writing their action plan this year?
The action plan, since we are still building out the model, we feel like next year is the time for systems to actually evaluate where they are in each of those 4 fundamental areas, and then build the corresponding action plan next year.
Okay, so if they write their action plan in 24, 25, nobody's going to not get accredited in 24, 25 because we don't have anything to base it on, right? We have to give them at least a year to see if they're making progress, so probably 25, 26 would be the first time anybody could be not fully accredited?
Well, you still have compliance.
Well,
So,
besides that,
yeah, besides
assuming
that.
they're in compliance. Do I have the timeline right? Because I know we're going to get asked that across the street. Okay, and were you going to bring up what the private schools mentioned today? We had breakfast and dinner last night with the CARES folks, and they were very concerned that they felt like they were being pushed into the district model. And I was sitting with the Lutheran school folks who have 14 schools all across the state. There's no way they look like a district. There's no way one person could come to the check-in and speak for all of them, because they're going to have different problems and different goals because they're not all in the same town. You know, there are 14 districts in essence. So just want to be sure we're not trying to push them into something that doesn't really fit where they are.
Yeah, we've been meeting with both the Lutherans and the Kansas City Archdiocese who have similar concerns. At the beginning of KASSA, when it started, and I don't know the history behind it, but the Kansas City basically the private systems were given the option of being a system unto themselves. So think of the Wichita Archdiocese, they're a system. But they were given the option of, you could have each of your buildings be a system. And that's the option that the Kansas City Archdiocese chose. They have 42 schools in the Kansas City Archdiocese. That makes them probably the 3rd largest by building number in the state. So when you're looking at our model, and it does say in the regs that it would be an organized group of private systems, private schools. That's what it says in the regs. So what we're looking at doing, and again, we're going to continue to have these conversations, because what you said about, especially about the Lutheran schools, they really don't have much in terms of centralized leadership.
No.
So we've got to work through that. But when you look at our model, when we check in with the system, just remember, we're not checking in with one person. We're checking in with a representation of that system.
Yeah, but yet and still, those 14
Yeah.
schools don't look anything alike, or may not even have the same issues.
Yeah. I just know
Or
that
goals.
that's their issue. Our issue is we can't check in with 42 buildings in the Kansas City Archdiocese. We don't have the capacity to do that work.
Well, we did, so I'm just saying we can, take the
Well, we didn't
discussion
check in before.
offline, so.
We didn't check in
No,
before.
we didn't check in before, but we did accredit them all
Yeah.
individually. So I'm
Yes.
just saying we need to continue to work with them, and
For sure.
we can discuss more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I just want to highlight that you just said we don't have the capacity. So I want to kind of put a pin in that, because I think that's something we need to keep an eye on. Kathy?
I'm that curious sort. So you gave us some really great positive feedbacks. You got a couple negatives. Like, what are you hearing that isn't positive? Like, specifically, what are they saying that they're not okay with?
I think the general message would be that they want to know what the plan is. They want to know exactly what they have to do. Yep. Which is natural. Yeah, absolutely fair. But we don't want to, again, we don't want to put the cart before the horse and have to backtrack and do some of this work. We've heard some people say that, you're building the plane while you're flying it. We're not. We haven't taken off yet. So we want to make sure we've got it all set before we go.
I think too, just being out at service centers and talking to a lot of superintendents, and Jay mentioned, I think we call it a cabinet group, but it's a group of veteran superintendents that we meet with periodically just through Zoom. So there's a lot of opportunity, and some of it is just critique of the technical aspects. An example of that would be, how are you setting our peer systems? Like, how are you deciding who's going with whom? Because that's a big deal. And are you going to dictate that to us, or do we have some involvement in that? And these are the types of conversations we can have. But just, I think a lot of it is, like Jay said, just knowing the details that we're going to be providing over the next several months, knowing what they're responsible for. But we just continue to welcome those exchanges. We want to hear all of that. So if you have people reach out to you, please tell us what those concerns are, and we'll respond just like with the private system that we talked about earlier.
So the one that'll put a smile, I think, on everyone's face, and we heard this last night from the CARES group. So go look at how any other state does it, which is no involvement at all, pretty much. And here's how you're going to run accreditation. And I think this team is really going out and saying, we welcome your feedback. We're trying to make this really, really good. And we appreciate that. And that's why we've got a few months to still build it out. So.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank you. Next is item 16. Dr. Ben Proctor, you're back to act on the $250,000 grant to Olathe USD 233.
Madam Chair.
Is this a typo?
No, it's not a typo. Whenever possible, one of the things that's really important, as you know, is that we serve children and we serve families. That includes our own employees. Dr. Proctor needs to get to one of his daughter's events. And so Beth is going to take this while he gets the chance to hopefully be there before that event starts tonight.
Excellent. Welcome, Beth.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioner, State Board members, last month I had the opportunity on that very cold day to come and talk to you about an exciting part of assessments where we're giving districts the opportunity to actually build their own assessments in KITE, common assessments. So multiple schools within, right now we're looking at large districts, KCK and Olathe, that are building test items, administering the test in KITE, just like you would with interims, but this is their common assessment, so that they can tell how they're doing with their scope and sequence that they've outlined in their district, and then provide them some money to do some psychometric work, which would be a little more in-depth analysis of the tests other than just a right or wrong answer, which is what we're able to do right now, and then reporting, because we know reporting is very important, whether that's reporting back to the parents, how students do on a test, or whether it's reporting back to the teachers, information that they can do to reteach the content. And that's the biggest difference, I think, with the common assessments and where we are with interims and summatives right now, is that opportunity for the districts to develop the test, administer it to their students, analyze the information, and then reteach the content if it's necessary. And that reteach part of instruction is critically important. Our interim tests right now are really set up as mini summatives. Next year, we just ended. In fact, that's a big celebration we have. We gave our last interim assessment on the current test. We'll have new interims next year. We'll provide more instructionally helpful or useful information to teachers. And then the summative test, which is really that summary of how students perform on the information, the standards that they were taught during the year. So I've come to you today to ask you to approve this grant to Olathe so that Olathe and KCK can work together and move this common assessment program forward.
Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Beth. I'm really excited about the schools working on this. And happy that Olathe is going to be in there. Maybe I can help stay up on that. One time we talked about having formative tests in science. Where are we on that?
We are moving forward with that. We're actually doing something that we haven't had the opportunity to do as we build out tests very often, is that the items are, we have some volunteer districts that are field testing the items this spring. And then we should be ready to go with the,
Any, are we starting like low grades, high grades, or where are we, would be all grades? Or-
well, so the science test is, grade banded. So we're looking at right now we're looking at that middle school grade
Middle
band
school, okay.
and some work on the elementary grade band. So 3-5 and 6-8. The plan right now isn't to do a lot with high school because they still teach content-specific courses for the most part. Biology, chemistry, earth science.
Rather than general science?
Right,
Okay.
rather than what we do at the standards at K-8, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Beth, as far as like a common assessment, how are those different than like map testing that they're already doing right now in those districts?
Well, the MAP test is a nationally normed test, so kids all over the country will take the same tests when they're doing the NWEA assessments, and so you're getting different data on that. It's a different decision point. Those tests aren't custom to Kansas or the Kansas standards. The common assessments are, so our state assessments, whether it's the interims, summative, or even the mini tests that we have, those are very specific just to the Kansas standards at the grade level, the content at the grade level that you've decided would be appropriate. The common assessments that we're working on in KCK and Olathe, that's district scope and sequence specific. So while they're using the Kansas standards as their guideline, they're making a decision when different standards are taught during the year. And so they're going to, sometimes you call it just-in-time testing, right? I mean, it's not the formative that you're doing on a regular basis, but it could be after a unit or at the end of a 9 weeks where this is the material that the district has decided they want taught to the students, and then they give the assessment at that point in time.
So would we as a board be able to see like psychometrics, how that's used in an assessment? Because as far as homework, I saw a lot of that between the ages of 13 and probably maybe 16 years old. I saw a lot of there isn't a really right or wrong answer. We just want to get your opinion. We kind of want to just get your opinion, get you thinking about it. And it was like, sometimes it was where they were, they weren't understanding, like they were reading a book and it was a fictitious book, and then they're answering a question that they're not given the other side of it. Like, so, you know what I mean? Like, I guess I want to know what psychometrics is when it's coming to like a common assessment. I want to see an example of that, what that would look like.
A lot of it's going to be on how well, like, is the item measuring what they want the item to measure, right? I mean, that's a lot of the work. So it's just like if I gave, so a lot of it's looking at wrong answers and why students choose. Like, so when you write a test, particularly when we're doing multiple choice or multiple select, the wrong answer sometimes is just as important to understanding what the student is learning as the right answer. So students that get the answer wrong, I mean, you can think about math because, did they multiply instead of divide, or would, add instead of subtract, whatever. I mean, those are pretty basic things, but you would look at the wrong answers, and that's where the information back to the teacher helps them reteach and really identify what needs to be taught. I'll say that the emphasis in the beginning of all this work has been math, and we're just moving into the ELA portion right now for what we'll be looking for. The other thing about this is that they're really increasing the rigor of what they expect students to know. So students, we know that the schools are doing screening or benchmark testing. That's really for skills. This is really getting at the level 3 and 4 expectations and the standards. So it's more rigorous, but no, there's right or wrong answers that would be decided we would share.
So are these test results coming home to the parents so they see that, so they see what's being asked of them and see the progress as well? Or you would with quizzes and tests sometimes. A lot of things don't come home unless you're logged into your students' ID. You have a parent ID and you have a student ID.
Right.
I'm not in there, I'm not seeing on a day-to-day basis
Right.
what is even being asked.
So
unless
that's what,
they're
I mean, that's
do the
what part
homework at
of,
home.
that's what part of this money is going for, is to develop reporting, right? Because right now, I would say, no. I mean, the teacher would have the information. KCK's been doing this all year. Olathe is ready to do their second administration of the test. So teachers have the information, and how teachers share the information back with the parents. But the reporting is the piece that's lacking, that we need to put some support behind so that we can report. I feel pretty strongly if the state is supporting an assessment, obviously the parents have a right to know how the student did. So that's one of the recommendations, is for reporting.
And would there be parameters, since it looks like it's going to be ESSER funds, once the ESSER funds would no longer be used, would there be a different set of parameters on that? Do they have set parameters that they want to see?
So that with reporting, you just basically do the prototype, and then you can roll in as the test changes. I think the reason we're wanting to develop with the ESSER funds is to hope that we can have some stability for moving it forward. And I do think one of the telling signs that we'll know after this period of, we know we're tracking it, right? We have it in KITE. We have that ability to know who's giving the test, what buildings it's in, and then is it making a difference when we look at summative test scores at the end of the year. So, yeah, definitely. That's the plan, is to say, if this isn't working, we wouldn't, go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do. But we believe this will be very helpful in that period of instructing and assessing and making changes for individual students that need more help.
Michelle, let me maybe help a little bit to recap. So if you think about MAP assessment, how about the old ITBS? Remember the Iowa Test of Basic Skills? It's a nationally normed test, as Beth said. The beauty of this is any school district can have teachers write items that then, as Beth said, goes to the order, what they're teaching now within the Kansas standards, and then get results back immediately. What we have to do is be able to share that with parents so that they know the progress or the lack thereof that they're making. So we're trying to bring all that together right now with Olathe and Kansas City before it's scalable, if you would, and that's really the work. If it's done well, districts will be able to save money if they want to do this by not having to do things like MAP. And that can be used then to go to teacher salaries or other things that the district would choose.
Anne.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
I move the Kansas State Board of Education authorize the Commissioner of Education to grant Olathe USD 233 an amount not to exceed $250,000 to create standards-based common assessments aligned to Kansas content standards. The time period for the grant shall be February 14, 2024 through June 30, 2025.
Is there a second? Dina. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? And abstain? Okay. Yeah, Betty voted yes. So we've got, sorry, I didn't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yes. Did you get that? So you got 6 yes, 1 no. Yep. So the no's are Kathy, Danny, and abstention from Michelle. Is that right? Okay. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We have time for a short break because our next presenter is online at 3:50. So we're going to take a brief break and get everybody lined up on Zoom, and we'll be back.
Just to give you a little bit of background, I think his background, his Zoom screen is Horse Thief Reservoir by Garden City, if I remember right. All right, poorly placed joke, but it's good to have him. So just to give you a little bit of the background, so Commissioner Watson asked that we would find an expert who understands artificial intelligence in education. We generally like to find Kansans who do that, and we have plenty of Kansans who could do that. I recently returned home from a national conference and working group where I sat next to Glenn. He was one of the keynote speakers, and I will just say the thing that impressed me most about him is, as you've been to these conferences, most keynotes give their message and then bolt. He came and sat and was with us for the 3 days, which is an uncommon characteristic of those who are asked to speak. And I appreciate it, and it kind of showed how much he cares about this topic. So I think you've seen his bio, so I won't share too much. Currently, he's the senior advisor at the Stanford Graduate School of Education Accelerator for Learning. He focuses on the potential impact of artificial intelligence in education. He's a nationally known researcher. He's on many boards, some technology boards, and he previously was the executive director of the Friday Institute, which is an educational innovation institute in North Carolina. And he has extensive work with governors as well as the some state boards of education. So without further ado, Dr. Kleiman, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jake, and thank you to the board chair and the members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I wish I could be there in person, and perhaps Jake will explain that joke to me at some point because I totally missed it. But I know how busy you are, how many things you juggle, and I know that all this generative AI stuff is fairly new. It hit the world about 15 months ago when OpenAI released ChatGPT and became an enormous use very, very quickly. And I'll take the time today to just try to provide some background. Some of you may know some of this, some of you may not. Unfortunately, I don't know your own experience, but I'll just fill in some basics to help you try to make informed decisions as all the questions about the new forms of AI come to your attention. So I'll just jump right in. Feel free to interrupt at any time for questions or comments, and we'll save some time for questions at the end. So the first big question is, what is this generative AI thing? It's different from prior technologies. It's even different from prior AI technologies. And I think it's important to recognize that. I can't see you well, but I imagine we're all of the age where we learned that computers do only what they're programmed to do. And if you want a computer to do something, someone has to write a detailed step-by-step program. And if it doesn't work well, it's because there's an error or bug in those steps. It's time to drop that concept because generative AI learns on its own. It's fed enormous amounts of data. The estimate for ChatGPT prior version 3.5 was it was trained on 3 times the amount of information contained in the Library of Congress. That largely came from the web and other digital resources. It creates what are called neural networks, which are basically modeled after the human brain, or very loosely modeled after the human brain with neurons and synapses, but it creates a knowledge structure. And the knowledge structure is at an unfathomable scale. For ChatGPT 3.5, there are 175 billion connections. And newer models are beginning to approximate the human brain in scale. And it then turns out that these generative AI models, as they're called, or large language models, the first ones were called, can do things that no one expected. I get the privilege at Stanford to hang out at times with some of the gurus who built these kind of things. They were all continuously shocked at what they're able to do. There is something about the scale that emerging capabilities come out of. And people are studying that in the way cognitive psychologists used to study the human brain, trying to figure out what's going on. So drop the idea that computers just do exactly what they're told and understand. They learn, they develop their own knowledge structures, and they can produce very generative things from it. And those have been made widely accessible by becoming chat agents that you can communicate with in English and other languages. And they're called foundational in that they can serve many purposes, be connected with other technologies, and are the basis for many, many of the new applications that are being developed. An important point here is that they often can mimic human intelligence, do things that you would think required human intelligence, but they are not human, and their intelligence is very different from human intelligence. And I think that's a critical point as we think about how to apply these technologies both productively and safely in education. So as I'm sure you've read about and heard about, because there was so much press and so much talk, and it pops up everywhere, these generative AI systems can do many things, often surprisingly well. Quite a while ago, these technologies began to beat the world's best players in complex games like chess and Go. May have noticed if you use any of the translation tools, they can translate between languages, and the ability to do so has really improved. They can see, interpret, and navigate the physical world. AI robotics is a big growing field, and that's what's behind the idea of self-driving cars. If you think about what they can do, it really is amazing the number of capabilities they put together. They're already used in medicine to analyze medical data, things like x-rays and ultrasounds, and often do so at a level that at least matches, if doesn't exceed, those medical professionals. There have been scientific advances from these models. I'm sure you've seen examples of things they've written, whether essays, stories, poems, or whatever. And they also have a visual capability. The same technology can work for words, pictures, sounds, videos. It really is a very general technology. As long as it's fed enough data, it can find patterns and it can create things from it, whether that's images, artworks, musics, videos. And I'll show some examples, one of which I just did the other day and surprised me about how they now can analyze and describe images. They can write computer programs, and there's lots of discussion about how does this change what we need to teach students about coding? Is coding still a viable profession in the future? And they can engage in conversations with us. So that's just a short list of some of the amazing things they do. And I imagine some of you have tried out some of these things already. I think another important point to think about as we try to plan for educational uses is that there's lots of debate. Well, ChatGPT does this, but it doesn't do that. DALL-E can do these kinds of pictures, but it doesn't do these things well. I just learned today, for example, that DALL-E, if asked to draw someone writing with their left hand, I happen to be left-handed, it keeps giving you right-handed people. It's just these absurd things. But it's changing very, very rapidly. And in your role, need to think about not just what these can do right now, because these are the weakest forms of AI we'll ever have, but really fundamentally, what are these systems capable of? What can we expect in the coming months and years? So I think the speed of change, which is faster than any of us can grapple with. If you feel like you can't keep up, you're behind on it all, welcome to the club. Everybody, including the top people in the field, feel like this is moving so quickly, we can't keep up with it. Let me give you a couple of examples, just so you're familiar with some things. Here's something that I've used often, and I'd like to take a minute with it. I asked ChatGPT 4.0 to write a poem about hopes and fears about AI in education. And when we have more time, I usually ask people to read it, and I guess we can take a minute and just say, is there some part of it that captures your own hopes or fears? I don't know if we'll work to do that for a minute or two in this context.
I think that works, sure.
Okay. Go ahead and read and just pick which stanza or which phrase resonates with you. I never know how to facilitate via Zoom, so just speak up if something resonates with you as you read it.
I just heard, yeah, Danny, you want to use your mic?
The whole last paragraph.
Yes, very good. I'll come back to that later too. Anybody else?
I like the one about the echoes of laughter, what will survive beyond AI.
Yes, the human touch and how important that is. Good. Well, we'll just stop with those two examples unless anybody else is eager to chime in, but I think, it's really pretty amazing. Given that one sentence prompt, it actually, I had to do this about 5 times and I picked the best one. One of the other things about generative AI, unlike prior technologies, it will give you different answers each time. So that it's clearly not just finding something in its memory, it's generating new ones. And some I thought were pretty crummy. This one I really kind of like. Oh, I asked it to do this in the style of a well-known poet. Anybody have any idea who that might be? It was just Robert Frost. Oh, I'll move on from there. I know we don't have much time. Okay, now generative AI originally came out of recognizing images, and then they found, well, it can recognize images and can produce images. And this is just another example of the speed of change. 6 months ago, I wrote an article on things educators need to know about AI. I asked DALL-E 2 to create a picture of a robot teacher and a human teacher working together in front of a class, and it created the picture on the left. I'm now updating it because a 6-month-old article is out of date, and I asked the new version, DALL-E 3, to do the same thing, and it produced the picture on the right, which you can see is much more sophisticated. I'd done the same. My mother was an art teacher, so I had to do something that was more artistic. So as an example, in one article, I asked it to create a picture of a penguin and an eagle in the style of Da Vinci. And 6 months ago, it created the one on the left. Last week, it created the one on the right. So you can see how quickly this is advancing. And these systems are no longer just language models, they're multimodal. And I wanted to check that out as I was preparing for today. And I wanted to give it something I knew it had never seen. So I'd mentioned my mother was an art teacher. She's also an artist. She came and visited San Francisco once years ago. And she's kind of impressionistic. And she painted this picture of kind of things in her memory from San Francisco. And I asked ChatGPT to describe the picture. That's all I gave it, the picture itself and the request to describe it. And this is what it produced. And it's another case where it blew my mind what it was able to do. It was not able to do this a couple of months ago. And you can see it says the picture depicts a vibrant scene that appears to be inspired by an urban Chinatown. It's a watercolor painting that showcases a variety of elements. And then it mentions and describes a pagoda-style structure, lanterns, an orange tram filled with passengers, suggesting it might be a historic or tourist area. Noticed an American flag on a building, street signs with Chinese characters. And I love the last one. The street is depicted with a sense of quiet, possibly suggesting early morning or late evening when the bustle is subsided. So that's what it found in this picture, and it found it in less than a minute and produced that. So these systems really are very advanced, and you can have a dialogue with them. So I asked what location might be represented in the painting, and it quickly points out that it could represent a Chinatown in a major American city, and then says the tram in particular is reminiscent of San Francisco cable cars, so it's probably San Francisco Chinatown, which was exactly right. So there are many, many examples, but I put this one just along the theme of don't underestimate what these systems can do now, and if they can't do now, what they'll be able to do in a few months. Okay, I'll pause for a minute if there are any questions and comments. I know I'm moving very quickly, and I can't really see you, so someone will have to help me if there are any questions or comments.
So I have an app to check and see whose hand is up, and at the moment, I don't have any hands raised in the app. Anne is raising her hand.
Thank you for the presentation. I really enjoy this. Question has come up about how AI generates these things using other people's work. And there's some discussion now about how, if they're using my work to put this thing together, I should get something for that. Where do you see that whole discussion going?
Yes, there are lots of very complex legal and policy issues, of which that is certainly one. I don't have an answer to it. I think clearly people's work has been misused. There are a number of lawsuits, including from the New York Times. And I think, through the court system and the policy system, we'll see some changes there. I do know that example I showed with Da Vinci, I'd also done one with Picasso. And when I went back to redo it, the OpenAI system now says it will not produce things in the style of any artist who was active past 1911, I believe was the date. And I'm not sure why that was a significant date. So they are beginning to put some limits on these systems in response to those problems. But it's a big, big issue. These companies felt like they could just take everything anybody had on the web and use it for training these systems. And, a lot of people, some of the musicians, one of the photo companies, there's lots of legal actions going on. Anything else? I've got lots more to say, but I don't want to rush through things if you have questions.
How do we know you're not AI?
Well, I could be. Hold that till we get up to the risks, which come up in a couple of slides. You don't know because you probably don't know because you're asking me questions and I'm responding. But somebody could take a video of my presentation and use it with both my images and the way my lips move and my voice with my Brooklyn accent and create me saying all kinds of things I would never say. And it would be difficult for you to tell the difference at this point. We're going to see a lot of that in the political campaigns, unfortunately. And that no longer requires a great deal of technical expertise. It's become pretty easy to do, frighteningly easy to do. And I think, those are the kinds of things we need to be preparing our students to understand and figure out really how to deal with and check the reliability of information because the misinformation, misrepresentations will be very, very severe. How do I know you're not?
So I have another one. Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. So another one is, as a system, we're collecting all this data on little kids. So in about a month, all of a sudden, I'm going to be looking at myself, and it looks like me, talks like me, knows everything there is to know about me, but it isn't me. That could happen, couldn't it?
It won't know everything about you, but the rest of that could happen, and it could happen next month, yes.
I think we're good on this side for now, if you want to go ahead.
Okay, so I do want to come back to the point that artificial and human intelligence really differ. And I'm concerned when some people think these can replace humans or they're like humans. Artificial intelligence are powerful pattern finding and prediction making technologies. They find patterns in the information they're fed. They make predictions based on that. Human intelligence, we know, is very different. It builds from innate abilities, for example, language learning abilities and social abilities, social learning, interactions in the physical world. It builds from goal-seeking behaviors, from emotional engagement, from schooling, from broad experiences within families, communities, cultures, and so much more. So we need to know these systems have what my father would have called book learning. They don't connect to, they don't have our experiences. They don't really understand things. They are putting together patterns and predicting the words that should come next. Now, these systems in the form of AI agents will begin to be participating in our classrooms. We'll have AI tutors more than we have now, coaches, collaborators. They can help be teaching assistants. They can extend and enhance what teachers do, but they can never replace the personal connections and the idea that relationships are so important in education. And that's why I can't tell who, but whoever picked up the last line of that poem was also my favorite, where it said, we need to lead. Teachers and students need to be in control and drive interactions with AI. People talk about AI in the loop. I think I'd rather humans in the loop. I think we really need to think about humans in control and directing how AI is used, and AI is the assistant. And the best analogy I've been able to come up with that is the Star Trek one. Those of us who are a bit older know Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock, and then there was Captain Picard and Data. And Picard and Data are a good example. Here we have the human captain who is fully in charge, and Data is an android, a logical being. And together they solve all kinds of problems as they traverse the universe. But it's always Picard with his human instincts and human understandings and human emotions, who's the leader who makes the key decisions. And I think that's kind of a good analogy as we think about how AI should be used. It's always we who need to lead and direct it. So perhaps you'll come up with better analogies, but that's the best one I have at this point. And we already talked some about the deep fakes issues, but I want to make sure to get on the table that AI has many limitations and risks. And we think about uses in education, we have to think both about productive uses, but also safe uses. So it itself can generate bias and toxic information. The main systems have learned from information wiped from the web. And of course, on the web, there's lots of sexist, racist, xenophobic, all kinds of toxic information. And a lot of it comes from, white, middle class, Western, well-educated people. It doesn't represent the diversity in our communities and diversity in the world. There's also, as you likely have heard, about hallucinations and fabrications. These systems, they don't really fact check themselves. They always sound very sure of themselves. If you question them, they'll often apologize if you say, no, that's just wrong. But they'll make all these statements, they'll create citations, they'll create facts, they'll create dates. They lack, I like the term truthiness, they lack truthiness. And I think it's important that our teachers and students know you can use these systems, but you have to use them with a sense of you always have to be checking. They're not to be trusted. As I mentioned, how they operate really is not at all transparent or explainable. People are working on that, but what's going on is a mystery. We can't trace back through the steps and say, how did it come up with that poem I showed? There's no way of doing that. As been mentioned, there's concerns about privacy and security, misusing information. There are lots of systems now which are more closed systems that hopefully your schools will begin to implement, so they're not connected and not feeding back into the underlying model. But the concerns about privacy and security are very real. We've talked about misinformation and deepfakes, mentioned these are not culturally aware and inclusive systems. And I also worry that they can respond very inappropriately to social and emotional states of users. People are talking about using them to help address the mental health issues we have among our young people. Perhaps that's possible, but I'd be very, very cautious there because it can also go in the wrong direction and further those problems, as we've seen with social media, rather than help address them. Okay. I'm going to very quickly talk about impact of AI in the workplace. There are major studies coming out of the business schools showing that the impact is significant. It will continue to grow. And I think as we consider what world we need to prepare our students for success in, this is very important. So very quickly, one major study involving some of the major business schools and the Boston Consulting Group was released a few months ago. Very large-scale study. The subjects were Boston Consulting Group employees. So these are all very high-level, very well-paid knowledge workers. They created an activity that captured their work with 18 different tasks about developing and releasing a new product. So they have generated ideas, prototype projects, looked at market segments, analyzed all kinds of data, developed marketing materials, competitive analyses, a product launch plan, and an article about it. And there was a specific time they had for each of the 18 tasks. So a really, really significant large-scale study. There was an initial baseline of all the subjects for related tasks without AI. And then I'm simplifying a little bit. There actually was a third group, but they randomly assigned groups with and without the use of ChatGPT 4.0. And they evaluated the work for how much was done and what was the quality. Interesting, the quality was assessed both by independent assessors using a rubric, and then as an experiment, they thought, well, let's see how AI would assess the results, and the AI result assessments were pretty similar. The finding was that the use of AI led to increased productivity and quality for each of the 18 tasks, with more of the tasks created and a very significant increase in the quality of the work by the rubric and the ratings. And so overall, they say AI support provided huge performance benefits. And their conclusions are, it's not that AI is replacing people. This was folks using AI in their work, but that new human AI collaborative practices and reconfigurations are emerging, and that for many types of tasks, the discussion is no longer whether to adopt AI, but rather how to use it well. So there's many other studies coming out that support these same conclusions. There are none yet done with, for example, the work of teachers, but I think it's very important to recognize that this kind of knowledge work does relate to what our teachers do. They also do a number of other more relational types of work. But I think it's important to start thinking about how can these tools serve teachers. There are other studies, this one's pre-generative AI being so well known and actually pre-pandemic, but the McKinsey group did a global teacher and student survey, and this was part of an analysis they did looking at the tasks different professions do. And I would not argue for any of the details here, but the general idea that teachers spend on average 50 plus hours a week, and that about half that time is in direct interaction with students. I think something in that ballpark probably holds up. They then tried to analyze, remember this is before the most recent AI advances, how much time technology could save teachers in those different tasks. They did the same kind of analysis for other professions. And they didn't say technology could ever replace teachers, but they were saying it might reallocate 20 to 30% of teachers' time so that they had more time to work directly with their students. So I think this is the kind of thing we'll be seeing with AI. How can it help teachers? How can it serve as teaching assistants? How can it save them time on preparing lessons, for example, is an area AI might be very helpful, on evaluation, on administrative work, so they can spend more time doing the things that only teachers can do, working directly with students. And I actually, I can't prove any of this, but my opinion is to get started, the best way to start is start preparing teachers to use tools that help them with things like lesson planning, providing additional feedback to students on things like student writing, and really use it as a teaching aid to begin with, and then get into the other possible uses. Okay, AI in the classroom, just a couple of notes, and again, I'm going to have to move very quickly. This is from the Molochs at Penn, who do really good work and whose writing is worth reading. And they did an analysis of different ways AI technologies can be used in the classroom. And I like this because you could see there are many different roles: being a mentor to provide feedback, a tutor for direct instruction, prompting metacognition, being a teammate, being a student so that students coach the AI, the old idea that you learn most by teaching, simulating areas where students can practice. And for each, they talk about both the pedagogical benefit and the pedagogical risk. And I think that framing is a very, very important one. And we also have mentioned some of these, but AI can assist teachers in many ways, as well as working directly with their students. There's lots of work at Stanford on feedback to students. So when young students are reading aloud, AI systems can monitor what they read and provide feedback as a teacher or teaching assistant would do. And it doesn't replace those folks, but it gives more opportunities for feedback. Same with writing or coding. There are other things going on where classroom interactions are recorded and analyzed by AI to provide feedback to the teachers about what kinds of questions they're asking. Are they getting productive discussions? Are they engaging all the students? There's lots of good work now about communicating with families, particularly with English, non-English speaking families, and the ability to write AI to help write letters home and translate it into whatever languages you need. So the list goes on and on. In general, it's to provide automated teaching assistance to teachers, and I think that will be a very productive area. Wish I had more time and I could do this more slowly, but I don't, so I won't. Here are the risks to students if AI is misused, or at least some of these. And I think as a state board, these are really, really important for your deep consideration. My work over many decades really has been at the intersection of technology and equity in education. I led big state plans in both areas in North Carolina. And I really do fear that AI will be used in ways that increase inequities rather than help reduce the opportunity and achievement gaps that are so prevalent in our education system. And to capture it in an extreme case, I fear that students in underserved communities may end up spending a lot of time with AI tutors and not having human connections, given we all know there are teacher shortages and teacher retention issues, particularly in the underserved, impoverished communities, where in the more privileged schools, there'll be well-prepared, dedicated teachers working with students with AI providing supplements. So things like that, I think, are very, very big policy issues. Another area is AI is interesting because it can be used in ways that really engage students, engage their thinking, reflection, help them learn, develop their own critical thinking, creativity, or it can be used in ways to do that work for them and decrease their engagement in work. And I think this concept of cognitive engagement, some call productive struggle, that is so important in learning, are very, very critical. I'm sure you've heard and thought about academic integrity problems. AI can do students' work for them, that it could be used, people could think, as I really mentioned, to substitute for teachers' roles, and I think we need to be very careful there. But we also can't just say, no, let's ignore this, let's ban it, let's lock it down, let's not people use it, because AI is going to be so central to our students' futures, whether in college, in careers, in civic life, that we really need to be engaging with how to integrate it into the schools and prepare students for what's coming. I'll just mention there are groups like Teach AI, for which I'm an advisor, that are preparing guidance for schools that might be useful to you. I just grabbed, they're very good at doing these one-page summaries, and here's that one-page summary of benefits and risks. I just want to let you know there are lots of resources, and I think Jake is already familiar with these. I can provide more information about them if needed. And I think I'll use this as my almost last slide. As I said, I've worked at the intersection of technology and equity, but I think we really, rather than, a lot of people are saying, this AI stuff is here, how do we deal with it? I don't think that's the right question. The question is, how can we harness the power of AI to help us address the major educational challenges, whether those are the opportunity and achievement gaps that I've mentioned, the crisis in the teaching and education workforce, the crisis, all these we can call crises, the crises in students becoming disengaged, the social, emotional, and mental health issues, supporting multilingual students, students with disabilities and learning differences, having our communities involved and supportive of the schools in productive ways, updating curriculum assessments and pedagogy, and preparing all of the students to be college, career, and community ready. And we need to always start from these challenges and say, AI provides powerful tools. How do we harness them to help us meet these challenges? Not what do we do with this AI stuff that suddenly appeared and we have to deal with it in some ways. Okay, I'm going to skip over that so we have time for questions. In summary, don't estimate what AI can do. Don't trust it. Recognize it's just at the beginning of what it can do and how it will impact us. And we need to figure out how to harness it. And because there's so much happening at a pace that education with all its stakeholders and elements can never move as quickly as the AI world is, recommend accepting the changes coming, keep calm and carry on while responding thoughtfully to it. And then finally, I took the final line of that poem. With AI as our tool, our trusty steed, we must be sure it's we who lead. You're the leaders in Kansas. We have a few minutes left for any questions, and I hope at least some of that was helpful to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kleiman. We do have some questions here. I'll start with Ann Ma.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. That was really interesting. And I've got a question related to a book I read. You may have read Warnings by Richard Clark about the Cassandras trying to warn us about things in the future. And I think it's one thing if AI takes what's already out there and creates with it, but it's another whole thing when the computers learn to learn. And that's what they were trying to warn about, that at that point, it's too late because the internet's billions of devices all connected, and then we will have lost it. I just wondered if you agreed with that. And how close are we?
I don't know what to think about some of there are these, catastrophic claims that it'll be the end of the world. I tend to not accept those, but I don't know. Some smart people are saying all kinds of catastrophes may work. I think it is a really interesting question. As AI is producing more and more, is it feeding itself? And are the next generation AI tools trained on things AI created? And what does that mean? I'm sorry, but my answer is I don't know what that means. Yeah, just trying to keep up with the changes and where it might be going. As I said, I think there's lots to worry about immediately, the bias, the misinformation, the deep fakes. I don't think, we've survived big changes before. And actually, I'll go back to the slides I didn't use. This is a long-standing concern about new technologies. Some of you may have heard this before. It's been used by others, but someone once said, you give your students an appearance of wisdom, not the reality of it. They appear to know much, for the most part, they know nothing, which is what a lot of us worry about with AI. Do you know where this is from? This is attributed to Socrates in one of the Platonic dialogues, and he was talking about writing. It was an oral culture where the smart, educated people had memorized these long, complex stories that captured the wisdom of the culture. And he was saying writing would take that away, and the students would have an appearance of wisdom, not the reality of it, because they could depend upon what was in the written materials. And of course, that's very much changed. And I think we may have major changes like this with AI, that how intelligence is between devices and humans and how they work together. And of course, this, efforts to actually physically link the brain to AI systems. So I'm not a futurist who can look ahead and tell you where that comes out, but there are lots of interesting, sometimes frightening things to think about.
Dina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I'd like to thank you and the Vice Chair and our Commissioner for making this available because, and Dr. Steele, because it's something I've been reading about and thought it was probably time we heard something about it. So I appreciate very much your availability and your willingness to share from California with Kansas folks. But it seems to me that maybe our biggest thing that we need to be worrying about is how do we control this? And how do we be in control so it benefits us and our students? So thank you for pointing out maybe we're not quite there yet, but we need to keep our eyes and ears open because someday there will be someone who kind of, I guess, maybe figures that part out. So thank you very much for sharing with us.
My pleasure. I do hope it's helpful, and I'm happy to respond at later times if I can provide more helpful information.
We may take you up on that. Got a question from Danny.
Well, show you how scary this is. He has to put a disclaimer on this article that this content of articles written entirely by a human author who is solely responsible for the opinions expressed. That to me is scary that has to be on there.
Well, that's because there was a prior article that I co-wrote with ChatGPT and listed ChatGPT as an author, but that was more demonstrating what it could do. Yes, a lot of things coming out, including a lot of things you're reading in the news, are at least partially AI generated or AI generated and human edited.
And one last question from Betty, and then we'll go to the Commissioner to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if it's a question or rhetorical comment, but I hear a lot about the need for legislation, that this was an area that had been ignored, and now some legislation is required. And I think the thing that concerns me is if we don't understand something, how do you legislate it? I,
Um, yes, a good comment slash question. There's lots of work, obviously, at the national level, at state levels on legislation, around issues of safety. I mean, AI is critical in defense now, and in medicine, and in all these areas. Education may not be getting as much attention in some of those bigger debates. And the issue that was even raised about, what's fair use of people's materials are legislative questions. Um, I don't, the only legislation I see being discussed for education in some states is adding AI literacy to work that many states have done in recent years about computer literacy and furthering the use of computer science education in the schools. There are, I believe, 6 states so far have released some guidelines about AI in education, but they're just guidelines in general statements. They're not anything they're proposing to be either legislation or State Board of Education regulations. And that's why I say, keep calm, think carefully, take it a step at a time, but we can't ignore it. And, originally, many schools just tried to say, no, it's banned, you can't use it. They very quickly found that was not a viable approach and not a adequate approach for their students. And in fact, created increased equity problems because, of course, the more privileged students had access to it outside of school. So we have to address it, but we have to address it thoughtfully and carefully and resist the pace at which it's moving. One last story, I was at a meeting with a representative of OpenAI that developed ChatGPT. This was early on, and she said they want to know what educators need from them. And my response was, what we need is next time you change our world, give us a little notice so we can do some planning around it. We just have to accept the world is changing very quickly in these areas, and we need to be thoughtful and careful in how we employ it.
Dr. Steele, thank you for bringing the state board. Dr. Kleiman, Dr. Kleiman, I think that last statement sums it up. From the time, probably radio. I don't have a recollection of that era, but certainly TV was destroying youth, and then internet, of course, social media, and we know just recently Congress's hearings on that and the impact that's having. What I like about at least the discussion of AI, even though I think everyone understands we don't know, is at least we're having a discussion of how to keep humans in control of it versus the unforeseen consequences that all other technology have seemed to have on us as a society, and trying to make sure we're preparing for the unintended consequences that this could have if we don't seriously take charge of this technology. It has wonderful use, as does the internet, as does TV, as does social media, but the unintended consequences, if we're not conscious of that, can be very serious. And I appreciate your words today and spending a large amount of time with the state board and sharing your research.
Yes, I think that's a great summary, and I think the short mantra is education leads, technology needs to serve it. Good. And I guess with that, are we wrapped? It's so hard for me. I can see little images, but I can't really see anybody's faces, so it's hard for me to know. Are we all set for today?
We are. Thank you so much for your time. It was wonderful to have you here.
Okay. Thank you all. Pleasure to be here, and good luck with all the important things you're working on.
And thank you, Dr. Steele. We are going to take a short break. We'll take 10 minutes and be back at 4:45. Welcome back, board members. We're going to do a little flip in the agenda just to accommodate schedules. 18 becomes 19, 19 becomes 18, and so we welcome Dr. Watson.
For the record, Michelle looked at me and said, "You're not Frank Harwood." And I said, "No." And Frank just left the building. Where's he going? We run him off. The special ed, a meeting in K-12 budget's going on, and I think they're running a little long themselves. And so I know that he was over there in case someone asked him questions. He is coming back. We are going to do a full legislative update. We're going to continue with the agenda, Madam Chair has told me, until he's ready to come back. So we may just continue down it until he gets back over. But they generally get out right around 5 o'clock or shortly thereafter. So I'm going to continue somewhat the literacy discussion, and then I'm going to look pretty quickly in this discussion to the chair and vice chair, because it really came out of some conversations we've been having across the street, knowing the work that you have done and that you continue to do the work today, and that sometimes I think people either don't understand that work around literacy, don't listen to the work that you've done, and so it leads to what I think is a very declarative statement. Nothing new in terms of the work you've done, but maybe a declarative statement that I think the chair and vice chair were wanting you to consider. So, we've talked about some things around urgency and setting high standard. I'm going to go back and reference the document that I gave you today. So if you want to, you can pull that out, or Danny, if you don't want to, I'm going to show parts of it on the screen. It's up to you, but this is kind of the Kansas Literacy Framework. In that document, I'm going to pull some items because I think it speaks to the work that you've done. This is the work that you've already done. First of all, during the 21-22 school year, the education preparation providers, those are the people that you just heard from today, that prepare young people, yes, that's it, Kathy, that prepare young people to go into the profession. You required an assurance that every one of those institutions was teaching the science of reading. You required that in 21-22. I don't think most people know that. I'm just being honest. And yet, it's not like it was done yesterday. You took pretty early steps right after the pandemic to do that. And as of the fall of 22, by the way, I'm going to back up just a little bit. Where did that come from? Because you led a task force on dyslexia that Jim chaired, and that was one of the recommendations that came out of it. And I want to say this board's implemented every single recommendation of that task force of dyslexia. The state board has done every single one. I might ask, is if you look at those recommendations, what other people may or may not have done, but you've taken every one of those, and I think you ought to be proud of that. And these were recommendations from that. So as early as fall 22, license and endorsement areas for early childhood and special education and elementary included the 5 science of reading criteria as part of their scheduled program review. So when those programs came up, they were reviewed within the science of reading. You've been seeing that work, and you're like, why is he talking about that? I'm talking about it because I'm with people all the time that thinks that we've done nothing. And I just want to say, you saw it again with Catherine up here today. It's every month there's a new program coming. Maybe it's Pittsburgh State one month, the next month it may be Baker. And that's not anything new. That criteria is right here. Understand the 4-part processing system. It's proficient reading. Again, effective reading and writing. Kathy, you brought up the writing component. I thought it was really great. Fort Hays State said today, look, we're still learning about the connection that the brain makes with reading and writing. Everyone said, let's get rid of cursive, right? Because we're going to have computers, and we do. And what we found is, just like with the AI discussion, what a great tool. We're all using that tool. What we find, though, is in development of language, the reading-writing connection is extremely important. Now, once you become an adult, it's less important, right? Because you're not in that development. So we have to then change standards or change practices when those occur. This is the criteria you are currently evaluating every program in higher ed against. It's in the document. It was passed out of the Dyslexia Task Force. And you can see there, it says you have to, general principles of structured literacy teaching, including explicit, systematic, cumulative, teacher-directed instruction. In the fall of 2023, those education providers were required to submit an updated assurance where the science of reading concepts were taught in the programs. And we also added, and Dina, this may go to your comment this morning about should we broaden the licensure discussion, because restricted license leading to a language arts endorsement also are expected to address the science of reading in grades 6 through 12. You require annual training required of literacy dyslexia for teachers and teachers that are new to the profession, meaning I came from Florida and now I'm moving to Kansas and I didn't have it. So annual training. Who are those? Who are these teachers that have to sit in the training? All teachers in elementary, all teachers in early childhood, high incidence special ed, endorsed teachers in 512. Dina, this goes back to your comment. Reading specialists, school psychologists, and it's highly recommended that paras receive the training. Annual training. Now, this training isn't letters, 2 years, right? It's short annual training that you require and that you've done. So, the chair and vice chair, again I have been in meetings where none of that has been recommended, and you've probably heard, why don't you just outlaw the 3 queuing system? You, in essence, have. You just haven't specifically said that, but you have by all the things that you have done. And so Jim asked Randy, craft something that basically says it. Because if we don't say it explicitly, and we've said it, and you're going to teach the science of reading, which means you can't teach the 3 queuing system, as an example. That's just one example. And so we drafted this as a possibility for you to make that statement. It's nothing new, but it says it in a very explicit way. I just want to read this to you. That you designate the science of reading as the official literacy methodology and support schools to eliminate any discredited methodologies to be taught by any accredited school district and recommend literacy-specific universal screening measures. So those would be the assessments to make sure someone's not dyslexic or has reading difficulties, to be used by accredited schools and school districts. You may want to wordsmith this, you may not like it, you may say, why are we doing it? I think all that's fair, but it was asked for me to craft this because people are saying, well, yeah, you did that, yeah, but, and we thought maybe this direct statement, going back to all of the things that you've done that basically say this, in our opinion, says it in a completely different, I shouldn't say completely, in a very direct way, so that no one can look at you and say, well, I don't think you ever said that. The reason we didn't say 3 queuing, because the minute you say that, someone's going to say, yeah, but you did that, but what about this? So we've said any discredited methodologies, of which 3 queuing would be one of those. Because you can't teach the science of reading and teach balanced literacy. You cannot. So I will be quiet. Jim and Melanie may want to chime in. I think they've been maybe as frustrated as I have, because You have done so much work, and you did, I would just say this, we've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and the work you've done today on literacy, the work that you've just discussed and talked about with higher ed, you just putting those in the standards, they have to show it in the courses, they have, again, a big day, and my guess is pretty quickly, someone's gonna ask you, when are you gonna start working with higher ed about doing this work? And I know, and so anyway, I'll be quiet because they may want to share with you at least their thoughts.
It is extremely frustrating. We've met with people representing and leaders of legislatures. I wanted to know, I'm talking about last week, why haven't you done anything? These statements we've already done, but we haven't been that specific. That's why I asked the question to Lori Curtis. Does the thing that we approved today actually say that we're not going to be teaching these disproved methods? And the answer was yes. So basically, this is not anything that we haven't already done. But we were asked by I'm not going to name names, but we were asked by a legislative leader to be specific. This gives us the opportunity to actually help solidify a relationship that we need if we're going to work together with the legislature, because they need to put some money behind this too. That they haven't done yet, except just the idea of the dyslexia coordinator finally. But there are still college programs that are working on structured literacy, but also looking at some of the other methods. They haven't all made that switch. And there are some school districts that are doing the same thing. And we need to be abundantly clear that structured literacy works, and some of the other methods that are being used do not work for struggling readers. And there should be an unambiguous, that we should be unambiguous. We should be very clear about it. I think we already have. For the last 4 years, been very unambiguous. But I think that some statement like this is of critical importance, and it needs to be done now, because this is the time, and this relates to something we talked about this morning. This is the time that school districts are identifying their budgets. This is the time that school districts are identifying which supplies and materials are going to be used next year, and they need to know that if you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on something that doesn't fit this description, you have flushed good money down the drain, because it's not going to be accepted. So that's why and I'll admit, I'm passionate about this because I couldn't read. Randy talked about he learned from Dick and Jane. I didn't learn from Dick and Jane, and I am quite a bit older than he is. But it was the same thing. I know what it feels like to feel like you're too stupid, that you're the most stupid kid in the class. And I want to make sure that we do everything that we can to make sure that no other child has to feel stupid because they are taught inappropriately how to read. So if you think that I'm passionate and way over the top, probably guilty, but this is an area that we just have to make sure that we are very clear on what we expect and what we absolutely will not expect. As a matter of fact, I believe we need to say what we absolutely will not tolerate. Sorry for that.
No apology necessary. I appreciate your passion, because this is clearly very important and the message has not been received. Commissioner, what would you propose are next steps for us? There's obviously this on the board. We've got the written document.
The written document's broader. It just, again, kind of lays out, this is what we've done. It then talks about next steps, and I laid out some of those for you this morning that we may be doing in the next several weeks or months. If you think it's appropriate, I think you ought to, make this statement in the form of a motion at some point, but that's up for you to decide. I tried to craft this as direct as possible without being so narrow that we'd have to come back because someone would challenge it again. So I don't know that I hit that mark. I think you can tell me, but because I thought we had hit it before, honestly. But when people say, "Well, you haven't," so I think I've tried to do that. So the background information that you have in that document, I want you to have, because you can pass that out to people that say, "What have you done?" Here clearly, and this is what we're thinking, and as we accomplish some of those things in March and April, May and June, we'll update that. We can continue to give that out to you. But honestly, we were looking at things going, well, we've done that. Oh, well, and then the answer is, well, you should tell people about that. Okay. So anyway, I'll be quiet, Madam Chair, and let the board respond.
I will open it up for questions first. Kathy?
I just want to ask, when we say in that statement, and support schools who eliminate any discredited methodologies, what does that clearly mean? Like, how are we going to support schools?
And moving away from that, moving away from discredited methodologies as fast as possible.
But what are we doing to support them to do that?
Through
the letters training, is that
letters
part of
training?
that?
Yes.
Okay.
And through the structures of KASSA, they're going to demand choosing curriculum, the at-risk discussion from the list, all those things, right? The evidence is going to drive the work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I want to follow up on that. I think also that we need to we need to ask those questions when a school comes before us for accreditation. We have the stick. And if they're still teaching those other things, then that needs to be questions that are asked by the team. If they're still doing it, I'm likely not going to vote for them to be accredited.
So one of the things I often think about again is that I said, I think jokingly to all of you, oh, well, here's the two people that didn't like the KASSA visit. And we should pay attention to that. And those people probably call you. You're going to hear, well, last year we adopted a program that you just told us, and you're going to say, we told you 3 years ago. We told you 3 years ago, 4 years ago in some cases. Don't do it, and last year you adopted it. And I don't know, again, it comes back to, I think you've been clear, and the vast majority of people have moved on that, but there have some that probably haven't. And so, again, was asked to draft something a little bit clearer so that you can say, I'm sorry, you can't adopt a Fontes and Pinnell reading program because it no longer is the best methodology of how to teach reading. Did that answer your question? Okay.
So one of the things that we've heard across the street is, and I believe I heard this I think it was in the Special Education Task Force, don't quote me on that, but we've heard them say there are schools that are still using 3Qing and these other things that need to be eliminated, the discredited methodologies. So I guess I have two asks, a list of, you just named one by name, a list of curriculum that would not be supported?
Yes.
Just to be very specific?
We're working on, yes, like the at-risk list. We just took, half of that list away?
Yeah.
Or, once you approve it, the recommendation is take half of that list away. Where we're moving in that high-quality instructional materials is, here's a list that meet these definitions, and if it's not on the list, it doesn't meet it.
Okay.
Again, we have left a lot of local control, and we want to continue to leave a lot of local control. But when you ignore science of, in this case, the science of reading, or science of science or math.
Audit we're doing.
That's what we're
Right,
doing
so
right now.
that's already in
You're gonna get
process.
those results, and you're gonna know who doesn't have it. And then the question is, if we say, which we are, you can't do that, why haven't you changed? They say, well, we haven't had any money for the last 3 years. Then how patient are you going to be? Knowing the realities, right? The realities of money, how patient do you want to be? You can use ESSER funds right now. There are ESSER funds to do it. So lots of districts have done it, just like paying for the letters training. But that money's rapidly, winding down. But if you're going to have hip replacement, and the strategies have all changed, you would go to the doctor that, hey, 15 years ago we used to do it this way, and now we've learned, by the millions of hip replacements, now we can do it this way, and it has a better recovery. It wasn't that the old was bad. It has a better recovery. It has less infection. All those things. That's what we're saying here, and it's just a matter of, are we urgent enough? Because even when we do it, it takes a while for it to take place. So, and again, Madam Chair, I know we heard from Mr. Porter. You've been a part of some of those conversations too, and I don't know what your own personal thoughts are, just related to what people have said to you.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Jim said. We all know that Jim is very passionate about this literacy situation, and so I agree wholeheartedly with everything that he mentioned. I think that I can't say enough to express how urgent this situation is, because there's legislation that's being talked about and written and rewritten right now as they are going through their process across the street. And we've got what you see on the screen, as well as the document that we received earlier this morning, as well as the option from number 3 on your recommended motions. We do have the option to suspend board policy and vote on an action item if we deem it urgent enough. And so I think that waiting until next month puts us in a dangerous situation, just in that we're going to end up with policy at the state board level that may not mesh with what's been passed in the legislature.
And Dina and Ann can speak for themselves, but they certainly can take the document that you have and go over and say that, and someone's going to say to them, but where specifically does it say that you can't use 3 queuing? That says it, right? And so, I mean, they're having in-depth conversations more than any of us, because they're over there every day. So that's your choice. I mean, that's however you want to look at that, but that's the reason I'm bringing it to you, at least for your consideration. And again, you may want to wordsmith it. There's nothing perfect about it. I'm just trying to hit the intent of what was asked to produce for you.
And I was hoping that we would have Dr. Harwood before this conversation. It would be good to have the context, because, I mean, I'll be honest, it's really hard to keep up with what's going on over there when we're meeting today as they're meeting today, same tomorrow potentially, and it's hard to track all of those committee meetings. So appreciate the work that Frank is doing.
Well, we have some wonderful people, and if you get the opportunity, obviously Dr. Harwood will be back, and you can, but Dr. John Hess and Gabrielle Hull try to track every single piece of legislation, look at history, and brief us on that. So I mentioned this to Ann and Dina on, I don't know what other bill it was, and Ann said, can I listen to your briefing in the morning? I said, you don't want to listen to my briefing. My briefing's at this level, right? Give me all the briefing you want is that other briefing with Gabby and John and Frank, because they're going in detail and saying, what do we need to write? Because every day there's a new bill, and sometimes it's not in education. And I think Michelle, in fact, was maybe asking me, we were talking, sometimes it's like, what? I didn't know that. I mean, because it's over in commerce or it's over in health and environment, but as an education. So we have a lot of people trying to track that. And there's a lot of things that Ann and Dina just say, well, we're not going to weigh in. We don't have a position on that, or it's not ours. This is yours. this is yours, and I know you want to own this among some other things. And I think there was the thought that maybe a more definitive statement may just help everyone. And again, not asking for anything at this moment, but if you wanted to do something tomorrow, Dr. Harwood will be back to talk about legislation whenever he's done. But again, I'm hitting this with you cold. I drafted this, redid it. AI did not assist me in it. That's probably wrong. They probably may have gotten better. I was thinking, honestly, can I just digress a little bit? There's a Far Side cartoon that I love, and I used to have it on a transparency. It's that old, and I use it sometimes. And it's on a high wire at the circus, and it's a dog juggling with one leg on, and it said, unfortunately, this is Rex, the wonder dog. He's learning a new trick, and he's an old dog, right? And I think that sometime, but this may not be the wording that you want. I'm trying to get into being specific without identifying so specific that the question then comes up, well, you did this, but not that. So science of reading as the official literacy methodology, that's pretty strong. And eliminate any discredited methodologies taught in any accredited school. That's public and private that you oversee. It may not work, but that's.
Danny.
I agree with Kathy. I'd like all the detail ones that.
The ones that do
are
not.
Not any good. And we better be hard-nosed about the schools that are trying to get, if we're gonna do this, because that's the biggest problem in the buildings that I've been in. And, sorry, but, I mean, I'm okay with not accrediting a school that isn't gonna get with the program.
I am too.
And you know this, we don't want to get to that. We want to help them move in that direction as fast as possible, right? I mean, that's the key. So, but I appreciate that.
But if they refuse.
I'm not a wordsmith, and I hate to wordsmith, but I'm going to say the State Board of Education designates the science of reading as the only official. Would the word only help strengthen that?
This is your work. I'm just bringing you a draft, so.
Can we have that in writing to take with us overnight?
Yes.
I
guess it's, yes. Yes, we'll send this to you.
Yeah, I can write
I thought it was actually in your motion.
Is it?
If you look at item 5 tomorrow, it's okay. But Jim's offering maybe, a way to change, and again, no vote today, but.
So, Madam Chair, can I ask so you're proposing as part of the motion we would make to approve the list, we also approve this statement to go with it?
2 separate items.
So how would you use this? Why wouldn't
we would
we send
put
them
that in that
together?
document that I gave you
Oh, okay.
as a very distinct statement.
Gotcha.
The at-risk list will be a different vote. I mean, they go together in terms of how we're looking at, saying this is good and this isn't, but they're 2 different things. This
Gotcha.
is
Thank
simply to go to that, be put in that document that clearly states right up front, this is what the state board is doing, and then we can include all the other things in.
I just want to point out that I like that this says the science of reading and not letters. I like that the science of reading is broad enough in its own way that letters fits under that heading, and a lot of other things do not.
Yes. And that would mean as the science evolves, we could continue to bring you things like cursive writing is showing really good synapses and joining, or we may learn some other things in the next 12 months, 18 months. Science of reading is just that. It is the science of reading that all the reading people now agree. For 50 years, there was disagreement. Here's Dr. Harwood.
You know what? They wanted to know where you went, and Michelle said, he left us. He left us, went across the street, and then they got me. So, yeah, I am. So we can make that one change if all of you would, that Jim's recommending. Study it overnight. Feel free to email me or text me if you have some other ideas, and then it will at least be on there for discussion, and possibly that you might do something tomorrow, or that's your prerogative of whatever you want to do with it.
Okay. Any last questions?
I just support urgency.
I do want to thank you. I mean, look again at the work that you've done, and maybe some prior boards. I mean, started with a dyslexia task force of this board saying to the legislature, let's work together, let's not pass laws, let's work together. You did that, and you've implemented every single recommendation of that task force. That's impressive in very short time. And and it's not about who gets credit, it's about moving. I think Danny said, we gotta move. Before long, isn't this so true? My 3-year-old granddaughter will be 6. And my daughter will go, where did the time go, Dad? And then they'll be in 5th grade. And and adults, time goes, maybe a little slower. But kids don't have another opportunity. They're only 6 once. They're only 7 once. And if someone is struggling and we know how to do it better, we ought to do it. And then we can work again on the fringes of the kids that still don't get it. Just like Jay's going to go reach out to the 2 people that didn't like and say, what did we do wrong? What can we do better? That's how we get better. And so anyway, thank you. Be happy to, either overnight or tomorrow to share more with you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Eric, for getting that together on short notice.
All right.
And Dr. Harwood is here, so.
Excellent. We're going to invite him up now for legislative matters. You've had a busy day.
Everything seems to happen all at once, and I can only be in one place each time. So I'm happy to be before you today this is my first official act before the state board as deputy commissioner. So again, thank you for, as I put an email, for your literal vote of confidence in my ability to work on this. I'll keep the legislative matters fairly short. There's not a lot has actually come out of committee yet. There's been a lot of conversations, but not lots of action so far. Just a little bit that's going on. This is the 26th day of 90, so we're almost a third of the way through. Turnaround is on Friday, which actually marks the 3rd, and that's when the bills that are in non-exempt committees have to be past the House of Origin, or the Chamber of Origin. The issue with that is that not much has come out yet, so that things get blessed and moved on, so that will get more confusing later on. There have been, I think there's over 500 bills that have been introduced this session, and we're tracking 96 of them, and I'm going to talk about 6 of them. So, but I'll be happy to answer questions about any of the rest of them. So there are really 4 of them that have a real direct impact on the State Board of Education. The first one is 2612, which would dictate to the State Board of Education that if a school district is out of compliance with a single regulation, and it doesn't talk about what those are, so that would be regulations for KDHE and labor and any regulation, that they would become the district would be non-accredited. Okay. The next part of this is it sets up a system where any individual could challenge the accreditation of any district. Okay, so there was a hearing on this. I think Ann Kamen spoke very well in opposition to the bill, that this is clearly the purview of the State Board of Education, and even the proposer of the bill mentioned that it might have been overly broad. But as written, that's the way it works. The next one is Senate Bill 407 and House Bill 2521. So those are the same bill. And what this does is it would require the State Board of Education to grant licensure to anyone who has, along with, they have to do backgrounds and check, but completed an alternate education program. And so the concern we have there is that There's nothing the state board could do to judge the fitness of the program. So again, I think it was Anna, or that might have been Dina, that testified in opposition to that one. The next one is, I just want to make sure you're aware of 2696. This is about the mental health intervention teams. What this bill would do is actually codify it. So mental health intervention teams, I think you're all aware of, it's about $13 million right now. That is just goes through appropriations. It's not in law. And there are 90 school districts that are currently involved. And so that provides 75% of the funding for the school district to have a liaison, and that liaison then works with the mental health provider that the district has contracted with, and then that helps those students get into those services that are available in the community. What this bill would do is actually move that from the State Department of Education to the Department of Aging Disability Services. If you think about it as a mental health program, KDADS actually does the mental health portions for the state, so there is some rationale behind that. The advantage to the program is it would be codified in law, so that it wouldn't have to be subject to this appropriation every year about whether or not there was any funding. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that that was a program that we have some folks that are pretty excited about things that have gone well with it. But it would just no longer be a KDHE or a KSDE program. It would move to KDADS. And then another bill, 501 and 2785, transfers or creates a agency for early childhood. And so what that would do is the Parents as Teachers program that we currently administer would move to that program. But the bill specifically calls out that preschool is still the purview of the State Department of Education. So this is early childhood services. I don't think it would include, and Randy might know this better than I do, would not include things that we already do with early childhood special education and at risk. Those would stay with us as a preschool program. But Parents as Teachers, which is a home visiting situation, would move to this new agency. So any questions about those before I move on? Those are the four that really you're going to notice either somebody's going to make you do something or something's going to move away from us. There are lots of other bills that have some of those things in there. There's a bill that would require critical thinking in the curriculum. You would have to put critical thinking in, kind of do that. There's another one where you would have to declare a fentanyl poisoning awareness week. So there's some other ones that are out there that make requirements. These were the two that were probably I guess maybe had some larger impacts on some of the work that you're doing on a regular basis. All right.
Wait a second.
Okay.
I'm going to look at the first two.
Okay.
Which are, in my view, clearly our responsibility and clearly not theirs. In the event, and this is just a statement, in the event that either one of those pass and are not vetoed, I think at this table we need to have the discussion about just simply not implementing them. That's our job, not their job. And then if they want to sue us, let them have at it.
And I'm glad you put that as a statement, not a question, because it was not one I could answer for you. That would have to be a decision of this board.
I was aware of that, and sometimes what I do is not deliberate. This time it was.
I appreciate that. All right. So the next one are some bills that have actually have come out of committee. So the first one is there was a bill that I think I sent you some information about that would have had the State Board of Education require school security plans and cardiac plans. And so we were saying, well, we can work with the school safety plans. We have no idea how to do a cardiac plan. We don't have the people to do that. So what has happened is that the bill they substituted a bill for their own bill, and they took out all of the school safety provisions. The only thing left in the bill are the cardiac plans, and that puts that in with KDHE. And so KDHE will work with us for them to come up with the rules for the plans, and then what we would do is work with the districts in doing that. The other part is that there's a grant. Districts gets a little confusing. Districts would not be required to implement their plans, which would include buying AEDs, until funding is available. Now, it's not clear whether that is district level funding. There's the talk of an appropriation or grant funding that might be available, and that would be administered by KDHE. So it has less for us to do, but would still have things for districts to do. The next one is Senate Bill 386. So this was the current enrollment bill. So the bill would go from funding prior year and second preceding year, which is the current law, and go to the current year or the prior year, whichever is greater. The bill had a provision in it that any district that closed a building would have to use current year. So a problem with that for our districts would be if you are declining in enrollment consistently and you have to make the really difficult choice to close a building, you would have to then go to current year and not, so you'd have to skip a year and decline. And so that, I mean, that could be pretty devastating for a district that is already declining and would actually disincentivize districts from making fiscally sound decisions that are not easy to make to begin with. So that part got taken out, but the part that moved on is current year or prior year without any stair step for the districts that are currently using second preceding year. They would end up going to prior year, which is this year. So they'd skip a year. They get 2 years. Consistently declining enrollment districts will get 2 years of loss in 1 year just during the first part. So that's the other part. The next one is they added transportation for open enrollment students. So this bill, what they were trying to do is clean up that a student that is currently enrolled out of district at a district would not have to be part of the lottery for the new open enrollment law that goes into effect. So they're cleaning that up so that's very clear. What they also added at the same time is that, and things we've been, I know the districts were talking about, is especially special education transportation, which is required if it's in the IEP. And so now what the law says is that neither district has to provide open enrollment transportation unless it's required by other applicable law. And that would be IDEA for special ed. It could catch things like McKinney-Vento for homelessness or even foster care law. Those are probably less sure because it kind of depends on when they are moving in or out of the district. The other things that are getting a lot of discussion, which is why I was late. Sorry.
Dan?
You want to go back?
Yeah.
So the top one there, I'm totally against that, especially going to Department of Health and Education. Every school that I've been in, the coaches, I think Jim and I discussed this last time, the coaches, I mean, the CPR, most schools already have a cardiac, they already have the plan, and we're just now, we're putting them into some more stuff that they got to do instead of focus. You say that doesn't focus. I'm focused on the teachers and the kids,
right.
But the schools already have. We don't need them telling us. I'm sorry, but we don't. And then the last one, I'm totally against that because it's. We've already had where you can change schools, but the local school district could say yes or no. Now they can't say yes or no, and I'm totally against those two things.
So
I do.
So your comments on the first one, on the cardiac bill, you are correct. A lot of districts have that. KSHA already requires coaches to go through first aid and CPR. I mean, so some of it is codifying things that are already happening. KASB was doing a survey of how many districts didn't have those. The positive things that could come out for districts is that if they appropriate funding, districts that currently have AEDs may have funding available for maintenance. Battery replacement is a big cost. But I'm not going to argue with the idea that it's already happening in most cases,
Well,
and could be a local decision.
If we could talk a little bit about the hearing, I mean, there was some pretty compelling testimony from parents whose kids have had heart attacks at school, that the AED was locked up in the nurse's office so nobody could get it, or there were no batteries in it, or you have a huge campus and they have one AED. So the idea was just to help schools figure out how many they should have by the standards and help provide some money to buy them and offer the training, you know, if they needed it. But like I said, and the sponsors of the bill, you know, agreed that KSHA already has a lot of rules in place. We didn't want to, you know, they doesn't really step on what they're doing, but just tries to bring more awareness and make schools aware that you don't lock this stuff up. You put it out where it can be reached, and you train a lot of people to know how to do it. So, and all in all, it wasn't a bad thing. So, I mean, no big mandates, really.
And then I'll comment on Senate Bill 387. Just so you know, there is a Senate bill and a House companion bill that would revoke the open enrollment. I mean, so if you want to be in favor of something, there are two bills that would actually revoke the entire statute. So they have not had a hearing yet, though. All right. So next, oops. So next, there's been a lot of discussion about at-risk. This bill, as we've talked about it, has some good, some bad, and some ugly kinds of situation. We have talked about here, and I think that we would, I know that when you heard from Dr. Proctor this morning about at-risk, there are some things that we need to do to help districts better serve their at-risk students. And so there are a couple of things in here. The first part of the bill is about reporting. Districts would have to develop an at-risk plan, which would have some of the things they're already providing. Some of the biggest differences are they have to come up with 2 cohorts of students. These cohorts can be whatever students the district decides, as long as one of the groups is 3rd grade and one of the groups is 4th grade. But it doesn't have to be all 3rd graders or all 4th graders. It can be a subset. And then one of the groups has to be limited to students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch. After that, it gets a little bit harder because you set the 4-year goal, and the district sets that goal. There was some confusion during testimony that I'll get to in the later, but the district gets to decide what that goal is, and they should set that based on what they think is a reasonable attainment during that 4-year span. At the end of the 4 years, if one subgroup doesn't meet the goal, then the state board shall say that they are not meeting their at-risk improvement goals, so that we'd have to put that on the website, and they would not receive all of the base increase in at-risk funding. So the best example of this is that if the base went from $6,000 to $6,200 from the year that they didn't make it to the next year, they would only receive $100 of the increase for at-risk only. So what we would have to do is have a different calculation for their at-risk funding, and they would get credit for $6,100. They'd get to $6,200 for everything else. If 2 groups don't make it, then they would not get any of the increase for at-risk students attributed to their at-risk funding. So we would take their free lunch students times $6,000 when we take everybody else, all the rest of the calculations, times $6,200. So this is one where it's, you would in essence get less, if you don't meet your goal, you would get less at-risk funding. The next part is where some confusion came in. This would stay in effect until 75% of all Kansas students are in level 3 and 4 on ELA and math. So there was some confusion that you had to set a goal of 75% of your at-risk students were in levels 3 and 4. That is not correct. You set the goal based on what you think they can make, but this continues until, and it's actually stated as statewide, we meet the goal that the state board set in their ESSA plan. So it codifies the ESSA plan. The next part is more about what Ben was talking about this morning. It takes the list that you are supposed to approve, and it actually says now you will publish. You would not have to approve it. We would just publish one. And it would be anything that is has shown to be effective for helping at-risk students or is likely to be. So districts could really pick about anything they wanted. And as long as they thought it was likely to be, they could use it, even if it wasn't on the list that you didn't even have to approve. So we think this goes too far, and we've talked about that a little bit, that we do think the state board should approve a list, because I think that's helpful to districts, but we also need that a way for districts to be able to discuss things that they think are going to make a difference that don't necessarily. So that's what Dr. Proctor talked about this morning. The other thing that's not on the list is it codifies our regulation about accreditation. So currently you have a regulation that says that all districts will be in compliance with laws and regulations. The difference between 2612 and your regulation is that if they are not, they will work with KSDE to come into compliance. So this bill puts that into law. So it wouldn't change anything we're doing, just takes your regulation and puts it into statute. And then the last thing, which is probably the most concerning, or could be very concerning to the state board, is it says that you cannot change the ELA or math standards until all students, all 75% of all students meet level 3 and 4 by 2030. And that's the bill. Questions about that one?
I will say this as you're thinking about questions a lot. Dr. Harwood and I did meet with the committee chair, and there was some general agreement, some modifications that we said, would you consider? It was a productive meeting.
Yes, it was. All right. So the next one is more confusing than the last one, because this one is what the hearing I just came from, and it would completely restructure the way the appropriation for special education is calculated, and adds a whole nother way that special education would be distributed. So currently there are two separate formulas. One is the appropriation, and that's where we find the 92% of excess costs. So currently the appropriation is about 526 million, which is about 67% of the excess costs. The statute says it shall be 92%. So they're a little bit off. On the distribution side, what we do currently is districts turn in their special education transportation. There's some calculations. They get 80% of that reimbursed. There's catastrophic aid, which is not a great name, but students that require very expensive services. And so with that one, you get, after you take quite a bit of out, you get 75% of the net. And then there's Medicaid payments that go in that we take back out. But then there's also, then there's the categorical teacher distribution. So whatever the appropriation is, we take out catastrophic aid and we take out transportation aid, and then we divide what's left by how many FTE of paras and teachers they are, and then that's what we send out based on what their counts were. The bill, what it would do is first we'd have section 1, where we would have to calculate excess costs by district. And I'm not going to get into a lot of that, other than that was that calculation was never meant to apply district by district, and it's because when you start throwing in the weightings and especially some of the things I do with LOB that I'll talk about later, it disequalizes things dramatically, which was one of the conferees today I thought explained very well. Section 2, and I'll talk about a little bit more about it here. Section 2 changes the way we do the excess cost calculation, but we would do it for districts in the same way. So the thing that it does most of all is that in the current calculation, you don't include as general education expenses that get pulled out at-risk, CTE, transportation, and bilingual, because in my opinion, and I wasn't here when the law was put together, but my opinion is that's because those are kind of above and beyond the average general education costs. Everything else would be what you would call average general education cost, which is why it's included. You also take out the portion of the LOB that districts get because those special education students were there. So that's how you find out their general education costs. So those are there. What this does is it just adds those in. So that number just gets higher. So now again, you're subtracting out a bigger number. So that means the excess costs are going down. The next one is it includes LOB three different ways. The first one, where it says calculate the LOB attributed to special education students, that's similar to what we're doing now, just at a higher rate because more weightings are there. The next one is one that I find most confusing, because what you do is that the way the law actually reads is you take the special education expenses and divide it by 1 plus the average percentage of LOB. So in essence, what you're doing is subtracting out the 31% of the costs, because that's what the LOB is, or 31% of the expenses. So you're reducing the expenses by 31% because that's what the LOB is. And I can't find anywhere where LOB was ever meant to be figured with expenses. It's a way to apply to the general fund for districts to have more money locally. The bigger problem with this is when you subtract that out, over 60% of that, or right at 60% of that, is local tax levies. And in this method, the state is claiming local taxes as a state contribution towards special education costs, which seems interesting. The next one is a little bit more straightforward. So at one point, the districts you take your general fund, and then you can add back in state aid, and then you calculate your LOB. And that was put in years ago so that districts could raise more money locally to enhance their programs. What this does is it takes that amount and then pulls out all the equalization. So about 41% of all LOB is equalized. So this would pull out again that equalized portion, which I can't do the math and find out how some of that wasn't already pulled out in one of the last two steps. So LOB is subtracted in three different ways. In essence, what comes down to it is when you calculate the 92%, I think I'll get to this on the next part, is that the state goes from funding 67% of excess costs of special education to 110% without adding any more money. The next part actually gets a little bit more confusing because now they set the appropriation for FY25. Actually, I got clarified. The FY24 appropriation forever and always will be distributed based on the old distribution model. Any additional funds that go into special education, the state board has to come up with an equitable way to distribute those funds, considering the excess cost calculation by district. So you have to take an inequitable calculation and find an equitable way to use that to distribute any funds above the $526 million. And then the last part of the bill actually requires districts to transfer any portion of LOB that's attributed to the special education, state aid being a part of their LOB, into special education. This is actually similar to what happens with at-risk and bilingual now. But that's the bill.
So if we are responsible, so if we are responsible for finding an equitable distribution for an inequitable system, does that mean that we'll be defendants in the next lawsuit?
So
Maybe that's a Mark question.
So I'm not an attorney, but I would say that typically when people file lawsuits, they put as many names on it as they can. And if the state board approved the formula and they are contesting the formula, I don't see how they wouldn't include the state board.
Okay, just wanted to bring that
But
up.
I will defer to the actual attorney in the room.
I would say now that Frank has explained and taught you that well, there's a quiz. I had said to Melanie coming into this, and the reason that we asked Dr. Harwood to go over in case there were questions, I don't think there's maybe on a good day, a full moon, 5 people in the state of Kansas that could tell you what this bill does from a calculation standpoint. So I'm serious. I mean, it is very complicated. And so it was important for him to be over there.
The highlights are that the bill increases what the state is counting as contributions, which in turn lowers the excess costs, which means the appropriation needed to fund 92% of it is lower. And so that's in essence, the next part is, if they give any more money above what's currently appropriated, you have to come up with a formula to equitably distribute it. And currently, there is $7.5 million that's appropriated for next year. So at this point, there would be $7.5 million that we'd have to come up with a formula for. Actually, it says schedule, not formula, yes.
Seems to me that the legislature in the past has claimed they can't defer their responsibility to another entity. And they're responsible for the funding of the state schools. Isn't that in the Constitution?
So I would again defer to an attorney in the room. Certainly that argument has been made before. I've heard it before.
We'll ask the attorney.
Well, the Constitution says that the state legislature shall be responsible for funding, essentially.
So sending it to us makes.
So you're saying two things that are correct. But that argument has been used before, that they, because they're responsible, they're also responsible for the formulas and the distribution formula and the way that is distributed. So I guess we'll wait and see. But it does. The Constitution does say that the legislature has the responsibility for funding.
And so there are, let's see, 490 more bills we could talk about, but those are the ones I thought were most important for you to hear about today.
Why don't you go ahead, you failed retirement.
Thanks for keeping the list so short.
Yeah.
Appreciate your work. Thank you.
So I mentioned, and Dr. Horowitz doing a remarkable job, but you two that are behind the pillars, come up here with Frank. Because not only behind the scenes, but supporting him. This is the team. So Gabrielle Hall and Dr. John Hess, this is the team that really is pouring over every bill and trying to track bills not even in education and trying to help us all try to stay on top of it. So when you get the legislative updates from Frank, I mean, they're helping put those together. So thank you. And please thank them. This is, a lot of work on this. Yeah.
So I would mention that Gabby has written over like 75 fiscal notes. And Mr. Dennis looked at me and said, I used to do that all by myself. And I have no idea how he did that. So, and I wouldn't be able to right now. So thank you for that support and for the support that John and Gabby and Dale Brungard have provided as I've gotten started.
Thank you all. Appreciate your work. We are a wee bit late for the PPC. Scott Gordon, are you in the room? Apologies for the delay. Oh, sorry, Dina. Sorry, I'm going to give Dina the last word on the previous topic.
I thought it was important that we recognize the fact at some point that there was another legislator here this morning, Representative Nikki McDonald, who is a new legislator and sits on the K-12 budget, was here, and her comment to me was, I thought if you could come over and visit us, we should come over and visit you. So kudos to Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Dina. Mark?
I don't have a hand waiver, but so before Mr. Gordon gets started, I thought I might interject because he's appearing, sometimes he presents as counsel, and sometimes he's more of an advocate, and today he's presenting as an advocate. So I thought I wanted to just interject and ask what the will of the board is in terms of procedure, because there is a PPC matter before the board. I heard that there may be some desire or a request to go into executive session. I just want to clarify that that's not an executive session, but it's like an executive session, but to be legally and technically precise, it would be to go into closed session for the purpose of deliberation, because the statute has different reasons to go into executive session. But under the under KPA and the procedures that govern the licensure and your consideration, you can go into a closed session for the purpose of deliberation, because as a reminder, when you are reviewing a licensure matter that comes up through the process, you're sitting as a quasi-judicial body. You're making a decision based on all the facts and circumstances. So it's separate procedure than to go into executive session. So I just want to clarify that.
Appreciate
and
that.
And then I understand that that we don't have a representative from the PPC that's available today to answer your questions, but I think I've looked at the materials, and I know that you have received all of the information and evidence, including videos and links to the underlying PPC hearing itself. So you have all the information available for you to make your decision and your findings. So sorry to interject, but
Not at all.
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to kind of make sure you tell me how you want to proceed. I know that Mr. Gordon's also asked to give a oral argument on this. The board may hear his oral argument, or may decide not to, or may just decide to make a decision based on the record. That is your decision, and it's my understanding that the licensee is not here and has not requested or accepted any invitation to be here or to present oral argument. Did I cover everything?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I think that's accurate.
Would now be the time to make that motion?
Well, so I think, as Mark said, today Scott is here to represent the agency in what the agency believes should be done. So you just need to know that. I think Mark very clearly said sometimes he's just giving facts. I think he'll do that today, but he'll do so in a way that says this is what the agency believes. If you decide you want to hear that oral argument, I may ask you to do that and then go into closed session for your deliberation based upon the facts of the case. And then you would come back into open session and take any action that you would so desire.
And I'm sorry, but because it's so essential, this procedure is so essential and can be subject to, a legal challenge later. And we don't always follow the same practice. It's worth, kind of recapping that is that the deliberations are certainly can be confidential because they involve students and they involve the privacy of individuals, that you don't want that information to be, live streamed. However, when you reach your decision has to be articulated and verbalized and then formalized into the final order of the board, and I will I'll include the comments that I hear in the discussion, but sometimes I have to remind that it requires a little bit of a duplication, not the same information, but because you're in the private session, you're going to be talking about things that obviously you don't want to be disclosed. But the underlying principles, you'll have to provide the justification for whatever decision it is you want to present in your final order. So. Yeah.
We need to hear the argument. We need to hear Scott before we.
That's correct.
An open session, right?
Yep. All right, Mr. Gordon, it's yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make sure the record is clear as possible, I did make a request for oral argument, and I would ask the board to vote on that at this time. Obviously, my request is to grant me the opportunity to present. Usually the practice is anywhere between 10 and 15 minutes. I don't anticipate taking up that much time.
motion need to be?
Mr. Board,
Move
the
to
motion
grant.
would be that you permit council to make a oral argument and presentation to the board on 22 PPC 11.
So moved.
Second from Dina. Discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And Betty, that's 8, 9, I can count, 9-0. Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do just want to highlight couple of points about this particular case. And I know that generally, and specifically the last time that I filed such a motion before this board, the board deferred to the expertise of the Professional Practices Commission. And while generally that makes a certain amount of sense, I think it's necessary to point out that this was a tough case even for the PPC to come to a decision on. As the materials in the initial order explain, and I'm going to try to elaborate a little bit, you had a certain number of Professional Practices Commission members that were available for the actual hearing. But only 4 of those members were actually present when they voted on it almost a month later, after watching everything, watching the same videos that were made available to you. Now, would that have made a difference to the outcome had there been more members of the PPC available to vote? I don't know. But I think it probably would have made a difference, and it certainly is a unique experience. I tell you, I've been doing this since 2012. This is the first time I've not had a PPC, or I've had a PPC not be able to come to a decision the first time that they looked at something. So it's rather unique for those purposes. And I think I already said this, there were only 4 voting members that were there from the first day that were there to vote at the second day. There may have been questions, there may have been concerns that those members may have been able to raise, and they weren't available just because the timing didn't work out. As a complete side note, but I will use this opportunity to point out, you'll recall a year or 2 ago when I specifically asked that when you appoint members to the PPC, please don't appoint more than 1 member from the same school district. And I know that there was some people may not have liked that. It's not a legal thing, but this case illustrates the importance of having diversity because Dr. Holt, who is the chair of the PPC, she recused because she did not know any of the individuals testifying, but she felt uncomfortable participating because it had to do with her school district, and she certainly had the opportunity to do that. That's why she's not representing the Professional Practices Commission for you today. The gentleman that was acting chair at the time is no longer sitting on the PPC, and I just honestly didn't feel right inviting him or asking him to present for these. I think you have all the information before you. The initial order was written by the hearing officer. It was not drafted by me. And I think that it reflects as much of their deliberations as you would have found out. Some highlights that I want to point out of this particular case. You know, actions speak a lot louder than words. And anytime someone has a complaint filed against them, they have the opportunity to submit a written answer to the allegations. And I would highlight for you the way that this incident was described by this particular licensee in his initial answer. First, he described the walk in the hallway. That was probably the first one you saw where the child stumbled, according to him. Described it as, well, I had my hand touching his shoulder as we walked down the hallway. His hand was not just touching his shoulder, his hand was firmly grasped around his elbow because he had heard that that child had been acting up earlier. That's what the video shows, that's what his testimony was, and that's what the testimony of the eyewitnesses were that testified in the PPC hearing. He further described it as guiding him off of his feet or guiding him off the floor. Again, that was not the actions of someone that was merely guiding a child from one place to the other. He described walking with the child to the bathroom as reaching out his hand, and the child took my hand, and we walked together. You watch the video, you know that's not what happened. The child's feet left the ground. A child was not jumping up with joy after saying he was going to, I'm not going to repeat exactly what was said. That was not the sign of a happy child that was there in a playful mood with that particular teacher. That was a child that was jerked off the ground, so much so that his feet weren't touching for a split second. The Professional Practices Commission did find that there was misconduct. They found that they did find in the first instance, they believed this testimony of the licensee that, well, the child did actually step on his foot. Okay, Yes, the child stepped on his foot. If you need to watch the video again, I encourage you to do so. If he hadn't been grabbing the child by the arm and dragging him down the hallway, there wouldn't have been any reason to believe that that child would have stepped on his foot. The child didn't have any problems walking on his own. But when you have an adult basically walking you down the hallway by your elbow and jerking him one direction, yeah, he's going to step on your foot. And then that's why he jerked him out of the way. The PPC didn't see it that way. You've all had the opportunity to see the video. Allow you to make that decision. But I would tell you that that's not how I see it. And so I encourage you to pay careful attention to that. Had he not been hands-on in that circumstance, had he not engaged in unlawful restraint, he testified that, well, I'm CPI trained. Everyone testified that there's nothing in CPI training that says if a child has been mouthing off in lunch before you got there, you grab them by the arm and you drag them down the hallway. It's not there. But he still rests and says, well, I was trained to do all these things, and that's what I'm supposed to do. The PPC did point out that they had concerns about the other allegations. You know, there was testimony about while this particular teacher was on leave, a child came forward to the teacher and said, is he going to be in the classroom today? I really hope he's not, because he hit me the other day in class. Obviously, that didn't occur while he was out. It happened sometime prior to then. But then you had another child also tell the teacher, yeah, no, I saw that happen also. And there was multiple children that testified, or not testified, pardon me, told the same thing to their teachers. For whatever reason, the Professional Practice Commission was not comfortable making a determination based on, well, this was just secondary information. We only had secondary reports of the teachers, the principal, there was no direct evidence. If I had to prove absolutely every allegation of misconduct to you by having a photograph or video of it actually occurring, or the licensee admitting that it occurred, my caseload is going to drop a lot. That's not the only way that you can prove misconduct has occurred. You have found the misconduct has occurred, even when you don't have video proof of it. And I encourage you to at least consider that you have these children, they don't have no idea why he's out of the classroom at the time. There's no reason to think that these children are suddenly coming together as some conspiracy and say, oh, let's get him. He's not here. Let's add some allegations to this. But the fact that those allegations came to light while he happened to be out for very similar behavior should lead you to think that there is a problem with leaving this particular individual in the classroom. What evidence did he show that there was any kind of, that he did not engage in misconduct? None. What evidence was there that he showed any kind of remorse or any reason to think that he would not engage in the same exact behavior if you had him in the classroom tomorrow? None. Not even so much as a letter from someone that he has worked with that said, yeah, I think he's a good teacher, you should leave him in the classroom. All he did was show up on his own, testify, reluctantly answer questions, and say, I didn't do anything wrong, I only acted in the most professional manner. Well, that's ultimately up to the state board to decide whether or not you agree that he acted in a professional behavior, in a professional manner, pardon me, and whether he should remain in the classroom. Because, at the very least, the Professional Practices Commission agreed that he engaged in misconduct involving a child in the school. And because the PPC did express concerns over his lack of remorse and his lack of recognition, you should have those same concerns. And I would ask you to find that the only appropriate remedy is not merely censuring him. That's not going to result in a change of the behavior. Right? There have been other cases where at the very least, even though I may have disagreed with your decisions, you did make that decision based on someone providing testimony that even though he didn't think he did anything wrong, he certainly changed his behavior. Right? You had one of those cases very recently. He said, I don't think I did anything wrong, but you better believe I'm not coming anywhere near touching a kid because I don't want any such allegation. You heard no such similar testimony for this particular case. There's no reason to think the kids would be safe if they're left in his care, and for that reason the department asks that you revoke the license of this individual. And with that, if there's any particular questions about the process, I think I could fairly answer those if you have any.
Thank you. So, Scott, why do you think the PPC then voted just to censure him and not pull it? What did they see that?
You know, I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not a part of it. If I had to guess, which I do, it may have been a matter of splitting the baby. They wanted to do something, but they may have not had enough people that would have voted to either censure, or pardon me, to suspend or revoke. And so they thought, well, we'll do something. But again, I'm just guessing.
Jim?
It appeared to me that whenever the kid's feet left the floor, that was in fact a reportable restraint. Am I correct in that interpretation?
I think the definition of restraint is to physically prevent someone in some way, you're restricting their movement. So yes, I believe that could have been an offense that would have been, I think both instances that I showed you videos of could have been reportable and should have been. I would be reluctant to form an opinion on that because no one has filed a complaint with me or the district.
And I assume that neither one of them was reported.
That is correct. There was no report regarding the use of seclusion or restraint that ever made it byway. Now, whether that was reported to the parents, I don't know.
And at one point, the hearing officer admonished the, what do you call them, defendant?
Licensee.
Licensee.
Defendant, licensee, respondent.
For behavior. And of course, we can't see everything that's going on. Is there something that we needed to see that we didn't?
You know, I think it's a fair question. I think it's certainly a fair consideration of when someone shows up here to testify, either on their own behalf or the behalf of someone else, the PPC and subsequently the state board, you are charged with evaluating the credibility of that individual. And part of evaluating the credibility of the person is the manner in which they conduct themselves, like how they speak. How do they conduct themselves? Are they acting like a professional that you would expect to be a licensed teacher? Yes, there was some admonishment a couple times. And I will tell you that I am the one that said, I want the camera right here, focusing on whoever's asking the questions and whoever's answering them, and not having the camera bounce back and forth. That was something that's just generic to all of the cases. Had the camera been pointed at the licensee who would have been sitting there, I think, and if you want me to bring a witness, I can. That'd be a little odd. You would see that he was dissatisfied. He didn't like how the questions were being asked and answered. And so at one point, the hearing officer had to essentially tell him, look, I'm tired of your acting up and your facial expressions and the noises you're making over here. If you don't like it, you can leave. You don't have to be a part of this. If there's really something that you want to clarify, you'll have the opportunity to do that. But for now, I'm paraphrasing, sit there and behave is essentially what the hearing officer. That was the admonishment. And then there was an admonishment, and I will admit, I was somewhat admonished as well, which, okay. In the manner that someone apparently, I mean, you saw the video. For whatever reason, those questions were difficult for him to answer. Or at least he was acting like they were difficult to answer. Yeah, whether that's something that you consider, again, I think it's in your, you certainly have the right to consider that. Whether that's an independent reason, I don't know. That'd be up to you.
I don't see any other questions at this time. Do we want to move to a closed session? See a head nod. Somebody want to make the motion? Or actually, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, did you already make the motion?
No.
Okay, you started. Okay.
I move that the State Board of Education go into recess and go into private setting to deliberate as a quasi-judicial body to discuss 22 PPC 03 or 11?
You know what, I'm sorry.
11, 22 PPC 11, and protect the confidential information regarding a student.
We should. Just how much time do you want?
How much time? 10 minutes?
10 minutes?
You can always do it again.
10 minutes. We'll take 10 minutes and return at, you guys need a couple minutes before we.
6:15.
Okay, we'll start at 6:15 and go to 6:25.
And you would
Inviting
if you want, Randy or someone.
Dr. Watson and Attorney Mark Ferguson.
Sorry.
Okay. Second from Jim Porter. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Oh,
No, go ahead.
okay,
Finish that.
okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Betty? Okay, one. All right, that is 9-0. Motion passes.
And Madam Chair,
Asking to
sorry.
reserve 1 minute of his argument.
Sure. It's not so much argument, it's just something I probably need to make sure we have on the record to be certainly clear. I think I have it in the written materials. The petition that I filed was mailed to the last address, the same address we've always had for the individual. My office, and I don't believe Deborah received anything. We have received no response from that individual. So again, I'm just trying to add to the record to make that perfectly clear. Sorry for not saying that earlier.
Okay. So we've got 2 minutes to clear the room.
Eric, Betty needs to stay on the Zoom for this.
Meeting is open. And at this time, I'm ready for a motion. We've got one more minute.
We noted the time that you came up.
Okay. Dina?
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt its own findings of fact and conclusions of law to revoke the license in case 22 PPC-11 with such findings to be described in a forthcoming final order.
Is there a second? Michelle? Further discussion?
It is my opinion that the video was very conclusive, the teacher eyewitness was very conclusive, and that it, to me, met the statute of bullying under KSA 72-6147, and this was the right decision to make.
Any other comments? Or further discussion? Ann?
Well, I think the actions that we saw of the teacher in the video and the way they acted and just, like no remorse, and the testimony of the eyewitnesses too was compelling in my mind.
The fact that licensee had the opportunity to bring people in to support him and did not, the absence of that also contributed. I agree with everything everybody said, but that also, I think, is compelling.
Dana?
As a former member of the Professional Practices Commission, frankly, I was shocked to see the way he was treating a child. Even when you're angry and you're upset with the manner in which a child is acting, there are other ways to deal with that issue. And it was inappropriate. And if that's a pattern of behavior, I certainly hope he gets some counseling.
Jim?
This is a no-brainer for me as a principal and working with students and working with professionals, teachers. I was shocked. And then what really got me was no remorse, because I've been in situations with teachers like this and students, and I have to honestly say that 100% of them responded with, "Oh my God, did I do that?" Not many. But the reality is that it really it caused me pain to see that he was no remorse, didn't question, didn't think. But yeah, if I was the building principal here, I'd be doing the same, following the same path. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Ready to vote? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. That looks like a 9-0 vote. Motion passes. She had her.
But he had two hands up.
She's messing with me because I've been having trouble counting from 8 to 9 today. 9-0 motion passes. Thank you. We have one last item. 21, the board attorney contract.
Do you want me to take
I was gonna say, there's nobody on my list.
Oh, there isn't.
It is blank.
So every year by the contract that you have for board attorney, you have the option of extending that contract by 1 year. And so it's before you to see if you want to take action to do that today.
I've been very pleased with Mark's service to us. It's been prompt and not wordy, precise, and sticks to the issue and the facts. And he's always been quick to return any calls. He's been, I think, made some issues for me more clear than much more clear than I was able to address them. So unless there's more conversation, I'd be happy to make the motion.
You can make the motion and we can still have a conversation.
Okay,
So
yes, I know
feel free.
that. It's moved that the Kansas State Board of Education issue a renewal contract ID 47925 with Gates, Shields, Ferguson, Shell, Hamid, PA for legal services for the period of July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, with no increase in rates.
Is there a second? Jim. Saw hands at the same time. All right, further discussion? Ann?
Well, I just appreciate the way Mark also looks around the country to see what's going on and the way he keeps us out of trouble. So I really like that part.
I also had the privilege of collecting everyone's submissions for the annual reviews, and Mark's was quite positive. There was some good constructive feedback in there, but also a lot of appreciation as Ann just described. And so I would absolutely vote for this. Anyone else? Okay, ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? I got 8, 1, and no votes. I can count, right? 8, 1, 0. And the 1 is Danny. All right, motion passes. And we are done.
Are you sure?
Are we not?
Are you sure?
I'm gonna check the list. This says recess at 6:15, so we're late for recess.
Not bad, though.
We'll see you back here in the morning here in the boardroom at 9 a.m., but we have a breakfast.
Breakfast. You have another breakfast. We want you to make sure you're well fed this week. So.
Very well fed. And breakfast is here?
Yes, it's here in the building at 5:09, I believe.
He just said 5:09 in the morning? Kidding.
No, that's the room. That's not the... Pardon?
We're in recess until
7:45.
tomorrow morning at 9.